Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The infinite train quietly departed Beiwang Station under the cover of night, heading east. Kiki glanced at Lin Xian and asked, "Why the rush? There were still so many places we hadn't searched." "Supplies are endless, but greed can cost us dearly," Lin Xian replied flatly. "Besides, Tang Hai might not be dead. I'm worried he could cause more trouble." "Not dead." Kiki's brow furrowed. "I thought you killed him." "I didn't." Lin Xian exhaled deeply and recounted what he had witnessed earlier. "I suspect Tang Hai has some kind of ability, and what we saw might have been a mutation of it." Turning to Luo Xia and Luo Yi, Lin Xian asked, "How much do you two know about abilities?" Luo Yi looked startled and shook his head earnestly. "Not much. I only know that one day I suddenly became much stronger." "Brother, don't you remember?" Xia interjected, providing a key piece of information. "When Feng Yuming turned into that bug to attack you, he said you were low level. He also mentioned something about abilities evolving when you kill an eerie entity or another ability user." Luo Yi scratched his head. "Now that you mention it, he did say that." "Really?" Chen Xishuan gasped. "Abilities can evolve? They should be able to," Lin Xian said thoughtfully. "If there's a hierarchy, Feng Yuming likely wasn't at the lowest level. He was incredibly strong and didn't fear the three of us, even knowing we were ability users. That suggests he was confident in his power." Noticing Kiki uncharacteristically silent, Lin Xian raised his eyes to find her smiling slyly at him, her expression strange. "If you know something, spit it out," he demanded, recognizing that her grin often preceded some shocking revelation. "If I told you I know how abilities evolve and that there are many categories of them, would you want to hear it?" Kiki teased, her voice light. The room went silent, and all eyes turned to Kiki in surprise. Lin Xian frowned. "What's the catch?" Kiki smirked, leaned in, and whispered something in his ear. Lin Xian immediately massaged his temple in exasperation. "Fine, I agree." "Good. Remember, you promised," Kiki said gleefully, before launching into her explanation. "First," she began, raising a finger, "after the first polar night, over 10,000 cases of mutated humans were documented globally, though that's only a fraction of the post-disaster data. After Apocalypse Day, the federal government urgently established a special research bureau called the Angel Project. Its purpose was to study these mutations and possibly use their powers to uncover the secrets of the abyss and save the world." "How do you know this?" Chen Xishuan asked, astonished. Kiki shrugged smugly. "Hacking into the federal government's intranet isn't that hard. Besides, it's the apocalypse. Who's going to stop me?" "Continue," Lin Xian said, his sharp gaze fixed on her. He suspected that Kiki's background was extraordinary. Whether or not she was the heiress of the Linglong Corporation, her ability to secure a rescue helicopter after the polar night was no coincidence. Kiki cleared her throat. The Angel Project gathered surviving top scientists. Their research found that all survivors who didn't mutate into zombies during the polar night shared a common type of energy that repelled external influences. They named this energy soul wave value. Even the weakest survivors, frail women or children, had a soul wave value of at least 1. In contrast, zombies and eerie entities had negative values below 0. At first, they thought it was a selection mechanism, but without any discernible pattern, it was simply labeled as the survivor's life energy. "What's interesting," Kiki continued, "is that ability users and physically robust individuals all had significantly higher values. The Angel Project classified 34 similar ability categories and evaluated them based on functionality and destructive power. They correlated these metrics with soul wave values and found a positive match. In essence, soul wave value represents life force or the ability to resist the night's invasions. The stronger a person is, the higher their value. That's the first point, Kiki said, raising his second finger. The second critical discovery was that abilities are capable of evolution. Some records even showed individuals with values exceeding level 3 or even level 4 from the start. Level 3, level 4? Lin Xian frowned. Are you leaving something out? Kiki shrugged. I skimmed the data, but basically, the researchers used metrics like soul wave value, physical strength, energy output, destructive capacity, and biological lethality to create a weighted grading system. Here's the gist. Ordinary humans and low-level ability users fall into the source level range, with soul wave values from 1 to 100. Level 3, known as adamant level, signifies those who've surpassed human limits. Killing them without heavy weapons becomes nearly impossible. Their soul wave values range between 500 and 1,000. The room was silent as Kiki finished. Everyone was digesting the information, the scale of the revelations sinking in. The fourth level, Berserk level, is considered a massive regional threat. It requires substantial military forces, heavy tanks, and various armored weapons to suppress. Its soul wave value ranges from 1,000 to 3,000 units of combat power, Kiki explained. As for anything above destruction level, there's no detailed data yet. They only have theoretical projections based on exponential growth. Luo Sha, eyes wide with curiosity, asked, Kiki Jia, how exactly do abilities evolve? Well, it might not be what everyone expects. Kiki's expression grew complicated. For what I've seen in the classified reports, it does suggest that ability users at evolution level 2 or above can increase their soul wave value through combat, especially by defeating eerie entities or other ability users. However, since this comes from early-stage reports, the level 2 and beyond, Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. What about level 1? Kiki looked at him with amusement. Now you're asking the right question. With a serious expression, she paced the floor. Here's the strangest part. The Research Bureau discovered that source-level abilities are inherently unstable. Ability users at this stage seem to require a trigger, an event, ritual, or emotional shift to evolve. The Angel Project theorized that true transformation or full evolution begins only at level 2. That's why they call it the evolution level or breakthrough level. Ritual. The group reacted in unison, their voices laced with disbelief. The term carried an almost mystical or religious connotation. Exactly, Kiki continued. Take Feng Yumming, for example. I suspect he belongs to either type 16 limb mimicry or type 21 aberration proliferation. In both cases, evolution occurs when they kill an eerie entity or an ability user and absorb flesh and blood through mutated limbs or bodies. This process has a chance to trigger evolution. She paused and turned to Luo Yi. But for someone like you, Luo Big Guy, it's different. Based on your description, you should be a type 3 body enhancement ability user, a common type. However, this type requires an entirely different method to evolve to level 2. The Angel Project reports multiple inconclusive evaluations for this pathway. Methods like Feng Yumming's are completely ineffective for you. They're considered alternate evolution pathways. Really? Luo Sha exclaimed, visibly unsettled. That sounds terrifying. Who knows? Kiki shrugged. From the perspectives of biology or physics, well, scratch that. Those fields are practically extinct now. Let's just treat it as theology. There's one more thing, Kiki added. The Research Bureau determined that ability evolution is a double-edged sword. In other words, ability users share vulnerabilities similar to zombie infections. Without specific conditions, they can succumb to the power's corruption, leading to evolution errors or becoming zombies themselves. When someone's soul wave value drops below 1, they termed this state as corruption. Corruption? What about Tang Hai? Lin Xian asked. That situation I just witnessed. Have you seen anything like it in the data? Kiki nodded, her expression serious. Not only have I seen it, but I'm sure Tang Hai fits in a type 32, uncertain infection. It's fascinating. Frowning, she elaborated, This type is almost undetectable at the source level because there are no noticeable physical or mental changes. The only distinguishing characteristic is not being easily detected by zombies. Lin Xian interjected, recalling the earlier scene. His face darkened. Exactly, Kiki confirmed. But here's the catch. This type of ability is one of the easiest to evolve. Does that mean being bitten by a zombie guarantees evolution? Lin Xian pressed. Yes and no. Kiki tilted her head, her expression clouded. Based on the limited cases, evolution isn't guaranteed or tied to a specific outcome. It's also possible to experience evolution errors. No wonder He could run rampant in the fog and darkness for so long. The monsters wouldn't even harm him, Lin Xian muttered, finally piecing it together. It made sense now. He's injury must have released enough blood to attract the zombies, causing him to be attacked. Yet, ironically, this led to his evolution. Thinking about it, Lin Xian felt a pang of regret. He should have just ended He on the spot. Now a potential threat had been left behind. Still, he felt grateful for having repaired the CIWS in time. It had been the correct choice for survival. With Kiki unconscious at the time, Lin Xian alone couldn't have dealt with the fog spider, Feng Yumming, and the overwhelming zombie tide all at once. Luckily, He and Feng Yumming hadn't dismantled any critical parts of the CIWS system, or tonight could have spelled certain doom. Returning to the conversation, Lin Xian turned to Kiki. So, do you know how your own ability evolves? Kiki gave a faint smile and shook her head. I have a rough idea. I might belong to the mental or psychic category, rare types, according to the data, but I have no idea how to evolve, let alone complete any ritual. Then her gaze turned to Lin Xian, her expression curious. As for you, honestly, I don't know which type you fall under. You can control machines, so you likely belong to the functional category. While this type's soul wave value may not always be high, the Angel Project classified it as having immense strategic value. It seems similar to type 27, inorganic manipulation, but how can you also use elemental abilities? Her brows furrowed as she studied him. Could it be that you have more than one ability? You tell me. Lin Xian replied impassively, though an unease stirred within him. A nagging thought crossed his mind. What if this isn't an ability at all? After all, what kind of ability came with progress bars and level indicators? There's another thing, Kiki added. It's rare, but some ability users have reportedly lost their abilities entirely. This includes even those at the adamant level. Lost completely? What do you mean? Lin Xian asked. How would I know? Kiki retorted. The reports didn't explain. They only mentioned that these cases happened without any external interference. The researchers speculated it might be related to mental or emotional states, but they couldn't pinpoint the cause. Kiki's revelations gave Lin Xian a paradigm-shifting perspective on the world. Despite the collapse of civilization just months ago, ability users had already become a significant population, fundamentally influencing humanity's survival trajectory. Exhausted from the night's ordeals, Lin Xian ordered the train to maintain a cautious speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Chen Xishuan took the helm in the driver's cabin while Lin Xian stayed nearby, resting briefly. Kiki seems to have many secrets, Chen Xishuan remarked, glancing at Lin Xian as he rested. Everyone has secrets. As long as hers are helpful to us, there's no need to dig too deep, Lin Xian replied, his eyes still closed. What did she just say to you? Chen Xishuan hesitated, her curiosity getting the better of her despite herself. Lin Xian chuckled lightly. What else? She made me promise not to kiss her without her consent. Chen Xishuan's expression turned complex. Oh, I see. A mix of emotions stirred within her. She didn't know where she stood with Lin Xian, whether she'd been willing or unwilling in their earlier encounters. She only knew she was grateful he had saved her. At this point, Lin Xian was her sole pillar of support. He wasn't bad either. His personality even aligned with her preferences. She didn't seem to mind what had happened between them. Was this what they called the suspension bridge effect? What am I even thinking? She scolded herself inwardly. Yesterday's sunrise was at 16:26. We advanced about 50 kilometers toward Beiwang Station. To reach our destination by 1600 hours tomorrow, we'll need to cover at least 370 kilometers, Chun Sichuan calculated aloud, flipping through the logbook. But the JY 3365 section detours through Tsuguan and Yuqi. Factoring in the location of Abyss Zone number 3, Luqing, and Dingzhou, in comparison to our direct route from Jiang City. Chunjie, Lin Xian interrupted, his eyes still closed. Do you think Abyss Zone number 3 could not be the source of the dark tide? Her calculations halted abruptly, and silence filled the cabin. I don't know, Chun Sichuan finally admitted. From a geometric perspective, if every abyss is generating a dark tide and expanding at the same speed on Blue Star, it means their radii grow linearly over time. If the range of an abyss's influence is fixed, there might still be some narrow angles of survival space left for humanity. But if the first polar night isn't the end and the range of the second tide continues to expand, then it's only a matter of time before the polar night covers the entire planet. After the polar night, with the collapse of networks and communication, ordinary people like them had no way of knowing what was happening across the world. They could only piece together clues from radio broadcasts. Without Kiki, they wouldn't have even known that the federal government had classified ability users into categories and developed a standard system. Lin Xian nodded, a trace of unease on his face. If this were true, it meant there was nowhere left to run. Humanity's only option was to learn how to survive in the darkness. Chen Sichuan noticed Lin Xian's worried expression and suddenly said, Lin, do you remember Jiang University's motto? Lin Xian looked at her, and the two spoke in unison. Striving is an unceasing act since the dawn of humanity. After a long pause, they exchanged smiles. As the train wheels turned, everyone aboard was fleeing the darkness, heading toward the dawn. Even if they were to ultimately succumb to the night, they would hold onto the last spark of survival and never stop resisting. Lin Xian felt a measure of calm. If he could grow stronger, even in an environment where the night seemed endless, survival would still be possible. This conviction further solidified his resolve to build the ultimate fortress, a train that could weather any storm. The fog ahead began to thin, and the headlights illuminated a broader field of view. Lin Xian rose, his gaze softening as he observed the distant silhouette of the mountains and fields. Gradually, he brought the train to a halt in a tunnel. Why are we stopping? Chun Sichuan asked, puzzled. Turning around, she was caught off guard as Lin Xian swept her up in a princess carry, a playful grin on his face as he proclaimed, Chunjie, there's one more thing humanity has done unceasingly since the dawn of time. Caught off guard, Chen Sichuan's face flushed crimson. She nervously averted her eyes as her fair neck and earlobes turned a vibrant pink, as beautiful as spring peach blossoms. Aren't you tired? Lin Xian carried her to the bed in the first carriage, his energy renewed. Suddenly, I feel full of vigor. With the carriage doors sealed, the first carriage had become Lin Xian's private living quarters. Chen Sichuan's face burned red as she murmured softly, that. Not convenient. No, it's not that. Her smooth, jade-like skin was irresistible. Even amidst the apocalypse, Lin Xian could still catch the faint, alluring fragrance unique to her, a subtle yet intoxicating scent that made one's heart race. As his breath brushed against her skin, Chen Sichuan felt a shiver run down her spine, his cool breath seeping into her pores and sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through her. Blushing deeply, she pulled the blanket over her face and whispered, Could you grab my bag? It has that. Got it. I'm a bit gentler. The heavy train rested silently in the dark tunnel, its armored shell shielding it from the terrifying abyss outside. Within, the warm yellow light cast a cozy glow over the plush bedding, providing a sense of safety and comfort. The two intertwined, breaking the barriers between their souls and bodies. One figure was tall and lean, the other graceful and supple. Their movements ebbed and flowed, like a racing war machine or a mighty ship breaking through the waves. The night deepened. In car 2, Luo Shasha was sound asleep on the top bunk, while Kiki, lying below with her head buried under a pillow, blushed furiously. The strange rhythmic sounds from the next carriage were impossible to ignore. Gritting her teeth, she muttered curses under her breath, mentally drawing circles to curse a certain someone. Tomorrow, she resolved, she'd install soundproofing panels in car 2 and weld on an extra layer of steel for good measure. Clang, clang. A standard railway stretched eastward through the mountainous terrain for over 1,000 miles. Since departing Jiang City, the infinite train reached daylight for the first time after an overnight journey. At 1547, dawn arrived earlier than anticipated. Chun Si-Xuan, who had stayed up all night managing the train, hadn't yet rested. Taking advantage of the daylight, she and Luo Shasha, along with Luo Yi, began tallying the supplies they had gathered during the night. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, in the driver's cabin, gulped down an entire bottle of water, feeling significantly refreshed. Thankfully, the night's travel had been uneventful, aside from smashing a few stray zombies, which had caused no significant trouble for the train's operation. Good thing the mechanical heart was upgraded. Dragging this many carriages would have been impossible otherwise, Lin Xian muttered. The electric locomotive's stored energy efficiency had been reduced due to the added load. Combined with the strain on Lin Xian's ability, it meant he had to stop and rest every 3 to 4 hours. The energy issue is something we can't ignore anymore, he thought. To address this, Lin Xian envisioned a system beyond his energy recovery mechanism, incorporating a generator or an auxiliary fuel tank. Such equipment could ensure continuous train operation even when he was too exhausted to use his ability. In theory, breaking the energy consumption limits imposed by increased weight would require integrating a small nuclear power unit with his upgraded ability. Only then could they achieve perpetual motion. Lin Ji, from a distance, Luo Shasha excitedly called out from one of the train carriages. Come quick! With the train now stopped, Lin Xian had been considering taking a breather. Hearing her call, he walked over. The rear ramp of car 5 had already been lowered. On the grassy slope by the tracks, all sorts of supplies were spread out, many still stained with blood due to the haste of the previous night's gathering. Look at this, Lin Xian! Chun Si-Xuan exclaimed joyfully, wiping sweat from her brow with a towel. Not far from the tracks, a small stream allowed her to rinse the supplies while tallying them. Kiki jumped down from the train and grabbed Chun Si-Xuan's inventory sheet. Her eyes lit up immediately. 3 Colts, 2 Glocks, 17 assorted automatic rifles, and even an A33K sniper rifle. Plus, look at all this ammo. And this. Luo Shasha chimed in, holding up their prized M36 grenade launcher. This thing packs a punch. Lin Xian exhaled in relief. Looking at the spoils scattered everywhere, he smiled faintly. Looks like we won't need to use blades to take down giant bugs anymore. Wait, there's something else, something you won't believe. Kiki grinned mischievously as she climbed into an armored vehicle's carriage. She opened the driver's door and retrieved a remote control. Pressing the button, she activated the mechanism. On the roof of the armored car, a drone pod opened. 2 small reconnaissance drones rose smoothly into the air. With these, we can patrol a 10-kilometer radius without leaving the train, Kiki announced proudly. This Qianyu from the Black Jiao convoy sure knew his stuff, Lin Xian remarked surprised. These are worth a fortune. Too bad his heavy truck and fuel tanker got driven off, Luo Shasha said with a trace of regret. Besides this, Chun Si-Xuan added, the 2 cargo carriages we raided from Tanghai yielded over 400 cans of food, 41 boxes of water, 6 boxes of cola, and 3 boxes of red wine. Not to mention perishables that filled half a container and over 1,000 liters of gasoline. She exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the abundance. It's almost ridiculous. The supplies in those 2 carriages alone are worth more than everything we found in the other vehicles combined. Well, that makes sense, Lin Xian said, his tone serious. Tanghai holed up in an air raid bunker and looted countless survivors. This is his entire stash. The sheer volume of supplies, enough to sustain 20 people for over 3 months, was far more than Lin Xian's group of 5 needed. They were flush with resources, free from immediate worries about food and water. By the way, there's something else. Chen Xishuan pointed towards the rear of the train. Besides the 4 cars they had taken, Lin Xian noticed something at the very back he had missed earlier. There, on the last 2 flatbeds, sat a Steel Guard 3 military assault exosuit and a TFE 600 heavy dual-barrel tank, both over 3 meters tall. Startled, Lin Xian asked, "When did you load these onto the train? Did you use the crane?" That seemed unlikely, as the small electric crane couldn't have handled such heavy machinery. Besides, he was the only one who could operate it. Oomph! A smug snort came from behind. Kiki, arms crossed, jumped down from the train, her face full of pride. "Of course, it was me who loaded them. These things are so heavy. It took quite a bit of effort." Lin Xian was delighted. He had planned to dismantle them for parts if repairs weren't feasible. But now, thanks to Kiki's ability, they were already secured on the train. Letting her rest early the previous night had been the right call. She'd proven invaluable. "Well done. You've earned yourself a can of meat today." "Puffed. Who cares about your meat cans?" Kiki smirked. "If you really want to thank me, fix that radar system and those computers for me today. Oh, and the heater too. It was freezing last night." "Cold, was it?" Lin Xian glanced at Chen Xishuan, who blushed and avoided his gaze. "Yeah, it was below freezing even during the day." As if to underscore the point, a biting wind swept through, making everyone shiver. The weather was growing colder. Snowstorms loomed, and the dropping temperature posed another challenge for the survivors. Kiki and Chen Xishuan rummaged through the gathered luggage, finding a few pieces of warm clothing. Lin Xian and Luo Yi, likely thanks to their ability-enhanced physiques, didn't feel the cold as much. "Where's the Lu?" Due to Luo Yi's size, everyone had agreed to nickname him the Lu. "Linji," Luo Yi called out, standing near the supplies. He was repairing a motorcycle, Lin Xian's, to be exact. "Didn't I tell you? He's better at fixing things," Kiki said with interest. The Lu scratched his head sheepishly, holding a wrench. "I know a little about this stuff." "Really?" Lin Xian smiled. "Since we're all on the same side, let's get everything out in the open." He stepped into car 5, retrieved a heavy steel plate, and tossed it to the ground. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious glow enveloped the plate. It floated, rapidly reshaping itself into a perfectly molded shield before dropping back down. Everyone was stunned. Chen Xishuan covered her mouth in shock. It was the first time Lin Xian had demonstrated the full scope of his mechanical heart to anyone beyond operating the train. Luo Shasha gasped. "Whoa, Linji, what kind of ability do you have?" Even Kiki's eyes widened as she watched, puffing her cheeks in disbelief. She had thought Lin Xian's ability was limited to controlling the train or creating ice. But seeing him manipulate steel like this suggested a skill set far broader and eerily similar to her own. Despite having reviewed all the internal data from the Angel Project, she found herself utterly. At that moment, everyone turned to Lin Xian. After pondering all night, he decided to explain his abilities openly. "Yes, I have more than one ability. Besides powering the train, I can repair and create machinery. That's precisely why I dare to launch this infinite train project." He realized it would be impractical to keep secretly devouring and crafting machines. Since these were his teammates, it was better to be honest. "If I have the materials and blueprints, I can directly manufacture weapons, equipment, armor, anything mechanical. I can handle it." The Luo siblings exchanged stunned glances. Luo Shasha gasped, "Whoa. Linji, you're amazing. I knew I saved the right person." Lin Xian's gaze shifted to Kiki, intrigued. "Little girl, what I just said includes your ideas for radar systems, sentry systems, weapon systems, defense systems, drones, rail cars, medical units, life support systems, powered armor. Now, do you still think my infinite train project is a pipe dream?" Kiki's expression wavered. She opened her mouth, but quickly closed it again, unwilling to admit defeat as she met Lin Xian's smiling eyes. "So what? Can you design and control all those systems by yourself?" "No." Lin Xian's smile widened as he looked at her. That's why I need a genius like you. Without your information center, all of this would just be a hollow framework. Kiki's eyes flickered with a hint of delight. She glanced slyly at Lin Xian, clearly pleased, and said with exaggerated nonchalance, "Oh, this is flattering. Fine. If you can get the heater working, I might consider joining." "Deal." Lin Xian took a deep breath, glancing at Chen Sichuan and the others. "At first, I just wanted to build a mobile safe haven, a fortress where we could survive the cursed darkness and this apocalypse. But after this train began moving, I realized every day is a struggle against terror and danger. Like me, you've all faced uncertainty, running and hiding just for a chance to breathe and drink some water. The polar night killed countless people, and those who survived are on the brink of madness. I realized something. In this freezing, apocalyptic darkness, this train needs friends, people who can help us survive longer and go farther. The planetary orbital rail is 320,000 kilometers long. We may not finish it, and we may not escape the polar night, but as long as there's a chance to live one more day, I won't give up. As long as I have strength, this train won't stop. I want everyone on this train to be family, facing life and death together." His words were calm and casual, as if he were simply chatting. But the others' expressions changed quietly. Kiki put away her usual mischievous demeanor, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian, lost in thought. Luo Shasha bit her lip, her timid unease replaced by a hint of hope. Delu looked at his sister, then at Lin Xian, and nodded silently, his expression resolute. Even Chen Sichuan's eyes reddened. Initially, she had followed Lin Xian purely for survival, but hearing him articulate his plan and beliefs stirred her deeply. For a fleeting moment, she thought, even though the days ahead might be filled with disaster and running, someday the sun would rise again. "All right, let's set up some basic roles," Lin Xian said with a sigh of relief. As the team grew, he felt more secure. "Got it." Luo Shasha raised her hand enthusiastically, her face brimming with energy. "Lin Ji, I can take night watch. Don't treat me like a kid." Lin Xian chuckled. "With how skilled you are with that grenade launcher, who'd mistake you for a kid?" "Hee." Luo Shasha giggled, clearly proud. "I'm in," Chen Sichuan said with a rare smile. Since the polar night, she hadn't felt this lighthearted. "Whatever you need, Lin Ji," Delu added. "Same here." Kiki smiled, her expression unusually serious. "All right," Lin Xian nodded. After finishing the inventory, he assigned roles. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan would take turns driving the train. During stops, Delu would handle watch duty. With his mechanical skills, he'd also help with inspections and maintenance, as Lin Xian couldn't handle every small repair himself as the train expanded. As for Kiki, Lin Xian planned to collaborate with her on the train's future designs. Once the radar and sentry systems were operational, they'd have an extra layer of security. This major haul gave Lin Xian immense confidence in the Infinite Train project. Beyond his growing abilities, adding the capable Luo siblings was a huge boost. Delu's straightforward and reliable personality, coupled with his enhanced ability and imposing physique, provided a strong sense of safety. Whether in combat or technical work, he was a valuable teammate. Luo Shasha, though young, was mature and loyal. Lin Xian assigned her to assist Chen Sichuan and Kiki. With her own small bed and the train's protection, she seemed far less anxious and happily helped organize the train's layout. According to their route, they would soon leave the mountains and enter Yubei. As a first-tier city far from the Abyss Zone, Yubei had entered the polar night relatively late. Both Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan anticipated immense complications there. Yet the train had to pass through Yubei's main hub to access the planetary orbital rail. Before that, many systems still needed to be completed, making the situation highly challenging. The gas-powered locomotive had a steam heating system, and the passenger cars had warm air systems. The fastest solution was to connect the circuits and use the warm air directly. However, Cars 1 to 2 and Cars 3 to 5 were vastly different models from different eras. Given Lin Xian's plans for a water and air circulation system for the whole train, he decided to work with Kiki to design an electric-driven water-steam cycle and filtration system connected to Car 1. This system could provide heat while distilling clean water for drinking and even showers. Kiki and Lin Xian also planned to install an optical targeting system and a small phased array radar at the front of the train for emergency alerts. The surveillance and sentry systems for the entire train, however, required considerable effort. Setting up a close-in weapon system, CIWS, on the train would require significant resources, including electricity, maintenance, and factory-grade ammunition supplies. These were long-term goals, as were the medical, plant cultivation, and oxygen recycling systems. For now, Lin Xian prioritized helping Kiki install the information system salvage from the Air Raid Bunker Command Center into Car 2, along with the optical targeting system, phased array radar, and, of course, the heater. One looming challenge remained: how to repair damaged rail tracks during travel. That would be the next major hurdle to tackle. This issue was the most troublesome for Lin Xian. No matter how powerful the train became, without a usable track, wouldn't it be reduced to a mere joke? For Lin Xian, there was still so much to do, and yet the road ahead was filled. In Car 2, a simple information center with multiple screens had been set up for Kiki. Once the optical targeting and radar systems were connected, the train could scan a 3-kilometer fan-shaped radius ahead. However, a response module still needed to be designed, one that could identify potential threats during operation and issue emergency stop alerts. This was beyond Lin Xian's expertise, so he could only leave it to Kiki. That's strange, Kiki muttered, fiddling with Lin Xian's radio. We're well away from the ionization effects of the Abyss Zone, and it's daytime. Why can't we pick up any long-wave signals? After tinkering for a while, she sighed in frustration and gave up. What about the network? Lin Xian asked. Don't even think about it. Kiki, wearing headphones, continued working swiftly on the system. Her tone was flat. I know the federal government still has some operational satellites in orbit, but they've either been damaged or deliberately jammed. Lin Xian felt a twinge of unease. He had been able to receive a call from Chun Sichuan in Jiang City not long ago, but now even basic communication seemed impossible. What frustrated him most was the long-wave radio he had high hopes for. It was completely useless. The train, deep within the mountains, could only pick up short-wave frequencies within a 100-200-kilometer radius. Yet even these yielded little, as the area was sparsely populated except for a few villages and towns. Thus, Lin Xian and his group experienced their most peaceful yet busiest day since leaving Jiang City. The train ran from dawn to dusk, utilizing the reserves of the electric locomotive. However, as fatigue set in and for safety reasons, Lin Xian decided to stop for the night on a relatively flat plain. After nightfall, all blackout curtains on the train were lowered. From the outside, the enormous train emitted a faint glow, stationary on the tracks. Cars 3 and 4, now heavily armored, stood out. Unlike the original carriages, the armor here was a mix of standard steel and remnants of high-strength steel Lin Xian had previously salvaged, barely sufficient for now. After the tasks had been divided earlier, Chun Sichuan took on the role of a caring matron. She carried rations and water, distributing them among the group. When she arrived at Car 5, she noticed Lin Xian wasn't inside. Instead, he was on the last flatbed carriage, tinkering with what looked like a piece of mechanical armor. The faint moonlight illuminated his silhouette, busy at work. Scan complete. Blueprint retrieval failed. Target lacks a core drive source. Unable to generate blueprint information. Figures. Lin Xian sighed, turning off his flashlight as he gazed at the massive humanoid machine before him, disappointment evident on his face. Too bad. I'll have to devour it. At least the materials should be worthwhile. Unable to repair or retrieve a blueprint, the best use for the machine was as fuel for the growth of his mechanical heart. After ensuring the surrounding dark fields were safe, Lin Xian sat down and began the devouring process. Devour progress, 1%. Devour progress, 3%. Watching the progress bar creep forward, Lin Xian estimated it would take several hours to fully process the machine. As the long night dragged on, the task was finally completed. Devour successful. Mechanical source points plus 100, mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 40. Bonus rewards: strength plus 2, speed plus 1, defense plus 1. Suddenly, a flash of violet light appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have acquired an additional skill reward, Backlash. Backlash. Rare, perform a rapid forward thrust using wind currents. Upgrading this skill significantly enhances speed and thrust distance. Whoa, a rare skill. But the name sounds kinda... Despite his initial thoughts, Lin Xian was ecstatic. It was his first rare skill, and it seemed to be a movement technique, greatly enhancing his mobility. I wonder how effective it is. He opened his disassembly space, his excitement growing as he reviewed the materials he had acquired. Disassembly. You have gained tungsten titanium alloy type 1 times 5, high manganese steel times 10, forged inner armor steel times 3, titanium alloy times 3. Tungsten titanium alloy type 1? That's not something you see in civilian use. Lin Xian was stunned. Such military-grade materials could only be found on cutting-edge equipment like this. Regular weapons wouldn't contain anything like it. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the dark. Who's there? It's me. Kiki stepped out from behind the train, a sly grin on her face as she approached. Lin Xian, who was about to begin devouring the TFE 600 heavy dual-barrel tank, paused and asked, "What do you want?" Kiki hesitated, looking slightly awkward. "I wanted to thank you." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. "Go on. Thank you for letting me stay in car 2 and for saving me earlier." Her voice was soft. "It's nothing." Lin Xian placed his hand on the tank, activating mechanical devour as he spoke. "Without your help, whether it was with that giant bug or at the military outpost, we'd all be dead." He hadn't expected Kiki to come and express her gratitude, and the tension he had felt toward her eased. On one hand, her ability had been instrumental in their survival twice now. On the other, her sheer power still made him uneasy. Unaware of his thoughts, Kiki's face lit up slightly at his words. She suddenly held out her hand. "Here, take this." Lin Xian glanced at the small silver object in her hand. Accepting it, he realized it was a portable hard drive. "What's this?" "Initial data from the Angel Project. I copied it all. Plus, I found a blueprint for the GK03 Electro Blade in some old files. I notice you're always carrying around that old knife. Since you can craft things, why not give this a try?" She added, "But the materials might be tricky, like the high-frequency current transformer it needs." Lin Xian froze for a moment. While his mechanical ability made using a knife a necessity, hearing this name, GK03 Electric Blade, this was incredible. He recalled reading about it on military forums. Developed by Kahua Heavy Industries for the Starfleet Iron Guard Brigade, it was a standard-issue melee weapon for close combat. Although it had limited production due to its energy demands and practicality issues, it was undeniably impressive. Moreover, with some modifications, the electric blade's principles could be adapted for use on his train. Noticing the eager glint in Lin Xian's eyes, Kiki tilted her head and asked, "So, truce?" Lin Xian chuckled, weighing the portable drive in his hand. "Are you referring to the time you stole bread?" "And the time I attacked you," Kiki replied with a cheeky grin. "Also, I no longer think your project is boring. I think it's genius." "Oh," Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you the heir of the Dawn Project's Level 2 investors?" Why the sudden change of heart? Kiki took a deep breath. "I know you probably think I'm lying again, but the Dawn Project is real, and so is my identity. My father and I traveled by helicopter to Mount Daluo, which was supposed to house underground city number 9 of the project. But after the first polar night, the federal government collapsed, and the project likely suffered setbacks. Honestly, if it were me, I wouldn't want to be buried underground, waiting for those monsters to come knocking every day." "Sounds sincere." "It is." Kiki looked exasperated. "This time, I'm not lying, I swear." She raised 3 fingers to emphasize her sincerity. Lin Xian nodded. Do you know why I designed this train project, despite all the issues you're concerned about? Isn't it because of your mechanical ability? Kiki ventured tentatively. That's a subjective reason, not an objective one, Lin Xian replied, tapping his fingers on the tank with a serious expression. You might think I'm delusional, but I've listened to Apocalypse Radio's analyses of the dark tides by the Federal Union. My conclusion is that none of us can truly escape the encroaching darkness. After the federal government collapsed, the Apocalypse Union was formed, a coalition of the remaining nations on Blue Planet. In those early days, survivors could still receive rescue and defense broadcasts via long-wave radio. However, after the polar night, likely due to their proximity to Abyss Zone Number 3, such signals ceased entirely. Can't escape? Then why build this train? Kiki asked, puzzled. Lin Xian's expression turned steely. The Jiang City Vanguard discovered that heading east could evade the dark tides and bring daylight sooner. This is valuable information. But the problem is that if the source of the polar night isn't just normal darkness, and if the dark tides aren't what people imagine, something you can simply outrun by going east, then what? Here's an example. When we left Jiang City, every 300 kilometers we traveled east brought dawn forward by an hour. But what about 3,000 kilometers to the east? Does that mean we no longer need to run? According to initial polar night observations, if the darkness originates from the abyss, then those in Desert City, near Abyss Zone Number 4, 15,600 kilometers northeast of us, should they flee west or east? Kiki's eyes brightened as realization dawned. Oh, so you're taking the planetary orbital rail because it skirts the abysses, or at least stays near their edges. Exactly, Lin Xian said bluntly. Now let me ask you this. If Abyss Zone Number 3 spreads its dark tides at a rate of 300 kilometers per day, how long would it take to cover the entire planet? Kiki frowned, thinking hard. Let me calculate. No need. 1,066 days. That long. Long. Lin Xian's face grew grave. Did you forget that there are 13 abysses on Blue Planet? Kiki froze, her brow furrowing. Lin Xian's voice grew firm. The planetary orbital rail is fixed, and eventually it will be overtaken by the abyss's expansion. That's why this is only my first stage plan. My mechanical ability isn't just about racing along the orbital rail. I want to free this train from the constraints of the tracks. Or one day, his voice deepened. I want this train to fly. Kiki's eyes widened in shock. She stared at Lin Xian, her pupils filled with disbelief. His audacious idea left her mind blank. She couldn't even begin to imagine what it would look like. A fully armed, heavy train soaring into the skies. Seeing her speechless, Lin Xian continued, I don't fully understand the specifics yet, and no one knows the true cause of the polar night. But during our escape, we'll inevitably venture into the dark zones. So, if we don't want to sit here waiting to die, we have two choices. Escape to the dawn, or Lin Xian's gaze burned fiercely as he finished. Defeat the darkness. Jiang City had already been swallowed by the polar night. It had lost its long-wave signals over 20 days ago. To gather the latest information about the world and escape the eerie grasp of the polar night, Lin Xian had no choice but to flee eastward. Although his mechanical heart held immense potential, it was more functional than combative in its initial stages. Take that massive bug, for instance. If he had been driving a car, he wouldn't have survived in the wild. Hey, I think you're a bit more capable than I imagined, Kiki suddenly said. Lin Xian gave a wry smile. You should go rest. You'll need to take over the watch later tonight. All right, Kiki replied with a smile. She turned to leave, but paused after a couple of steps. Turning back, she asked, By the way, can you control other machinery besides the train? I think so. Why? What are you referring to? He asked. For example, mechas. I'm talking about fully functional ones, like the Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-3 series of light assault types, or even the heavy-duty military destroyer series. If you could get one of those, you wouldn't have to worry about fighting those mass. Lin Xian's gaze flickered slightly. I'd love that, but if only there were a chance. Who hadn't dreamed of such things? If he could, who would want to fight bugs with a knife? Who wouldn't want to pilot a Gundam? But let alone such heavy equipment, even advanced combat machinery was rare, and blueprints for them were practically non-existent. Buzz. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed across the silent plains. Both Lin Xian and Kiki's expressions shifted as they turned to look. In the distance, a bright light flickered unsteadily, growing louder and closer. Hearing the noise, Teacher Chun and the other two also ran over from a nearby carriage. A motorcycle? What's going on? Kiki moved to stand behind the armored vehicle. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed in vigilance. Seeing that only one vehicle was approaching, he didn't immediately stop his devouring process. With the building and Kiki here, he felt less anxious. Suddenly, the motorcycle's headlight flashed twice, paused, and flashed twice again. Two short flashes, one long. Lin Xian muttered, furrowing his brows. It looks like they're signaling friendliness, but stay alert. He gestured toward Teacher Chun and the others in Car 5, signaling them to stay hidden. Hey, don't shoot. From a few hundred meters away, the rider began shouting. In moments, the motorcycle kicked up snow and dust as it sped across the plains, entering the train's light radius. Screech. The motorcycle skidded to a stylish stop at the bottom of the track slope. There were two riders, a man and a woman. The man, appearing in his early 30s, had light stubble and vaguely handsome features. He dismounted, removed his helmet, and smiled. The woman, clad in leather pants and jacket, had a cold demeanor, with two pistols strapped to her thighs. Lin Xian eyed them warily. Who are you? The man raised his hands and smiled. Don't be alarmed. No hostility here. Allow me to introduce myself. Jiang Yun, captain of the chasing wind convoy, and this is my deputy, Ren Huiyan. I noticed you after you left Beiwang and entered the mountains. Jiang Yun's gaze swept over Lin Xian and Kiki before landing on the distant Car 5, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It seems I was right. There's more than one ability user here, Jiang Yun said. Lin Xian and the other's expression shifted. Who was this person, and how could he tell they were ability users? What do you want? Kiki asked sharply, eyeing them. Of course, there's a reason I'm here, Jiang Yun replied, pointing toward the track ahead. About 30 kilometers forward is Chu Guan City. Over a dozen convoys are stationed there, all gathered on frequency 7. I've organized a mutual aid bonfire there. Would you be interested? Mutual aid bonfire? What's that? Kiki asked. It's where nearby survivors gather to exchange goods, information, and more. In these times, who hasn't run into trouble? Jiang Yun replied with a smile. Oh, you can gather around a bonfire? Aren't you worried about attracting monsters? Kiki asked, looking amazed. Sorry, not interested, Lin Xian interjected, refusing outright. No need to be so tense, my friend, Jiang Yun said calmly, scrutinizing Lin Xian. Judging by your setup, you face quite a bit of trouble along the way. Train armor. Huh? Well, the main rail sections are still clear due to the Federation Phoenix's ongoing military operations. If you have an electrical or unified control ability, this route could be advantageous. Jiang Yun then pulled a small object from his pocket, a dark red glass bead. This is what the Phoenix calls a weird blood essence, but we wanderers usually just call it a red bean. I'm guessing your radio can't pick up signals, right? If it could, you'd already be on frequency 7 or the Phoenix's long-wave channels. With this, wrap copper wire around it and attach it to your radio antenna. It resonates with dark energy and can receive ionized signals. He paused, tossing the bead lightly in his hand. But be cautious. Using this doesn't just pick up human signals. You can actually receive long-wave signals. Kiki exclaimed. Where'd you get this red bean? Finally, the cold-faced woman on the motorcycle spoke up. Kill any eerie entity in the dark. They all have them. Exactly, Jiang Yun nodded, his eyes sharp. The Phoenix broadcasts critical information on LW01, while Wanderers use AM07 and AM09 for relatively friendly exchanges. But be careful. There are plenty of malicious folks out there in these apocalyptic times. Putting his helmet back on, Jiang Yun glanced at Lin Xian again. It's just an invitation, friend. Whether you come is up to you. If you do, You might find useful information, food, water, weapons, supplies, abilities, dark artifacts. Just about anything can be traded. By the way, our bonfire locations usually conduct soul wave value tests, reducing the likelihood of encountering eerie entities or events. But beware of zombies, it might draw them. If you come, make sure not to bring trouble. Buzz. Without further ado, Jiang Yun revved his motorcycle and sped off. Wow, survivors can actually gather like that, Kiki marveled, looking at Lin Xian. It seems some people already have equipment for testing soul wave values. What do you think? Interested? Of course. Here's the continuation translated. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression calmed. Jiang Yun wasn't wrong. He was indeed overly tense. Ever since leaving Jiang City, it had been nothing but trouble along the way, leaving little room to breathe. That was why he had instinctively rejected Jiang Yun's invitation without much thought. But now, after hearing what Jiang Yun said, Lin Xian realized that attending this mutual aid bonfire might be essential. What a shame. That giant bug and spider we encountered earlier. I didn't even think to look for one of those red beads, Kiki said, clearly regretting it. Lin Xian glanced at her. You didn't have anything about them in your data? Kiki pouted. Didn't I tell you? My report was based on early-stage initial findings. The situation changes daily. There's a lot we know now that the authorities might not, like the strange fog we encountered in Beiwang. It wasn't in the official reports at all. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. We need to figure out how to get one of those red beads. And I'm particularly interested in what Jiang Yun mentioned about soul wave value testing and information on ability evolution. Food and water weren't Lin Xian's primary concerns right now. The real problem was the lack of information. Stumbling forward blindly was a dangerous gamble. Teacher Chun, Lin Xian called out to Chun Sichuan. Start the electric locomotive. Let's head to Chuwan Station and take a look. Kiki building, Shasha. You stay on high alert. Got it. Chun Sichuan responded with a nod, immediately heading to get things running. Yay! Kiki cheered excitedly as she dashed off toward her information center. The siblings, Building and Shasha, also grabbed their guns and assumed watchful positions. Buzz, the infinite train, jolted to life in the darkness of the night, slowly beginning its journey forward. Lin Xian took a deep breath and focused on devouring the heavy TFE 600 dual-barrel tank. The night wind was biting, and he couldn't help but shiver. It's getting colder, he muttered. Hurry up, dead hand, devour it. Devouring progress, 50%. Devouring progress, 80%. Devour complete. Mechanical source points plus 60. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 30. Additional rewards. Strength plus 4. Speed plus 1. Defense plus 1. There was no expected flash of golden light. The damaged tank yielded no new skills. So far, Lin Xian had gained 3 skills, 2 of which came from intact machinery. Had he not obtained a new skill from that broken mecha earlier, he would have assumed skills could only be acquired from fully functional equipment. Current mechanical heart level, LV.2, 170 over 1000. Reminder, leveling up the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. Upon reaching LV3, LV6, and LV9, it unlocks mysterious awakenings. Strength level, 223%. Burst output, 200 kilograms. Speed level, 164%. Max speed, 10 meters per second. Defense level, 123%. Hardened bones, toughened skin. Mechanical awakening, not awakened. Mechanical devour, LV.2, 278/500 improves devour efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing, LV.1, 112/300 improves construction efficiency. Mechanical passives, scan/repair/disassemble. Special skills. Wind cannon, common, LV.2, 6%. Ice shield, common, LV.1, 22%. Backlash, rare, LV.1, 0%. The massive tank disintegrated into ashes in his hands, and Lin Xian exhaled deeply. Finally, he had a chance to devour such big machines at his leisure. He glanced at the frayed electric locomotive trailing behind the train. Having teammates really made a difference. It allowed him to tackle larger tasks without worry. Judging by the size of this beast, it would likely take even longer than devouring the generator system. This thing will take at least 10 hours to finish. Let's check out that so-called mutual aid bonfire first, Lin Xian decided, exhaling deeply. The train rolled steadily forward as Lin Xian walked from car 5 toward the cab. Lin Xian, didn't that guy mention something about electrical or unified control abilities? He didn't seem all that surprised that we're running a train. Chun Sichuan noted perceptively, catching nuances in the man's tone. That's because he's definitely an ability user too, Lin Xian replied solemnly. It's possible we're not the first train he's seen. He mentioned that the authorities and the Starfleet are still conducting large-scale operations. This suggests that in major cities, basic functions may still be running. Resistance and research haven't completely stopped. It's just that we're near Abyss Zone number 3, and information has likely been cut off from us. Chen Sichuan's eyes lit up with hope. For some reason, hearing that survivors are helping each other and that the authorities are still working makes everything feel a little less oppressive. Lin Xian sighed. What I care about is whether the main rail lines are still usable. The main rail routes were critical for large-scale material and military logistics. Unless intentionally sabotaged, they would be priority targets for protection. Lin Xian had thought about rail issues before. Unless there was significant damage, he could use rail steel and his mechanical abilities to weld and repair tracks. Kiki's abilities could also help lay tracks if needed. As long as he advanced his mechanical powers, minor track problems shouldn't be too challenging. The night deepened, the surroundings silent, as the infinite train rolled into a small station where multiple tracks intersected. All 5 aboard heightened their vigilance. As soon as the train stopped, a young man peeked out cautiously from behind a platform pillar and waved at them. "Are you here for the bonfire exchange?" he asked, his voice wary. Lin Xian furrowed his brow and opened the cab door. "Were you waiting for us?" The young man nodded. "I'm with the Chasing Wind convoy. Brother Yin told me to wait here and ask if a train arrived whether you were coming to the bonfire. If you are, I can guide you there." "We're going." "Wait a moment," Lin Xian said, closing the cab door. "How many of us are going?" Chen Sichuan asked. Lin Xian walked toward the rear carriages. "Let's load some supplies first. Kiki and Building will come with me. Chen Sichuan, you and Shasha stay and guard the train. Use the walkie-talkie if anything happens." "Got it. Be careful," Chen Sichuan replied. They loaded supplies and weapons onto a jeep, unhooked it from the trailer, and drove onto the platform with Building at the wheel. Building and Kiki's abilities were powerful, so Lin Xian brought them along for extra presence at the survivor gathering. Meanwhile, Chun Sichuan and Shasha stayed behind to guard the train. With weapons in hand, they were reasonably secure. The young man's eyes nearly popped out as he gawked at the heavily armored train. When he saw them unload a jeep, he quickly pushed out a small dirt bike from behind the platform. "Follow me, and try to keep quiet. There are a lot of zombies in the city. We're camped in an abandoned factory about 10 kilometers out," he explained. "Let's go," Lin Xian said, nodding. Buzz. The motorcycle's headlight lit up as the young man led the way. Building drove the jeep with Lin Xian and Kiki in tow. "I'm guessing there will be more than a few ability users at this gathering. If anything happens, follow my lead," Lin Xian instructed. Building silently nodded, while Kiki smiled. The fact that they've all gathered means these convoys likely have those red beads for their radios. They must not be ordinary people. We need to get some of those beads ourselves. Who knows? They might not just connect radios, but satellites too. Lin Xian exhaled. Those beads seem to resonate with the dark tide's energy, meaning the tides are causing significant interference with our communications. Extracting them from those monsters is no small task. They're undoubtedly valuable. "True," Kiki agreed. "Let's see what happens. Worst case, we'll just kill another one of those bugs." Lin Xian. The vehicles wound along a narrow road, avoiding the city, and sped through a forest. Before long, an open area came into view, and the silhouette of an abandoned factory loomed in the distance. Around the factory were over a dozen convoys, with at least 100 vehicles of various sizes. Dim lights flickered from within, and shadows moved as survivors huddled in groups. Some vehicles had armed guards standing watch. Lin Xian noticed that most of the license plates came from different regions, confirming that these survivors weren't all from the same place. As their jeep approached, it attracted curious glances from several groups. Lin Xian found it strange that all the convoys kept a notable distance from the factory. Inside the factory itself, faint bonfire light flickered. It must be the bonfire Jiang Yun had mentioned. "Stop here," the young man said, pointing to an open space nearby. Everyone parks their vehicles outside. Usually, only leaders or captains go inside to talk. Also, don't bring weapons. It's a gesture of goodwill. But you should leave someone to guard your car. "Wow, this is pretty organized," Kiki remarked in surprise. "It feels like a mob deal." The young man chuckled awkwardly. "People come from all over, and we don't know each other well. Sitting down peacefully means no weapons. Otherwise, it'd just be chaos like with those apocalyptic bandits." Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Building, stay, and guard the jeep. Kiki and I will go." "Got it, Brother Lin," Building replied with a nod. Lin Xian and Kiki climbed out of the jeep and followed the young man toward the factory. "If you're an ability user, bringing weapons doesn't matter anyway," the young man chatted as they walked. "It's just a gesture of goodwill." He pointed at some vehicles in the distance. "See those? Many are painted red or orange, or they're flying specific flags. This comes from old maritime practices where ships in pirate-infested waters marked themselves as protected or capable of armed retaliation. Now, convoys use it as a neutral symbol to show they're not bandits and to avoid misunderstandings." Lin Xian's gaze swept across the scene. Most vehicles indeed bore splashes of color, though it was unclear if the markings were paint or blood. Human civilization as a species was peculiar. When order collapses, it has a way of spontaneously generating new forms of order. In the darkness, these fragile systems of order, like flickering flames, quickly drew the scattered remnants of humanity together. In an environment full of unknowns, anyone attempting to plunder others had to be prepared to be plundered in return. Convoys like the Oasis convoy, which immediately resorted to roadside ambushes, were quickly branded as bandits, disruptors of this fragile new order. Doesn't gathering so many people in one place attract monsters? Lin Xian asked tentatively. "Oh, you're talking about the soul wave detectors, huh? Those things are tricky. They require the power of red beans, and they're consumables." The Phoenix Federation previously shared blueprints for a simplified harmonic detection device that survivors could build to improve their survival chances. Some skilled mechanics among the survivors managed to make a few. "Our chasing wind convoy has one. It cost us dearly." At this, Kiki turned to Lin Xian, her eyes sparkling. She nudged him with her elbow. Hey. Lin Xian's heart stirred as he exchanged a glance with Kiki. Of course, he understood her message. Mechanical manufacturing? That was his specialty. Why bother with makeshift, handcrafted devices when he could achieve industrial precision with the right materials and blueprints? "So, these detectors can be traded too?" Lin Xian inquired. "Of course," the young man exclaimed, his eyes wide. "They're highly sought after, practically priceless. Unless you're near a large city or a major survivor hub, where are you going to find a genius mechanic building detectors in the wilderness? Plus, it's not just about the devices. Supplies are scarce, the cold is biting, and resources like heating systems, water purifiers, radios, and medicine are in high demand. Even rainwater under the dark tides is lethal to drink, and the temperature keeps dropping. At this rate, we'll freeze to death even if the zombies don't get us." The young man's chatter continued as they trudged through the... "Here we are. Brother Yun is inside. You can talk to him. I need to go back on watch." He pointed into the factory. The once functional workshops were now ruins. In the center, someone had lit a bonfire, casting a warm orange glow over the wreckage. Shadows from a dozen figures danced in the firelight. The group, men and women of various ages, turned to look as Lin Xian and Kiki approached. Some stood, others sat on the ground or on rubble, while one person swigged from a bottle. Among them, Jiang Yun spotted Lin Xian and smiled. "Over here. How should I address you?" "Lin Xian, Kiki," he replied. "Got it. And your convoy?" Jiang Yun asked, seemingly referring to their convoy's name. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian answered, "Infinite convoy. An infinite convoy that runs on a train." "Okay." Jiang Yun gestured for Lin Xian and Kiki to join the group. "Relax, there aren't many rules here. Just say what you need, and if others are interested, they'll trade with you. Of course, others might compete for the same item, but the choice is yours. Besides that, gatherings like these are rare. It's a chance to share recent events, dangers, or intel. If we cross paths in the future, it's better to be acquainted. For example, if you're taking the Jiangyu line to Yubei City, some here travel that route. Others head toward Feng City or Xing City. While we're all moving east, the routes differ." Lin Xian nodded. "I heard you're running a train?" Jiang Yun said, and before Lin Xian could respond, a short-haired woman in her 30s spoke up. "Shu Qin, from the Bigfoot convoy." She introduced herself before continuing. "No offense, but we saw a federal train transporting heavy equipment near Mount Daluo a few days ago. It looked like they were headed to deal with an eerie zone or a major eerie entity. If you're traveling the Jiangyu line, you might pass through that area, so take care." Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly. "Got it. Thanks." Shu Qin's warning made him lower his guard toward the bonfire group. He also felt a touch of goodwill toward her. "All right, let's continue." Jiang Yun's tone grew serious as he addressed Lin Xian. "Since we have a new face here, I'll repeat some critical information. These updates could be the difference between life and death. They're the reason we risk gathering like this. Besides Shu Qin's intel, there are two major updates. First, there's been an eerie 1542 frequency reported around Ping'e Lake, the mountains, Beiwang, and Mount Daluo. 3 convoys here receive it at night, and there have been reports of people going missing. We suspect it's tied to the eerie zone Shu Qin mentioned." "Missing people? You mean the radios modified with those red beans?" Kiki asked, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Yun nodded. "Exactly. You should get one. Without it, you'll miss critical warnings and intel from other convoys or the authorities. If you want red beans, many here have them. Trade for one later." "And the second piece of intel?" Lin Xian prompted. Jiang Yun exhaled deeply, fixing Lin Xian with a grim look. "There have been sightings of corpse shepherds in the polar night within Abyss Zone number 3. The temperature seemed to drop a degree as the words left his mouth. Though the other convoy leaders had already heard this, their faces darkened again. "Corpse shepherds." Lin Xian frowned, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. "Yeah. Are they human?" Kiki asked, her brows furrowed. Jiang Yun shook his head. "No one knows. All reports come from the black frequency channels, transmitted from nearby areas." He gestured toward a middle-aged man across the fire. "Our chasing wind convoy and their black sword riders just escaped the polar night. We confirmed hearing the Federation's description of those hellish wails on the black frequency. It's said to herald the arrival of a corpse shepherd." "Hellish wails." Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the eerie, bone-chilling cries he'd heard when they killed the crimson centipede near the black mist. He'd brushed it off at the time, but Jiang Yun's words brought it flooding back. The corpse shepherds are said to be an eldritch spawn of the abyss. They didn't appear during the first polar night, but started emerging in the second. Areas near the abyss have seen numerous reports. Once, a heavily armed Iron Guard brigade with drones, armor, and kinetic weapons tried to scout the abyss. They were annihilated. All that came back were those hellish wails broadcast over the black frequencies. Survivors claim the shepherds resemble humanoid creatures, but it's unverified. The Phoenix calls them corpse shepherds. Whoa, that's terrifying. Even mechs are useless. Kiki exclaimed. "Little girl, if mechs worked, do you think we'd still be running?" A burly, bearded man chuckled bitterly. "The Phoenix doesn't even know what's truly out there in the polar night. Reports of sightings and attacks flood the frequencies daily. Ever seen a jellyfish? What's so scary about a jellyfish? Kiki frowned. One the size of a mountain. The man said gravely, pointing upward. And it's in the sky. Survivors near Ping'e Lake have reportedly seen it. Shu Qin added, her face pale. It's horrifying. Lin Xian's expression darkened. A mountain-sized jellyfish? Is that what you call a major eerie entity? Yes, Jiang Yun confirmed grimly. The darkness hides all manner of horrors. Bugs and monsters are one thing. The real threat is the indescribable ones. Indescribable. The group's attention turned to Lin Xian, their gazes heavy with unease. Jiang Yun responded in a low voice. Like ghosts. A sudden chill swept through the area. The bonfire flickered, its flames shrinking, and the darkness pressed in around them, smothering the air with crackle, crackle. The spacious abandoned factory felt desolate. Around a pile of dry wood burning in the campfire, over a dozen people gathered, the atmosphere cold and somber. The shrinking flames devoured the dry wood, crackling as they finally grew stronger again, spreading warmth through the chilly air. Phew! Someone quietly exhaled a breath of frosty air. Kiki clung to Lin Xian's sleeve, her eyes filled with unease and fear. What do you mean by ghost? How is it different from zombies or those eerie creatures? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. It's just that these events are often accompanied by supernatural phenomena, like the 1542 radio station we just mentioned. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Supernatural phenomena. Just hearing about them sent shivers down his spine. Sensing the silence, Jiang Yun broke the stillness. Eerie incidents. Everyone who survived the past few months has encountered plenty. Some of this information might be useful, or it might just be hearsay. Right now, survival is what matters most. Let's not waste time. If anyone has something they want or something they're willing to trade, let's go around and introduce it. Once we're done, we'll trade if needed or move on. Agreed, said a bespectacled man in a shirt and bulletproof vest, his face shadowed with gloom. That infinite convoy of yours, you need red beans, right? He carefully took a single red bead from his pouch and placed it in his palm, his expression numb. Trade it for anything, fuel, food, weapons. We're short on everything. Lin Xian nodded. What's the trade value of this? 100 liters of gasoline or 7-day supplies for 10 people. For weapons, it depends on quality and demand. Jiang Yun explained, spreading his hands. Most trades are demand-driven. Trading more for less is common. But red beans are currently used as a benchmark by the Federation Phoenix and various scavenger groups, so their value is anchored and likely to rise. This valuable? Kiki exclaimed. Aren't these just used as antennae? Do they have other uses? You don't know, someone in the group exclaimed. These things significantly enhance abilities. The Phoenix believes they might promote ability evolution and are key to researching polar night energy. Of course, they're valuable, and you can only find them on those monsters. You know how troublesome those creatures are, right? Said a middle-aged man, his face bloodied and hair disheveled, his voice hoarse. Others nodded in fear. Even the slightest mistake can wipe out a small convoy. I think 100 liters of gasoline is a bargain. Lin Xian's pupils contracted as he realized the red beads' true value. The red centipedes and fog spiders were incredibly troublesome. Without heavy firepower, they were almost impossible to deal with and often caused severe losses. If these beads could indeed aid ability evolution, then 100 liters of gasoline seemed like a fair trade. All right, Lin Xian said. We'll trade for energy, food, or weapons. Your choice. Come to my vehicle later to make the exchange. Deal. The bespectacled man nodded and put the bead back into his pouch, his face blank. Judging by his expression, he'd likely just survived a grueling battle, leaving him too drained to haggle with Lin Xian. Let's stick to the usual rules, Jiang Yun said, stepping up. Special requests first, then the basic supplies for exchange. Everyone nodded. Energy, food, and weapons were universal needs. Anything not urgently critical could be negotiated later, starting with the most pressing requirements. Let's go in order, then, Jiang Yun said, turning to a middle-aged man in a padded coat. Brother Su, you're first. What do you need? All right, said Su Jin, seated on rubble at the outermost edge. He didn't waste words. My convoy needs a water purifier. Reverse osmosis preferred, but activated carbon will do, as long as the filter membrane is fairly new. Anyone got one? He scanned the group. Only Shu Qin, a woman, raised her hand. We've got a reverse osmosis unit, she said. Su Jin's eyes lit up, but Shu Qin shrugged. It's broken. Doesn't work anymore. Probably something's damaged. Anyone here know how to fix it? Her words left everyone exchanging glances in silence. Broken equipment was worthless, just dead weight on the road. Shu Qin's convoy had a replacement, but they'd kept the broken unit, hoping to find someone who could repair it. Trading some supplies to restore it would make it far more valuable, whether for their own use or as a high-value trade item. I know a bit. Lin Xian suddenly spoke from the corner, breaking his silence. Really? You can repair things? Someone asked in surprise. If it's mechanical, I've dabbled in it. Lin Xian's words seemed to ignite a fuse. The oppressive atmosphere from the earlier discussion about eerie phenomena instantly lifted, replaced by a wave of curious and eager gazes. Can you fix vehicles? Our heating system's broken. What about infrared detectors? Could you handle drones? Lin Xian hadn't expected that his casual remark would spark such a flurry of responses, leaving him slightly taken aback. My teammate on the vehicle and I both know a bit about mechanics, he said, maintaining a modest tone. If it's just minor issues, we should be able to handle it. But some repairs might require specific tools. He refrained from over-promising and didn't reveal that his repairs were powered by his mechanical ability. With his ability, as long as the issue was with individual components, he could scan the entire system and use materials from his decomposition space to fix it. However, if core components were missing and he lacked both the materials and blueprints, there was no way to repair them from thin air. Really? Jiang Yun, standing not far away, looked at him with intrigue. Seems I invited the right person. In an apocalypse, skilled professionals are invaluable. Next to Lin Xian, Kiki rolled her eyes slightly at what she clearly considered an overstatement. She held back a laugh, finding it harder to suppress than firing an AK. Noticing the amused expression on the young woman's face, Lin Xian shot her a quick glance before clearing his throat on purpose. I just know a little, he said humbly. No guarantees I can fix it. Let me take a look first. Lin Xian didn't want to brand himself as a walking toolkit. If I can repair it, then we'll discuss my price. That's no problem, Jiang Yun agreed with a nod. In that case, everyone can approach you privately later with equipment issues. It'll save us all some time. Let's move on to the next requests. All right, then I'll share mine. Lin Xian scanned the group with a serious expression. I know some of you here might be ability users. I'd like information related to ability evolution. Also, he turned to Jiang Yun. I'm particularly interested in your soul wave detector. Jiang Yun frowned slightly. Sorry, but I've only got one set. Lin Xian shook his head. That's not what I mean. I didn't get access to the information released by the Phoenix. I just want to understand the principles behind its design, or you could let me study it briefly. Jiang Yun's eyes widened in surprise at his words. You're not saying you're planning to build your own, are you? Lin Xian maintained a calm demeanor as he replied. Not necessarily. I'll have to see it first to know. Jiang Yun scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. That's not a problem. Actually, some standardized versions of this device are available at certain Federation Phoenix rescue points. But because of the Polar Night issue, these points are constantly relocating. Permanent underground cities might have them as well, but once those areas are under Polar Night, it's hard to get supplies in or people out. As for the evolution information you mentioned, Jiang Yun forced a faint smile, glancing around the group. I can only say this. The methods and pathways for ability evolution vary for everyone. You'll have to specify the exact ability. If it's one of the types publicly shared by Phoenix, I can tell you directly. If not, I can't guarantee anyone here knows. And even if someone does, what? That kind of secret is up for trade too. Kiki interjected. Jiang Yun nodded meaningfully. Yes, but not always. There are too many ability types now. Even with something seemingly simple and common, like limb mimicry or aberrant growth, the evolution process isn't as easy as just consuming blood. Some succeed, others fail. This might relate to the individual's ability progression, mental state, or the type of resources consumed. There's a lot we don't know. So, even if someone generously shares their evolution method, it might not work for you. Everything varies by person. And another thing, Jiangyan added with a pointed look, even if someone tells you, how do you know if it's true? Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly. It seemed ability evolution was far more complex than he had imagined. Even for those with the same ability, the evolution pathway could differ. Someone might succeed purely by chance, but be unable to pinpoint what made it work. Unless a large organization conducted comprehensive data collection, tests, and experiments, information gathered by hearsay might be unreliable, making it hard to discern truth from falsehood. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. His mechanical heart ability had a clear path for upgrades, but its combat potential was relatively weak at the moment. His goal was self-armoring. If the opportunity arose, he could envision becoming something like Iron Man. After all, Longwood Starfleet already had full-body exoskeleton technology. Unfortunately, Lin Xian had no access to such technology, only hearing about it from old media reports and Kiki's casual mentions, let alone advanced AI systems. Though if he could ever develop a combat AI, he stopped his wandering thoughts. I have a teammate who seems to have a physical enhancement ability, extraordinary strength. If anyone has relevant information, I'm willing to trade for it. Lin Xian decided to test the waters with Big Tower's ability. As for the information's truth, he could only rely on his judgment. If it helped Big Tower or Kiki evolve their abilities, it would significantly improve their small team's survival odds. He avoided mentioning Kiki's telekinetic ability, fearing it would draw too much attention. Although everyone appeared friendly on the surface, it was wise to keep some cards close to the chest. Physical enhancement ability? I've heard of it, said Shu Qin, the woman from earlier, but I don't know if it's true or useful. Supposedly, such an ability requires absorbing extremely dense blood energy and being in a near-death state to evolve. She shrugged after speaking. I'm just sharing what I've heard. It's up to you to judge its value. I'm not looking to trade for this. Her cautious tone reflected the life-and-death stakes involved in such matters. Both Lin Xian and Kiki frowned. Near-death state. That's still useful to know, said a man in his 50s with a somber expression. Whether it's from Phoenix's announcements or rumors among wanderers, almost all abilities involve three things for evolution: a specific resource, a change in physical or mental state, and a particular set of conditions. Exactly, Jiang Yin confirmed. From what I've seen, no ability evolves easily. I understand, Lin Xian said, nodding and offering a grateful look to the group. He thought back to Tang Hai's case that night. It had sounded straightforward, but if evolving required letting zombies bite you to death while early-stage abilities barely manifested, who would willingly bleed themselves for such a gamble? All right, let's move on, Jiang Yin said, noticing Lin Xian deep in thought. He gestured for the next person to share their needs. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Kiki huddled in a corner, whispering, "Red beans, the soul wave detector. We should be able to secure those. But ability evolution doesn't seem so simple." "I think you're overthinking it," Kiki said with a sly grin. "As long as information flow continues, secrets like this will eventually surface. Didn't I say the Angel Project is actively researching this? Give me another shot to hack into He." Lin Xian smirked at her mischievous look. "How would you hack in? Through a radio broadcast?" "Hey!" Kiki's eyes lit up. "Come to think of it, the Dawn Project was once a Federation asset. It must have orbital satellite links, probably tons of useful data. And isn't underground city number 9 near Mount Daluo? Should we plan something?" "Plan something." The phrase struck Lin Xian as odd, but her idea intrigued him. Kiki still held a Level 2 investor status from the Dawn Project, a title more valuable than first-class citizenship. Plus, their route through the mountainous region of Mount Daluo's northern foothills brought them close enough to consider the opportunity. An official underground city, setting aside other treasures, its advanced electronics and communication systems alone were invaluable. Interested, Kiki asked, her eager expression barely restrained. "I'm worth more than a first-class citizen, you know." I'm considering it, Lin Xian said, taking a deep breath. But there's one problem. What's that? Did you forget what they said earlier? The Mount Daluo area might have an eerie zone, a major entity, polar night tides, and corpse shepherds. Do we have time for that? At that, Kiki's excitement froze. Her face fell as she nervously shrank back. Well, about that. But I'm curious about something. Since the day of Apocalypse, there's never been any official announcement about the Dawn Project. No one here seems to know that such a massive underground city project exists nearby. Don't you find that odd? Kiki pouted at his question and replied, "It's simple. With limited resources and tight deadlines, this project never took ordinary people's lives into consideration from start. Everyone selected for a spot in the underground city received targeted invitations, and they had to pay a price to secure them. How could such a project ever be publicly announced?" Lin Xian gave a wry smile at her explanation. So that's how it is. The so-called Dawn Project was actually a refuge for the elites. No wonder every aspect of construction was carried out in secrecy. When the Polar Night first began to form, information about the Dawn Project mostly came from speculative leaks. The world's falling apart, and they're still keeping secrets this efficiently. That's some serious competence. Lin Xian muttered sarcastically. That's why the Federation government collapsed after the Polar Night, Kiki added with a shrug. But since my dad brought me there, it means Underground City Number 9 was already operational and ready for people to move in. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. So, by now, Underground City Number 9 isn't really an official project anymore. It's more like a remnant of the old government, and it's not open to civilians. Apart from you, none of us would be able to get in. Who cares? Everyone inside could already be dead. Even if there are survivors, we're not going there to become underground citizens, are we? Kiki said mischievously, her hands on her hips. Those people don't see commoners as humans, so why should we play nice with them? Lin Xian raised a brow, smirking faintly as he looked at her. So, what you're saying is that our little group is going to raid a massive underground city. Why not? Kiki grinned, arching a brow at him with a knowing smile. There's bound to be advanced tech and gear inside. A giant underground city would need heavy mech for defense, nuclear power for energy, and maybe even a stellar propulsion system. Didn't you say you wanted to send your train into the stratosphere? This is the perfect opportunity. Lin Xian stared at her eager expression, momentarily stunned. He couldn't deny it. What she said did tempt him. For someone with mechanical heart, this could indeed be an excellent chance to upgrade the train before attempting to reach planetary orbit. All right, Lin Xian said after a deep breath. We'll discuss the details when we're back. Let's focus on wrapping things up here first. Yay! Kiki cheered excitedly. By the campfire, the leaders of over a dozen convoys were still discussing their resource needs and issues. To facilitate trade, everyone offered items that others required. Two of the convoys even decided to merge temporarily and flee eastward together. 3 Xingho, 26 semi-automatic tactical rifles with 120 rounds of ammunition could be exchanged for food to sustain a 10-person convoy for 5 days or 80 liters of gasoline. Yet those same weapons were only worth 2 boxes of antibiotics in trade. As the apocalypse dragged on, items like water filtration systems, heating equipment, and communication devices became increasingly valuable. In particular, red beans, what the Phoenix called eerie blood essence, had become a new hard currency. With the continued encroachment of the polar night and deeper research into its properties, the value of these red beans kept rising. They could facilitate communication in the dark tides, peer into the shadowed world, enhance abilities, and measure soul wave value, which determined the danger level of an area. It was no wonder they were so highly prized. At the moment, Lin Xian was particularly eager to get his hands on a soul wave detector. Adding such a device to the train would allow them to assess the risk of a given area during stops, greatly improving their safety during rest periods. It would also free up more of his time for exploring his mechanical heart ability. Before long, most convoys had settled their trades. Without lingering, people began their exchanges. "Excuse me, my friend." A middle-aged man named Su Jin approached Lin Xian with an urgent expression, accompanied by the short-haired and capable-looking Shu Qin. If it's convenient, could you take a look at her waterfall? Shu Qin nodded. If you can fix it, I'm willing to offer compensation. Let's take a look first, Lin Xian replied, turning to Kiki. Kiki, have Big Tower bring the agreed items to trade with that bespectacled guy for his red bean. Got it. Kiki grinned as she left to handle the exchange. The moment Lin Xian stepped out of the abandoned factory, he was greeted by heavier wind and snow. The crunch of their boots on the snow broke the night's eerie silence. Outside, survivors from various convoys wore thick layers to fend off the cold, though a few, clad in tattered clothing, shivered miserably in the snowy night. As Lin Xian followed behind, he surveyed the convoy survivors. Their vehicles were caked in mud, with streaks of dried blood darkened under the night sky. Vehicles carrying supplies, water, and children were clustered in the center, while guards, some sharp-eyed and others hollow-faced, stood vigil on the perimeter. Shu Qin's convoy was small, with only 8 vehicles. One of them, a pickup truck, towed a water tank. Its roof featured a makeshift rain collector made from sheet metal. Rainwater can't be consumed directly, not even after boiling. It needs to be filtered first. Otherwise, water heaters break down quickly and energy usage skyrockets, Shu Qin explained, her tone heavy as she tapped the tank. Drinking too much rainwater doesn't just cause fevers and diarrhea from bacterial infections. It can induce terrifying hallucinations and severe mental strain. That's right, Su Jin added with a sigh. We've been searching for water for 2 days. We used to distill rainwater after filtering it through makeshift nets, but it's too fuel-intensive. Lin Xian frowned silently. On the Infinite Train, they had been relying on bottled water scavenged from earlier supply runs. Not once had he considered these issues since he hadn't received Phoenix's broadcasts. Now that he thought about it, he felt a pang of concern. The train's primary advantages, cargo capacity and robust defenses, meant he could store large amounts of resources. But bottled water wouldn't last forever. Without proper water filtration systems on board, he only had a boiler and a steam generator. The ice shield, while useful, wasn't a solution he had fully thought through. He'd assumed the ice it produced was clean, but was it truly safe? The shield might condense surrounding moisture, which could carry contaminants. Luckily, he'd only licked it once experimentally. Medical supplies like iodine and antiseptics, already scarce, wouldn't be enough to manage widespread illness. And with heating systems draining power daily, his mechanical heart ability was already taking a toll on his stamina. Damn it, Lin Xian muttered under his breath. Once this is over, I'm swallowing those useless carriages and that spare engine. I'll keep Qian Yu's armored car and my motorcycle as backups. Reducing the load might help boost my abilities level faster. I'll take a look first. Lin Xian climbed onto the pickup truck, flashlight in hand, and began inspecting the water filtration system. In truth, he had already activated mechanical scan, quietly mapping the device's blueprint and identifying the problem areas. Scan complete. Acquired blueprint for Blue Sky, KK. 93 reverse osmosis water purifier. Moments later, a holographic blueprint of the small water purifier materialized on his interface. So simple, he murmured. But it needs PVC filter membrane material. Lin Xian frowned. Most of the items he had decomposed were metallic. Ever since gaining his decomposition ability, he hadn't scavenged much civilian machinery or appliances. Looks like I'll need to search for more equipment to scavenge. Even if it doesn't yield much energy, it'll provide the materials I need. How is it, Captain Lin? Can you fix it? Su Jin asked anxiously, seeming more desperate than Shu Qin. He looked like he hadn't had a proper drink in days. Earlier, he had traded weapons and supplies for some clean water to deal with the immediate crisis. Seems to be an electrical issue. Can you give me a screwdriver and pliers? Lin Xian's calm and confident tone lit up Su Jin's and Shu Qin's eyes. For Shu Qin, repairing the purifier meant she could trade it for valuable resources. For Su Jin, it was a lifeline to survive the water crisis. Right away, Shu Qin called, instructing her team to fetch a toolbox. Captain Lin, if you can fix this, just tell us what you need. Just give me 20 cans of food, Lin Xian said simply. When he'd arrived, he had scanned Shu Qin's convoy and noted their limited resources. The dozen or so people in her group looked haggard, clearly not well off. From the beginning, Shu Qin had shown goodwill toward him, openly sharing what she knew about abilities without expecting anything in return. Lin Xian had developed some respect for the female leader. Besides, now that he had obtained the Purifier's blueprint, he didn't feel the need to exploit the situation. If repaired, this water filtration system could fetch Shu Qin goods worth at least 2 red beans from Su Jin, far more valuable than the 20 cans he was requesting. His price was exceptionally fair. Really? Shu Qin's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I'll get them for you right away. Lin Xian had an additional reason for asking for canned food. During the campfire trade earlier, he had deliberately avoided listing food or water among his needs. Operating a train, this omission might lead others to assume that the infinite convoy had an abundance of both, which could invite trouble. By requesting canned food as payment, he subtly dispelled that notion while keeping people guessing. Next to them, Su Jin also looked eager. From Lin Xian's expression, the problem didn't seem too complicated, which reassured him that the purifier was likely reparable. Without another word, Lin Xian got to work. Using the screwdriver, he removed the purifier's casing and furrowed his brows in mock contemplation. In reality, the repair was already done. While running his mechanical heart, he had quietly fixed the issues. Although the problems weren't severe, an ordinary person would have found the repairs tedious and challenging. Thanks to the abilities of his mechanical heart, he had easily patched up the circuit board and motor with materials from his decomposition space and resolved the clogging issue simultaneously. That should do it. After a few minutes of tinkering, Lin Xian reassembled the unit, wiped a bit of sweat from his brow for effect, and turned to Shu Qin. Try turning it on. All right. Shu Qin eagerly knocked on the pickup truck door, signaling the driver to start the engine and switch on the purifier. Whir! The purifier hummed to life, its system functioning properly. Moments later, a stream of freshly filtered water began to flow steadily from the outlet. It's working, Shu Qin exclaimed, her voice brimming with relief and excitement. It's really fixed? Su Jin exclaimed, hastily filling a cup with the precious clean water. He sniffed it carefully, his eyes lighting up. Clean and clear, no strange odors. It's definitely usable. Of course, Shu Qin said excitedly. We've always relied on this purifier. If you boil the water after filtering, it's perfectly safe to drink. Great, great. Su Jin nodded, immediately picking up his walkie-talkie to summon his convoy for the trade. Thank you so much, Shu Qin said gratefully, handing Lin Xian a large box of canned food. You've been a huge help. Lin Xian accepted the box and replied, It was nothing. I heard you're heading to Yubei City too. That's right, Shu Qin confirmed. Yubei City is one of the gateway cities for the planetary orbital rail. Word is that the Daju Mountain Tunnel is blocked. So many people are trying to pass through there and head toward Xingqing. Xingqing? Lin Xian fell into a moment of silence. It seemed most people were choosing to flee to one of Longwa's major cities. Even if those cities were overrun, they still had more resources and infrastructure than smaller towns. As more people approached Lin Xian for help with repairs, inspired by his success with Shu Qin's purifier, he handled a few more requests selectively. He repaired an infrared detector for a large convoy, integrating its blueprint into his knowledge, and traded the work for a box of antibiotics. The earlier conversation with Shu Qin and Su Jin had reminded him of the critical importance of medicine during their journey. However, Lin Xian declined other requests, such as repairing a vehicle with a broken steering rod and a blown engine or fixing a low-grade drone. For the car, repairing it on the spot without welding equipment would have been impossible to explain. As for the drone, it was an ordinary model and not worth the effort compared to Qian Yu's armored car-mounted drone. He intentionally downplayed his mechanical skills. Fixing the purifier was enough to establish goodwill in the camp, but he didn't want to overextend himself. If he appeared too skilled, repairing purifiers, steering systems, and drones all in one night, People might expect him to fix a rocket engine next. Captain Lin, a voice called out as the crowd dispersed and survivors prepared to leave for the night. Lin Xian and Kiki, about to return to their train, turned to see Jiang Yun approaching with a smile. One of his men followed behind, carrying two peculiar devices. Brother Yun, the man addressed him, handing the devices to Lin Xian. One was a modified radio. The other resembled a clock, but was in fact the soul wave detector Lin Xian had been eager to see. This is the detector, along with its blueprints, Jiang Yun said casually. Lin Xian examined the device, a palm-sized hemispherical contraption made of copper sheeting, with fine iron wiring wrapped around it. A filter module hung below, and it required a portable power source to operate. This thing is handmade. Looks complicated, Lin Xian muttered. There's a blueprint for it, Kiki said, stepping forward to photograph the schematic. Lin Xian didn't stop her. While she captured the blueprint, he quietly activated his mechanical heart, instantly scanning the detector. Blueprint acquired. Unidentified signal detector, model N01. The design was relatively simple, though the filter posed a challenge. If he could scavenge household appliances to collect the necessary materials, building it wouldn't be too difficult. However, the device required red beans for operation. Jiang Yun explained that the detector consumed the energy contained within the red beans, which were expendable resources with a finite lifespan. As Kiki photographed the blueprint, Jiang Yun's eyes flickered with curiosity. Seeing how Lin Xian's team could power and operate a massive train, he seemed to piece together a few suspicions but chose not to voice them. Instead, Jiang Yun commented, when cities had functioning industrial systems, devices like this were cheap. But now, with survivors struggling to secure even clean water, creating something like this is a rare feat. Lin Xian nodded, returning the detector to Jiang Yun. Thank you. I'll study it further. Good luck, Jiang Yun replied. Lin Xian regarded him for a moment before asking directly, Captain Jiang, you organized tonight's campfire gathering. Yet, I didn't notice you expressing any urgent needs. Why did you personally invite me? Are you also wondering why I made a point to invite you specifically? Jiang Yun said with a knowing smile, seeing through Lin Xian's unspoken question. Lin Xian raised a brow but didn't reply. A cold gust of wind swept through the camp. Standing before Lin Xian, Jiang Yun extended his hand. The frigid air seemed to coalesce, forming a powerful vortex in his palm. A moment later, he clapped his hands, and the vortex dissipated into nothingness. Whoa! Kiki exclaimed. You can control wind? This ability has its perks, Jiang Yun said with a faint smile. I can move quickly and reach places others can't. But I also understand your perspective, Captain Lin. Leading a convoy of lives through perilous conditions makes you cautious and vigilant. That's a good thing. Survival in the apocalypse is no easy feat. You asked about my purpose in organizing the campfire. The reason is simple, Jiang Yun continued. From a rational standpoint, I've always admired trains. If my ability weren't Windwalker, I'd want to build a mobile fortress like yours. Regardless of your abilities, it takes courage and strength to drive through the darkness. I respect that. And on a personal level, Jiang Yun said with disarming honesty, in a world where life and death are uncertain, it's better to gain friends and enemies. Lin Xian looked surprised. All this just to meet other survivors? Exactly. Living on the edge of life and death every day, useful information and assistance can often mean the difference between survival and death, Jiang Yun said candidly. That's perhaps what sets us humans apart from those eerie things. He turned and pulled over one of his younger men, ruffling his hair. These people who've been following me didn't always survive by luck alone. Along the way, we received plenty of help too. Yeah, helping each other through tough times is the way to go, the young man, barely 17 or 18, said brightly, his eyes full of optimism. Lin Xian's expression softened. Jiang Yun's words struck a chord. Thank you. If I come across another campfire you organize, I'll definitely join. Jiang Yun smiled, spreading his hands. See? That means I've achieved my goal. With that, he swept his gaze over the area, raised a hand in farewell, and walked away. Good luck. The night's interactions have been highly productive for Lin Xian's group. They obtained the blueprint for the soul wave detector, secured a red bean, and gathered a wealth of valuable information. As they prepared to leave, Jiang Yun's young cyclist suddenly rode up to Lin Xian's vehicle. "Hey, Brother Yin asked me to remind you, when using the dark radio, don't tune it to 1542. Lin Xian's expression turned serious. "That's the eerie station you mentioned?" "Exactly. Be careful." With that, the young man pedaled off into the night. 1542. Kiki, seated in the back, looked puzzled. "It's just a radio station. Could monsters really show up?" "Better safe than sorry," Lin Xian said, gesturing to Big Tower to start the vehicle. "There's no need to get curious about these things." "Curious? I'm not curious. I'm terrified of ghosts," Kiki shuddered, hugging herself. "Now I'm too scared to even use the radio after hearing that." "Let's head back." Lin Xian thought for a moment. First, they needed to resume their journey. He intended to spend the night scavenging materials and consuming the train's unnecessary components. Then, he'd work on building the soul wave detector. With only one red bean on hand, his priority was to get the radio connected. Missing out on vital information could cost them dearly. Engines roared to life as over 100 vehicles in the makeshift camp began moving, their headlights piercing the darkness. Some convoys split at various intersections, while others grouped together for safety, disappearing swiftly into the night. The noise stirred zombies in the nearby forest. Their howls echoed through the darkness, adding an ominous backdrop to the exodus. Jiang Yun's vehicle, a heavily modified off-road truck with oversized tires, carried his motorcycle strapped to the rear. In the driver's seat, Jiang Yun watched the taillights of Lin Xian's departing jeep. "Looks like they're also aiming to enter the planetary orbital rail through Yubei City and cross the high-altitude corridor of Wanyuan Gorge," he mused. Rin Huiyin, dressed in a leather jacket and seated in the passenger's seat, commented, "The climbing corridor has been out of power for ages. Without a tow, survivors' vehicles can't ascend it, let alone a train as heavy as his." Jiang Yun chuckled lightly. "True, Ping'e Lake has major eerie entities roaming, and the Daju Mountain Tunnel is completely blocked. To cross Wanyuan Gorge, you'd have to detour over 1,000 kilometers through the Daju Mountain Range. With the polar night pressing in and corpse shepherds cutting off the rear, I'd bet Yubei City will have a crowd of people trying for the high orbital corridor of Ringstar 1. But I'm certain that Captain Lin has a way to make it up there." "You're that confident?" Rin Huiyin asked skeptically. Slipping on his sunglasses, Jiang Yun smirked with unwavering confidence. "Driving 3 locomotives into the night with just 5 people, absolute badasses. Yeah, I have high hopes for that guy." With that, he floored the gas pedal, the engine roaring as his vehicle sped off into the night. Back at the platform, Lin Xian and the group loaded the jeep onto the train and returned to their carriage. With a deep, rumbling roar of the engine and the clatter of wheels, the train began departing from Chuguan Station. "I thought you'd stay there for a while longer," Chun Sichuan remarked as she watched Lin Xian's decisive departure. "There's no time to stop." Lin Xian exhaled, staring at the dense blackness outside the window. He needed to make good use of the time to devour the captured vehicles and a massive locomotive. Glancing at the firearms on the ground, Lin Xian's gaze shifted curiously toward Chen Sichuan. "Are you learning how to use guns from Sha? Chen Sichuan froze for a moment, then nodded nervously. "Most of the time, I'm not much help. Seeing how even Sha, at her age, knows how to handle firearms, I thought I should learn too." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. In the apocalypse, learning more self-defense skills was always beneficial. Now that they had acquired a good stockpile of weapons, Chun Sichuan didn't want to be a burden, so she had started learning about firearms from Sha. Although Luo Sha wasn't exactly an expert, the young girl was clever and precocious, far more mature than her peers. She initially learned from Luo Yi and had since grown increasingly proficient. While she wasn't fond of handguns or rifles, she often wielded a grenade launcher. However, her VOG 25 40mm grenades were down to just a few rounds. Lin Xian had scanned the blueprint for it but lacked materials for the ammunition, especially high-energy explosives like nitrogen anion salts, which were hard to procure in the short term. Bad guy, hurry up and fix that radio, Kiki urged. Lin Xian nodded and retrieved his radio, opening his mechanical manufacturing interface to follow Jiang Yun's instructions to construct a simple framework device. Soon, Lin Xian had completed a blueprint and coated the exterior with a layer of hard plastic. With a flash of white light in his hand, copper sheets and black plastic emerged from his decomposition space and swiftly formed a radio's external frame. Then, he pulled out a peculiar dark red blood crystal. The group watched in amazement, their eyes fixed on the crimson bead. Is this what's left behind by the night creatures? Luo Shasha asked, her face full of fear. Kiki picked it up for a closer look. It's cool to the touch, and it feels like some kind of energy is flowing inside. Be careful, Lin Xian warned. Since this isn't something from humans, we must stay vigilant. The Phoenix Federation promotes its benefits, but who knows if there are side effects? Hearing this, Kiki stuck out her tongue and quickly placed the crystal back in Lin Xian's palm. Good point. You better focus on fixing the radio. Taking it back, Lin Xian inserted the eerie blood crystal into the pre-designed slot. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he powered on the radio. A strange energy pulse seemed to ripple through the air, sending chills down their spines. ZZZ. ZZZ. Federal Radio YB Region Bulletin. Intense soul wave fluctuations have been detected near the northern slopes of Mount Daluo. Survivors traveling along routes G1523 and X556 toward Yubei and Maple City are advised to reroute. This alert is provided by the Phoenix Federation Rescue Organization. Wow, it really works! Kiki exclaimed. ZZZ. ZZZ. City warning. Ring Starport 1 in Yubei City has ceased operations, and large numbers of survivor convoys are blocked there. Survivors are advised not to gather in the city, as significant zombie hordes and eerie entities are present. It is extremely dangerous. Detours are recommended. Chun Sichuan, visibly surprised, covered her mouth. Lin Xian, the JY3365 rail segment of the Jiangyu line passes through the northern slopes of Mount Daluo. There's several tunnels there. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Lin, if the Ring Starport 1's ascending channels are out of service, doesn't that mean our train won't be able to use magnetic traction to reach the high-altitude tracks? Shasha asked anxiously. Ringstar Orbit was a planetary-scale engineering marvel constructed by the federal government on Blue Planet. It wasn't just a railway system, but a colossal project encompassing sea, land, and high-altitude passages. Routes like the high-altitude corridor featured not only multiple tracks, but also vehicle elevators to traverse short distances, such as Wanyuan Gorge and the Dazhu Mountain Range. Don't worry. Lin Xian's eyes gleamed as he glanced at Chen Sichuan. I've already considered this. What's more concerning is the potential risks at the northern slopes of Mount Daluo. Xia turned her curious gaze to Chen Sichuan, noticing her tense expression as she nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Sichuan knew exactly what Lin Xian was referring to, as the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive had been initially designed for the Ringstar orbit. Activating his mechanical heart, Lin Xian started the Whale 03E. The locomotive's front-end turbine gradually spun up for a systems check. Once considered an audacious design for high-speed routes and challenging ocean conditions, this type of gas turbine was eventually phased out with the maturation of electromagnetic traction systems. As the beast-like sound roared beneath their feet, Xia and Luo Yi exchanged looks of surprise, clearly intrigued by Lin Xian's plan. Bad guy, listen to this. Kiki interrupted the chatter, tuning to the AM-07 frequency Jiang Yun had mentioned, the primary channel used by the Wander Alliance. A man's urgent voice came through the radio. This is the Iron Fortress convoy, warning those in Chuguan, Yuqi, Ping'e Lake, and the Eastern Mountains. We've spotted the Black Raven Quartet in Hengshi Village. They've slaughtered all survivors here. Any nearby convoys must be cautious. Confirming again, 4 modified off-road vehicles with green and black graffiti spiked wheels. These 4 are violent marauders, and 3 of them are ability users. Proceed with extreme caution. 4 people, 4 cars, and 3 ability users. Shasha exclaimed, her face shocked. What a bunch of scumbags. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he looked at Kiki. Heading to the underground city number 9, you mentioned won't be easy, it seems. Kiki seemed to anticipate Lin Xian's reaction as she quickly brought up a map on her phone, scrolling through it before handing it to him. Look, this section shows a detour from Yuqi along a branch line. It goes around the southern slope of Mount Daluo via Ping'e Lake, but the map cuts off here with no further markers. Between Yuqi Station and Yubei, there's also a large freight terminal. A branch line extends southeast from there. Can you guess why? Lin Xian frowned and cast an inquiring look at Chen Sichuan, seeking her insight. This isn't unusual, Chen Sichuan replied thoughtfully. Unmarked areas are typically military sites, like Beiwang's strategic zone, or private rail lines belonging to corporations or mines. But Mount Daluo doesn't seem to have any significant mineral resources, so maybe it's— No need to guess, Kiki interjected confidently. The number 9 underground city must be near Mount Daluo. The former federal government could have hollowed out the mountain for its construction. For such a massive project, rail transport would have been essential. If this is a newer line and isn't marked, or was deliberately hidden by the federal government, it makes perfect sense. Plus, she turned to Lin Xian. Taking the southern slope of Mount Daluo would bypass the dangerous region mentioned in the federal radio report. As for whether it leads to the number 9 underground city, with a project of that scale, even a brief investigation would confirm it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, immediately grasping Kiki's intent. Worst-case scenario, if the line turned out to be a dead end, they could always turn back. The detour covered only a couple hundred kilometers. If Kiki's hunch was right, they could both investigate the number 9 underground city and avoid the eerie region mentioned by the federal radio. It was an excellent plan. Lin Xian knew that once they entered the ring star orbit, they would encounter various rail zones, high-altitude corridors, deserts, primal jungles, no-man's lands, deep oceans, and abyss regions. Simple steel tracks wouldn't suffice for all these conditions, so upgrading the train's propulsion and driving systems would be essential. To achieve this, the mechanical heart was crucial, but mechanical scanning and manufacturing was the key. Without access to advanced technological systems to scan and blueprint, Lin Xian's capabilities would be limited to making basic firearms and household gadgets, not particularly useful. As Kiki mentioned, systems like energy sources, high-energy weaponry, autonomous armor, and propulsion mechanisms were all things Lin Xian had never seen but was desperate to scan. The federal government's number 9 underground city presented a prime opportunity to uncover such technologies, and Lin Xian was determined to investigate. I agree, Chen Sichuan said, but the unknown rail conditions along that section might be complicated. It's best to travel during daylight. Lin Xian nodded and gradually brought the infinite train to a halt on an open plain. It's settled then. Tonight, we'll rest first. Chun, as per our usual arrangement, you'll take the first half of the night shift. Given that the Yuqi detour involved an uncharted route, traveling during the day to observe road conditions was the safest option. Meanwhile, Lin Xian planned to devour the last freight electric locomotive in their possession, a task that would consume a lot of time and energy. The Huanqing 7F electric locomotive didn't have much reserve power, so instead of pushing forward in the dark, Lin Xian decided to eliminate this burden first, recover his strength, and start fresh at dawn on the unexplored southern slope of Mount Daluo. After organizing everything, the group divided tasks. Those needing rest went to sleep, while Chun Sichuan and Xia sorted the canned goods they had retrieved and placed them in order. Soon after, the train's lights were turned off. Lin Xian, however, went to the rear of the train, opening the hydraulic liftgate of Car 5. He approached the massive freight electric locomotive at the back, ready to devour the 100-ton behemoth. Kiki had just sketched the prototype for the water-oxygen circulation system based on Lin Xian's plan. With concerns about rainwater contamination and health, Lin Xian was preparing to clear out Car 3. He intended to connect it to the locomotive's water tank, install a purification system, and set up protective planning cabinets. Clean water, fresh air, and the ability to grow plants and vegetables were concepts Lin Xian had prioritized even before. But after Su Jin mentioned the contamination and nighttime rain, Lin Xian felt an even greater urgency to create such a carriage. With ice and snow descending, bacteria-laden black rain, and the looming extinction of global flora and fauna, this step was now critical. In Car 2, the faint glow of the computers in the information center illuminated the cabin. The systems were connected to the train's radar, electro-optical targeting, and tracking systems, enabling limited monitoring ahead of the train. Outside, the night was dark and cold, with a biting wind cutting through the silence. The train's heating system hadn't been fully repaired, leaving a chill lingering in the carriages. Kiki and Xia were already asleep. Chun Sichuan was keeping watch in the driver's cabin, and Luo Yi stood on standby at the rear of Car 5. Xia. A soft voice broke through the silence, gently calling Luo Xia's name. Half asleep, Luo Xia instinctively opened her eyes, groggily searching for the source of the sound. The train was dark, the lights off. Reaching out, she lifted the blackout curtain slightly, allowing faint starlight filter through the armored grating to faintly outline the objects inside the carriage. Was it her imagination? Luo Xia thought she heard a man's voice calling her name. She looked around for Lin Xian, but saw no one. She began to lower her hand from the curtain when she suddenly noticed a shadow outside the window. It was a figure standing still. Its upper body was shrouded in darkness, and its face was obscured. Startled, Xia's fingers trembled. She could feel the shadow staring directly at her. "Brother Lin?" she asked cautiously, clutching her blanket tightly with her other hand, a sense of unease creeping over her. If it were Lin Xian, why would he call her from outside? The surroundings were deathly silent, her voice echoing sharply in the quiet carriage. She reached out to tap on the edge of the bed, hoping to alert Kiki below her. "Can you open the door for me?" The shadow spoke softly. "It's so cold outside. Scratch. The sound of nails dragging slowly across metal broke the silence. Then the noise stopped. The shadow outside vanished. Luo Xia's heart raced as she sensed something was amiss. She leaned forward to investigate further when suddenly, a pale, grotesque face with a gaping maw slammed against the window. Bang! The train shook violently, and Xia jumped in fright. "Ah!" Her scream jolted Kiki awake. The girl turned over in alarm, asking, "What's wrong?" "There's something outside," Xia gasped, trying to steady her breath. Though she had faced many horrors recently, the suddenness of this encounter had rattled her. The blackout curtain in Car 2 was yanked open by Kiki, and the carriage lights were switched on. Both girls peered out the window. Outside, the world was pitch black, with no sign of anything or anyone. "What happened?" Chun Sichuan came rushing over from the driver's cabin. "There was something outside. I saw it." Xia's voice trembled as she spoke, her face pale. Luo Yi approached, rifle in hand, as the group inspected the area, but they found nothing. "Where's Lin Xian?" Kiki asked. "He's still outside," Chun Sichuan said, her face showing concern as she grabbed a walkie-talkie to check on him. But then, Kiki's expression shifted. "Wait, do you hear that?" "Hear what?" Everyone fell silent, straining to listen. The night was eerily quiet, broken only by the sound of the cold wind brushing against the treetops. Then the sound grew louder, a rustling, like leaves in a storm, escalating into an overwhelming cacophony. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seemed to come from every direction at once, like the earth itself was trembling. Xia pressed her face nervously against the glass. The carriage lights barely illuminated 10 meters ahead, the rest swallowed by the inky darkness. She stared out, listening, her expression growing graver by the second. Suddenly, in the distance, she saw countless dark silhouettes. They moved in waves across the plain, a tide of black heads surging forward. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she shouted, "It's a zombie horde!" Whoosh, whoosh. Before her words had fully settled, a deafening wave of screeches, growls, and howls erupted from all directions. The sea of shadows overwhelmed the landscape, blocking out everything in sight. Lin Xian, Chen Xishuan shuddered as the zombie horde surged toward the train, her trembling hands gripping the walkie-talkie. She called out to Lin Xian outside, her voice urgent. "Start the train." Kiki instinctively shouted. Before Chen Xishuan could act, the infinite train's engines roared to life, rumbling with power. Recognizing Lin Xian's signal, Chen Xishuan calmed herself and dashed back toward the driver's cabin. "Let's go to the rear. He's still out there." Kiki shouted as a sudden thought struck her. Grabbing Luo Yi, they sprinted toward car 5. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, the horde of zombies slammed against the stationary train. Their relentless pounding, clawing, and howling shook the steel carriages like a drum echoing through the night. The noise was deafening, as though a landslide were battering the train. KSSSSHH. The hydraulic liftgate opened as Kiki and Luo Yi, guns in hand, stood ready. "Bad guy, are you out there?" Kiki yelled. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp bursts of wind cannons tore through the zombie skulls, echoing like thunder against the train's hull. "Don't let those beasts inside," Lin Xian's voice shouted from outside. Lin Xian leapt nimbly from car to car, dodging the zombies that surged like tidal waves. His exhausted body was drenched in cold sweat, his strength nearly drained from devouring the freight electric locomotive earlier. Now, as Chen Xishuan powered up the train, Lin Xian felt a brief moment of relief, but there was no time to rest. He dashed forward at full speed, knowing he couldn't afford to stop. The scene around him was worse than the horrors at the mist outpost. The sheer size of the zombie horde was staggering, and Lin Xian could only wonder what had triggered such a massive surge. With gritted teeth, he managed to lower the train's tailgate halfway, leaving just enough room to climb inside. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire filled the air as Kiki and Luo Yi, stationed inside, fired at the zombies attempting to climb aboard. Seizing his chance, Lin Xian unleashed 2 bursts from his wind cannon, blasting several zombies away. With a leap, he dove through the narrow gap in the liftgate. Arg! The tailgate began to close, but 2 zombies wedged themselves in the gap, snarling and clawing to get inside. Luo Yi dropped his gun and roared, grabbing a crowbar. With a mighty swing, he crushed the heads of both zombies. A swift kick sent their limp bodies tumbling out, and the tailgate slammed shut. "Luo Yi, stay here with Sha. Kiki, come with me to the front." Lin Xian barked, not wasting a second. The moment his feet hit the floor, Lin Xian sprinted toward the locomotive, activating his mechanical heart to push the gas turbine to its limits. Whir! Boom! Boom! At the front of the train, the zombies had completely engulfed the locomotive. Though the horde was insignificant in strength compared to the train's mass, their sheer numbers formed a relentless barrier that slowed its acceleration. The grinding sound of the train crushing bone and bodies under its wheels was horrifying, a piercing noise that sent chills down everyone's spines. "Keep accelerating," Lin Xian shouted. Chen Xishuan bit her lip and shoved the throttle forward with all her strength. "Kiki, clear the front." With a nod, Kiki clenched her teeth and stepped into the driver's cabin. She extended her hand toward the front of the train. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, blasting hundreds of zombies away from the locomotive. But the respite was brief. Like ants, the horde swarmed back within seconds, surging toward the train with renewed ferocity. "The speed is picking up," Chen Xishuan called out, her voice firm. Lin Xian slid into the driver's seat, his gaze steely. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the controls, snarling, "Crush them all!" Roar! The engines of the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive and the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive roared in unison, unleashing tens of thousands of horsepower. With unstoppable force, the train surged forward, grinding through the endless zombie tide in a frenzy of power and destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The giant locomotive roared like an enraged beast in the endless darkness. The iron wheels of its carriages teetered under the impact of the zombie horde, tilting slightly before crashing back onto the tracks. Each collision with the rails sparked blinding flashes of light. This cold industrial machine was harvesting the endless wave of zombies with a frenzy bordering on madness. It was 6 a.m., and dawn was still at least 10 hours away. Everyone aboard the train felt as if they were on the edge of a precipice, their terrified eyes fixed on the surging tide of zombies swarming toward them. This is so unusual. Why are there so many? Lin Xian exclaimed in shock. Kiki frowned, her expression tense. Yeah, these things are acting like they've gone insane. Bang, bang, bang. Even with the train accelerating, zombies kept slamming into the front of the locomotive, smearing blood and gore across the windshield until it was almost completely obscured. Lin Xian quickly activated the sprayers to clear the blood, but when Kiki saw the worsening visibility, she hurried toward carriage number 2. The zombies' relentless onslaught made radar useless in detecting the track conditions ahead. The train crew had to rely on the roof-mounted electro-optical targeting system to scout the path forward. Thud, thud, thud. Zombies climbing onto the roof were thrown off by the train's increasing speed, their howls of rage echoing all around. Clang, clang. On the vast, dark plain, the crimson train charged forward like a wild beast, shattering the zombie horde in its path as if cutting through vegetables. Behind the train, a sea of zombies surged like a tidal wave, howling as they chased. The scene was utterly apocalyptic. Thud! Suddenly, a loud impact echoed from the front of the train. Lin Xian's expression shifted as he spotted a ragged, pale, and emaciated creature clinging to the locomotive. It had a human face with sunken eye sockets and a blood-red mouth twisted into an eerie smile, staring unblinkingly at him. Ah! Lin Xian screamed in terror at the sight of the creature. Lin Xian immediately stepped in front of her protectively, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the monster. A flicker of familiarity crossed his mind. It looked like someone he knew. Tang Hai. Realization dawned on him, and his face turned pale. The grotesque figure of Tang Hai, now a monster, locked its hollow eyes onto Lin Xian. It grinned unervingly, baring its teeth, and rasped in a hoarse voice. Run, run, faster, ha ha ha. The sound came from its rotting windpipe, like air escaping a torn bellows. What the hell is that? Lin Xian asked nervously. It's definitely not human. Lin Xian replied grimly. He didn't know what Tang Hai had become, but it was clear that its sudden appearance was no coincidence. Not good. There's a broken bridge ahead. Kiki's voice rang out from behind. She had just activated the electro-optical targeting system, which blared an alarm. Lin Xian turned around and saw that Tang Hai had vanished from the train's front. The headlights illuminated the tracks ahead, revealing a railway bridge spanning a mountain valley. In the middle of the bridge was a massive gap, at least 7 or 8 meters wide. The rails were completely severed. That old beast! He quickly pieced it together. Tang Hai had likely sabotaged the bridge. Whatever this monster had evolved into, it possessed abilities terrifying enough to destroy infrastructure and even summon a zombie horde. Stop the train! Lin Xian screamed in panic. Lin Xian's first instinct was to hit the brakes, but the infinite train had just barreled through the zombie horde at full speed. His mechanical heart kicked into overdrive, analyzing the situation. At their current speed, stopping in time was nearly impossible. Even if they did manage to halt, they would be trapped in the zombie tide. Lin Xian's heart pounded as he weighed his options. Just then, a slender figure darted forward. Kiki's eyes glowed faintly, a sign that her ability was surging. Don't stop. We'll charge through, she shouted. Lin Xian's face twisted in shock. Are you insane? Kiki turned to him, her small face trembling but resolute. Didn't you say this train could soar to the skies? Let's work together. We can make it across. Soar to the skies? The words ignited a spark in Lin Xian's mind. He knew there was no turning back. Clenching his teeth, he roared, "Hold on, Teacher Chun." He gripped the control console tightly, every nerve in his body on edge as his mechanical heart roared to life. We're facing the gaping chasm. The massive industrial beast began to accelerate again. Kiki's face turned ghostly pale as she focused her glowing eyes on the dark mountain valley ahead. Her lips tightened into a determined line as blood vessels spidered across her eyes. Boom, boom, boom. 20 meters. Boom, boom, boom. 10 meters. Boom, boom. 5 meters. At the last moment, Kiki let out a sharp cry and raised both hands. Clang, clang. The Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, weighing 200 tons, lifted off the tracks. Following it, the 340-ton Huanqing 7F electric locomotive rose into the air, as if an invisible force had hoisted the entire train. The locomotives traced an audacious arc across the void. Time seemed to freeze. Chen Sichuan's terrified gaze met Lin Xian's fierce determination. Kiki's bloodshot eyes glowed with an intense light. Thump, thump. The only sound was the pounding of their hearts. Crash. The train landed with a violent impact. The screech of wheels grinding against rails echoed across the mountains. In carriage number 5, Luo Xia and Luo Yi felt the tremor as a massive force rippled through the train. Bang! A jeep strapped to a flatbed car broke loose and flew into the valley below, crashing with a resounding boom. Clang! Clang! Despite the chaos, the train miraculously regained its footing and continued racing forward. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xian, Chen Sichuan shouted, her voice trembling. Lin Xian turned to see Kiki slumping to the ground, blood streaming from her eyes and nose. Her breathing was faint. He rushed to support her, alarmed by the severity of her condition. Quick, the medical kit. Look at her eyes. Chen Sichuan exclaimed in horror. Lin Xian pried Kiki's eyelids open and saw black veins spreading across her irises. Her pupils were unfocused and glassy. As he stared at her, dizziness washed over him. A powerful force seemed to drain his strength. In an instant, a wailing cry from hell erupted in his mind, filling his ears and blurring his vision. Lin Xian staggered and collapsed to the floor. Buzz. Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness overwhelm him. Clang, clang. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he heard was Chen Sichuan's frantic voice shouting, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. His vision cleared, and the familiar rumble of the train racing along the tracks jolted him awake. Chen Sichuan's face was pale with fear as she saw him collapse. What happened to you? Rubbing his temples, Lin Xian asked urgently, how long was I out? Her expression turned awkward. Just a moment. You suddenly fainted. Lin Xian quickly turned his attention to Kiki, lying on the floor. Her eyes were now half consumed by the inky blackness, and a sense of dread settled over him. Bang! Before he could process this, another loud impact echoed from the roof of a distant carriage. Trouble upon trouble. Kiki's life hung in the balance, and now something else was happening on top of the train. Take care of her for me. Lin Xian instructed Chen Sichuan sharply before dashing toward the rear carriages. As he ran, his mechanical heart activated, and he summoned the blueprint for the GK03 electric blade that Kiki had given him. With a wave of his hand, he began assembling it using Type 1 tungsten titanium alloy. Lacking some critical materials, he quickly fashioned a prototype, a sleek black longsword. At the same time, he grabbed a fully loaded automatic rifle and hurried toward the commotion. The freshly forged hilt was still warm in his hand, its heat mirroring the urgency in his chest. Kiki was in critical condition, Tang Hai was still out there, and the zombie tide loomed. He had no choice but to resolve this crisis now. He shouted ahead to Luo Xia and Luo Yi in carriage number 5. Luo Yi Xia, grab your weapons. That old bastard's not done with us. We're taking him out. Be careful, Brother Lin. Luo Shasha's terrified voice called back. She pointed toward the carriage window as she spoke. Crash! Before she could finish, a massive, pale gray claw smashed against the side of the train. The impact shattered the glass, and the violent force flung Luo Shasha across the carriage. Luo Yi reacted swiftly, diving to catch his sister midair with one arm. Lin Xian, however, was hurled into a storage cabinet. As he scrambled to his feet, his gaze snapped to the rear of the train. There, a towering white humanoid figure loomed, a monster he recognized instantly. His pupils contracted in shock. The pale giant. It was the same creature he had encountered back in Jiang. Impossible. They had already traveled over 1,000 kilometers. How could this thing have pursued them so far? Luo Yi. There's another one, Tang Hai. Lin Xian warned, his voice grim. A tide of zombies, a broken bridge, and now the pale giant. Was all of this a coincidence or part of some elaborate plan? If it wasn't random, the implications were terrifying. Tang Hai had to be eliminated immediately. With no time to retreat, Lin Xian prepared to fight. He flung open the train's rear platform. Luo Yi set Luo Shasha down, grabbed a machine gun, and stood ready. The platform lowered, revealing the pale giant hanging upside down from the train's frame. Its sunken, terrifying eyes peered into the carriage as it opened a dark red, gaping maw. Rah! The creature let out a piercing shriek, like a woman's high-pitched scream, causing everyone's eardrums to throb in pain. In that instant, Lin Xian and Luo Yi opened fire with everything they had. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets rained down on the monster. Although the rounds ricocheted off its steel-like face, sparks flying, a few managed to draw blood inside its gaping maw. The pale giant roared in rage, extending a ghastly arm into the carriage, blindly swiping at everything within reach. Crash! Tools and supplies were scattered everywhere. Luo Yi bellowed as he gripped a steel bar with both hands and drove it down onto the monster's claw. The force was immense, and the steel bent from the impact. Thud! The steel bar pierced through the back of the pale giant's hand, pinning it to the floor of the carriage. The blow was so powerful that it also punched through the carriage floor beneath. Lin Xian's shock deepened as he witnessed Luo Yi's incredible strength. But there was no time to hesitate. He raised the GK-03 electric blade and charged forward, ready to finish the fight. Lin Xian watched Luo Yi's display of raw power, feeling an itch in his molars, a sign of both astonishment and unease. How strong will he become if he evolves further? Still, Lin Xian felt a glimmer of hope. Compared to the earlier fight with the red centipede monster, he no longer experienced the same sense of helplessness. Just as he prepared to join the fray, he heard a rapid scraping sound. He whipped around and saw Tang Hai, having somehow reappeared, climbing swiftly along the side of the train toward the roof and heading toward the front carriages. Not good. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the pale giant, with its hand pinned by the steel bar, yanked the embedded metal free, the sound of screeching metal filling the air. Cover me, Lin Xian shouted, seizing the opportunity to dash toward the rear of the train. Realizing Lin Xian was going after Tang Hai, Luo Yi immediately swung his gun back up and unleashed another barrage at the pale giant, aiming for its horrifying face. Lin Xian nimbly dodged the monster's swinging arm and leapt onto the open flatbed carriage at the rear. Before he could steady himself, a gust of wind roared past his ears. Acting on instinct, he conjured an ice shield behind him while diving toward the rear of a damaged jeep. Bang! The pale giant's massive arm shattered the ice shield and smashed the jeep's hood. Its chains snapped, and the vehicle dangled precariously off the side of the carriage before colliding with an electrical tower and plummeting into the roadside below. D***** in it. Lin Xian cursed under his breath. Those jeeps were hard-won spoils, and now they were gone without even a chance to devour them for resources. Luo Yi, hold it off for me. I'm going after Tang Hai. Lin Xian yelled against the wind. Got it. Luo Yi didn't hesitate, charging forward with his gun. Rolling to avoid the pale giant's grasping claws, he switched magazines and fired relentlessly at the monster's mouth and eyes. Seizing this opening, Lin Xian sprinted toward the roof of the carriage and activated a new skill, Backlash. This ability, acquired from devouring the Iron Guard 3 military assault armor, had yet to be tested. What better moment than now? With a flash of gray light, Lin Xian's body blurred into a streaking shadow. Clutching his GK-03 electric blade, forged from tungsten titanium alloy, he lunged forward with a surge of energy. Crack! A sound like a sonic boom ripped through the air. The pale giant swung its claw to intercept him, but grasped only an afterimage. In the next instant, slash! A deep vertical gash appeared in the creature's palm. Flesh and blood exploded outward, staining the train in crimson. Lin Xian reappeared behind the monster, his breathing heavy but his confidence surging. His first use of Backlash had surpassed his expectations. The attack drained him significantly, but sheer destructive power was far beyond anything he'd managed before. Back in Jiang City, even hacking at this monster with a short blade couldn't scratch it. Now, armed with his new skill and weapon, he'd finally pierced its defenses. From below, Luo Yi watched Lin Xian's swift and deadly maneuver, his eyes wide with admiration. The pale giant, however, let out a frenzied roar, ripping the steel bar from its hand and pivoting to chase after Lin Xian. Its enormous weight pressed down on the carriage, causing the wheels to grind against the tracks with a deafening screech, sparks flying everywhere. Brother, Luo Sha, finally free, emerged from the carriage and tossed a steel pipe to Luo Yi. The siblings worked seamlessly. Luo Yi caught the pipe, his muscles tensing as veins bulged across his arms. With a mighty roar, he hurled the steel pipe at the pale giant's exposed flank. Whoosh! The pipe cut through the air like a missile. The pale giant, evidently possessing some intelligence, sensed the danger and paused its pursuit of Lin Xian. It swiveled around with a snarl, raising its massive claw. Clang! With a powerful grip, it caught the glowing hot steel pipe in midair, sparks flying as it crushed the metal with its claw. The screech of tortured steel echoed as the pale giant roared again, its ferocity on the other side of the train. Lin Xian raced forward atop the train roof, braving the biting wind as he sprinted toward the front carriages. He knew that Tang Hai, once the station master of Beiwang Station, was intimately familiar with trains. The sabotage track had undoubtedly been his doing. Thump! 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 The rhythmic pounding of his boots on the train roof echoed as Lin Xian prepared to leap from carriage number 3 to number 2. Suddenly, a flash of white darted out at the connecting point, and a chill ran down his spine. Instinctively, he conjured an ice shield before him. Crack! A sharp object pierced through the shield, and Lin Xian whirled around to see a thin claw narrowly missing his chest, leaving behind shredded fabric and a spray of debris. Close call. Die! A grotesque voice, half-human, half-demonic, erupted as Tang Hai lunged. His deceptively thin arm, brimming with terrifying strength, cleaved through the ice shield as if slicing butter. His claws darted toward Lin Xian's throat. Old bastard, you just don't know when to quit. Lin Xian roared furiously. Memories of the zombies, the sabotaged bridge, and Kiki's precarious state stoked the flames of his rage. As Tang Hai's claw swept forward, Lin Xian leaned back and swung his blade with precision at Tang Hai's neck. Clang! Sparks flew as the blade struck, only to bounce off with the metallic clang of steel meeting steel. Tang Hai's skin had become harder than the pale giant's. The force of the impact sent Tang Hai staggering back, but he remained unfazed, even with the blade at his neck. A savage grin split his face as he attacked again with his talon-like claws, mocking Lin Xian. Ha! Thanks to you, I've become so much stronger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Lin Xian didn't give him the chance to gloat, stepping back and unloading a volley of bullets into the monster. Tang Hai's twisted figure tumbled as several rounds struck him, punching bloody holes in weaker parts of his body. Bastard! Tang Hai hissed, retreating to the side of the train with unnatural agility. Like a phantom, he vanished into the shadows along the train's edge. Lin Xian's thoughts churned as he caught his breath. How is his defense so strong? Even Luo Ye's enhanced body couldn't withstand bullets like that. Has he truly evolved? Makes you wonder if he's a failed experiment or just some mutant freak. Lin Xian muttered under his breath. Whoosh! A shadow flickered at the edge of his vision as Tang Hai emerged again. This time, his clawed fingers stretched unnaturally long, whipping toward Lin Xian like snapping cables. Lin Xian reacted instantly, raising his blade to block. Clang! The force sent him skidding backward, his palms numb from the impact. Before Lin Xian could counter, Tang Hai vanished back into the darkness. What the hell is this thing? Lin Xian thought, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The wind howled across the train as the infinite train, driven by the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, hurtled through the night. Lin Xian gripped his weapon tightly, every sense on high alert. Tang Hai's grotesque, half-human, half-corpse form lingered in his mind. His hardened, pale gray skin and sparse, devolved hair reminded Lin Xian of a twisted version of Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air again. Lin Xian anticipated the attack, sidestepped, and fired a stream of bullets toward the sound. Rat-a-tat-a-tat! Tang Hai, crafty as ever, used his elongated fingers to bait Lin Xian into wasting his limited ammunition. The magazine clicked empty, and Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Click! No more bullets. Out of ammo, aren't you? Tang Hai's chilling voice drifted from behind him. Clang! Lin Xian spun and swung his blade, narrowly deflecting another strike. The force jolted his grip, nearly toppling him. Tang Hai emerged smugly from the shadows, his face twisted into a gloating sneer. Now, what do you see? You're lucky I wasn't evolved that night. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived to see today. Shouldn't you thank me? He jeered. Thank your mother. Lin Xian growled, wasting no time. With a flick of his hand, he launched several wind cannon bursts. Tang Hai sensed the attack and dodged one, but two blasts slammed into his chest. The force sent him stumbling back. Damn you, Tang Hai cursed, his voice a distorted mix of male and female tones. Realizing Lin Xian had more than firearms at his disposal, Tang Hai extended his claws and anchored them into the train's roof. Using his legs to launch himself like a bullet, his speed was so great it left dents in the steel. Ice shield! Lin Xian conjured another shield in an instant. Useless trash! Tang Hai roared as he barreled through the shield, shattering it. But instead of striking Lin Xian, he hit nothing but shards of ice. Whoosh! Lin Xian, now a phantom-like shadow, slipped through the cascading ice and unleashed his skill. Backlash. Boom! A resounding sonic blast echoed as Lin Xian slashed through Tang Hai midair. What? Tang Hai shrieked as his momentum carried him forward, claws scraping the train roof. His hand shot up to his face in disbelief. Half of it, along with one ear, was missing. Aha! Tang Hai's scream was feral, filled with rage and agony. Blood streamed from his mutilated face as he bellowed. I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart. Lin Xian wasn't interested in banter. Before Tang Hai could recover, Lin Xian fired more wind cannon shots. Bam! 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 Unable to dodge, Tang Hai took the brunt of the blasts, a gaping hole ripping through his chest. He tumbled off the train, landing among the jagged rocks beside the tracks. Meanwhile, at the rear of the train, the pale giant leapt from carriage number 5 to the flatbed car, its massive weight crushing the wooden sleepers below and nearly derailing the train again. Luo Yi, undeterred, swung a broken chain like a whip. The heavy chain lashed out with a resounding crack, leaving a deep, bloody welt across the monster's hardened skin. Reawa! The pale giant howled in fury, its massive arms swinging to swat Luo Yi off the train. Before it could strike, an explosion rocked its back. Shasha, wielding an M36 grenade launcher, had landed a direct hit. Despite her small size, she displayed incredible precision, a testament to her hardened survival skills. Luo Yi seized the chance. wrapping the chain around the pale giant's neck and preparing to drop the other end off the train to leverage the train's speed to decapitate the creature. But the pale giant grabbed the chain mid-air, swinging it, and Luo Yi violently. Luo Yi gritted his teeth and held on, using the momentum to swing back onto carriage number 5. He landed with a heavy thud, determined not to let the monster win. "Brother, be careful," Shasha called out, reloading her grenade launcher. The pale giant ripped the chain from its neck and lunged forward again. Shasha fired another grenade at close range, the explosion pinning the creature between carriages. Despite the damage, it raised its enormous claw and smashed down on the roof of carriage number 5, crushing the air conditioning system. Lin Xian observed the white giant wreaking havoc at the position of car number 5. The situation was extremely tense, and his expression grew heavier. Meanwhile, in the distant darkness, the zombie horde surged like a tidal wave. If the infinite train stopped now, it would take only minutes before they were surrounded by the tide again. As he monitored the white giant, a flash of white darted rapidly along the train's side. Lin Xian's expression tensed, and he instinctively swung his blade in a reverse slash toward his side. Clang! The blade struck something hard mid-air, but at the same moment, a cold gust grazed his ribs. Lin Xian's chest tightened. Looking down, he saw a massive, finger-like appendage pierce through his coat like a bullet, tearing away a layer of flesh at his side. SSSSSS. A searing pain coursed through him as the flesh peeled. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he kicked off, retreating swiftly with his speed-enhancing abilities. So fast, it had to be said, Tang Hai's evolution had turned him into something beyond human. Not only was his skin incredibly tough, but his speed was terrifyingly quick. Tasty meat. On top of the train, Tang Hai's blood-red eyes glinted maniacally. His speech had even become clearer in his crazed state. Licking the blood off the finger that had injured Lin Xian, he laughed excitedly. 3 ability users on one train? The voices in my head tell me if I eat you all, I'll become stronger. Thud, thud, thud. A stealthy wind cannon attack shot toward Tang Hai, but this time he crouched low, one hand gripping the train's roof while the other protected his face. He tanked the attack head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The enormous impact of the wind cannon only caused his body to tremble slightly, with no significant effect. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. "Your little tricks are completely useless now. Heh, just give in and let me eat you. And those 3 girls on your train, they're so tender. Their meat must be even more delicious." "All right." Tang Hai's blood-red, triangular eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xian. "Did you know? After my evolution, one of my abilities has grown tremendously. My reproductive power. You think those 3 pretty girls on your train could handle me?" Hee. Clang. A shadow streaked forward, and a gleam of cold light flashed. The blade of an electric knife stabbed directly at Tang Hai's throat. His reaction was swift. With one hand, he tried to grab the knife. However, the blade, crafted from tungsten titanium alloy, wasn't something mere flesh could stop. It sliced through his finger's skin and brushed past his neck. Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing Tang Hai attempt to catch the knife barehanded, he flicked his wrist decisively. Slash! The blade gleamed again, instantly severing 4 of Tang Hai's fingers. Tang Hai's expression twisted, his body trembling as he let out a pained scream. Clutching his hand, he frantically retreated. Lin Xian had no intention of letting him escape. Without hesitation, he charged forward, ready to unleash a backlash to decapitate Tang Hai fully this time. But just as Tang Hai retreated, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The severed fingers quickly regenerated with dark flesh and shot toward Lin Xian like spears. Lin Xian's pupil shrank, cold sweat dripping down. This guy could regrow severed fingers. I shield. Acting on instinct, Lin Xian raised his hand, conjuring an ice shield. Still using that weak trick? Tang Hai sneered. To him, Lin Xian's defenses were laughably fragile. But just as his 5 claw-like fingers pierced the ice shield, they came to an abrupt halt, as if hitting an iron plate. Clang! Behind Lin Xian's ice shield, a thick steel plate had materialized out of nowhere. Mechanical manufacturing. Thud! Tang Hai's claws pierced through the ice and embedded themselves into the steel plate. The immense force pushed the plate toward Lin Xian, who couldn't dodge in time. While the plate blocked the attack, it collided with him, sending him flying off the train. Bang! Bang! The cold wind roared in Lin Xian's ears as he clung desperately to the edge of the armored plate, halting his fall. Boom! A loud noise came from afar. Lin Xian glanced over to see Luo Yi being struck by the white giant, sending him flying off the train as well. Luo Yi! Lin Xian shouted. In that moment of distraction, Tang Hai's blood-red eyes glinted with malice. His expression turned monstrous, and a surge of black blood mist erupted around him as he lunged forward with extended claws, yelling furiously. Idiot! You still care about others? Sensing the danger, Lin Xian reacted immediately. A white light flashed in his palm as his mechanical heart activated, producing an iron chain that extended rapidly. Luo Yi, understanding the situation, grabbed the chain mid-air and pulled himself toward the train. Using the momentum, Luo Yi crashed back onto the train roof. Without hesitation, he punched toward an incoming white shadow. Tang Hai's expression froze as he felt an enormous figure descending from the sky, delivering a powerful punch straight at him. UF ****** ING combo move. Boom! Luo Yi's fist, packed with immense force, crushed half of Tang Hai's face. The blow sent him flying like a cannonball, straight into the path of the charging white giant. The white giant, sensing an incoming object, roared angrily. Its gaping maw extended as it lunged forward and bit down mid-air. Oh! Tang Hai's agonized scream echoed in the night. Crunch! The sound of blood bursting and bones shattering echoed, sending chills down the spine. Tang Hai had no chance to struggle. Within seconds, the white giant chewed him into pieces. Lin Xian and Luo Yi froze in shock. They hadn't expected that punch to literally feed Tang Hai to the monster. Crunch, crunch! The white giant gnawed frantically, devouring Tang Hai in mere moments. Its blood-red, hollow eyes glowed even fiercer, radiating malevolence. Grab my hand! Luo Yi climbed back onto the train roof despite his injuries. Reaching to the edge, he yanked Lin Xian back up. As Lin Xian steadied himself, he looked ahead and saw the white giant crouched on the train roof. Its sinister gaze bore down on them, blood dripping from its maw. A thick, oppressive blood mist surrounded it, and its body seemed to be undergoing a grotesque transformation after consuming Tang Hai, the evolved ability user. This is bad. Lin Xian immediately sensed danger. At the same time, he noticed a small head peeking out from the rear of car number 5. It was Luo Xia. She must have heard the fight on the roof. Clenching her small teeth, she gripped a grenade launcher, ready to climb up and help. Seeing her, Lin Xian's mind raced. He suddenly shouted, Xia, the remote. Hurry! His voice cut through the night like an arrow. Xia was momentarily confused, but quickly understood. Her big eyes widened in realization, and she nodded before ducking back into the car. She darted toward the front carriage, knowing someone there would know where the remote was. Thump! Thump! The white giant crouched on the train roof, crawling toward them along the slanted surface. Each step warped and tore the metal plates beneath its feet, as if it intended to rip the entire roof apart. Meanwhile, its body grew larger, sharp bone spurs protruding from its frame. In the darkness, it appeared utterly terrifying. Locking its eyes on Lin Xian and Luo Yi, the giant opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar before leaping at them with ferocious force. Xian, look out! Luo Yi tensed, ready to leap into action as the giant pounced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several chain-like anchors appeared out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around the white giant's long arms. One end of the chains was held firmly by Lin Xian, while the other was attached to a heavy steel anchor he had just manufactured. Lin Xian, from inside the carriage below, Chun Sixuan's voice rang out. Lin Xian knew the moment had arrived. He shouted to Luo Yi, "Luo Yi, take this." Hearing Lin Xian shout, Luo Yi turned around just as Lin Xian hurled the steel anchor toward the rocky pile beside the tracks with his left hand. At the same time, his right hand emitted a glow. Materials shot forth from his palm, condensing, shaping, forging, and assembling at an astonishing speed. Clank, clank, clank. The rapid metallic clanging resembled a mechanical symphony, and within moments, Lin Xian had crafted a massive steel cleaver that gleamed in the moonlight. It looked like something out of a Transformer's arsenal. Use this to cut it. At that moment, Lin Xian stood like a mechanical deity descending upon the train. With his left hand, he had anchored the chains. With his right hand, he had forged a colossal weapon. Use this to cut. Lin Xian's words carried a chilling resolve. Unlike the GK03 electric blade gifted by Kiki, the steel-slaying greatsword was Lin Xian's own design, created during his spare time. Aside from its sharpness, it lacked complex mechanical features. However, it was exceptionally suited for Luo Yi, as Lin Xian had forged it using reinforced tungsten titanium alloy. With Lin Xian's current mechanical manufacturing skills, as long as the structure wasn't overly complex, his crafting speed could reach astonishing levels. Luo Yi instinctively caught the weapon. The sheer weight and overwhelming power of the sword ignited his fighting spirit. With veins bulging from his arms and a roar in his throat, he gripped the blade tightly and launched himself at the white giant. Meanwhile, Lin Xian held his tungsten titanium GK03 electric blade, his focus razor-sharp as he awaited the perfect moment. Rhea! The white giant let out a deafening screech, sensing danger. Seeing its legs ensnared by the iron chains, it bellowed angrily. With legs nearly 3 meters long, it kicked violently and leapt forward, claws outstretched toward Lin Xian and Luo Yi. "Go!" Lin Xian shouted, charging forward with his blade. His figure blurred into a streak of white light. Backlash. Ah! With a roar, Luo Yi summoned all his strength, propelling himself forward. His bulging muscles seemed ready to burst as he swung the great sword with such force that the blade glowed red-hot, roaring as it cleaved through the air. Screech! Inside the carriage, Chun Sixuan held Kiki and Luo Shasha tightly. She pressed the emergency brake button on the white remote. The haunching 7F electric locomotive, weighing hundreds of tons and speeding forward, screeched to a halt. Metal wheels locked against the rails, emitting intense friction that instantly heated the tracks and wheels to a fiery red. The tremendous inertia caused the white giant to lose its footing, sending it hurtling forward. At the same moment, the dropped anchor caught on a pile of roadside rubble, yanking the iron chain taut and jerking the giant's neck forward. This was the moment Lin Xian and Luo Yi had been waiting for. Before the train had fully stopped, the two leapt into the air. In a flash, twin blades struck as one. Slash! Two sharp sounds rang out simultaneously. Buzz! The sword blades hummed, as if singing in delight. A massive head was sent flying into the sky. Silence fell over the night. Only the sound of the wind and the faint hiss of the cooling rails remained on the train roof. The white giant's decapitated body collapsed onto the tracks below, while its severed head landed with a thud on the roof, its maw still clutching half of Tang Hai's arm, before rolling off into the abyss. Thump, thump! Lin Xian and Luo Ye's hearts pounded fiercely, blood surging with adrenaline. Neither could believe their first joint effort had ended with such a spectacular kill. Lin Xian collapsed onto the roof, breathing heavily, while Luo Yi bent over, using the massive sword as support. The life-and-death battle had nearly claimed their lives. Huff, huff! As their adrenaline faded, exhaustion and pain took over. Lin Xian's chest ached with a fiery intensity. He realized he had spent almost 10 hours devouring the short-haul freight locomotive earlier, followed by this grueling fight. Without the stored energy from the Huanqing 7F locomotive, he wouldn't have had the strength to execute the backlash maneuver or complete the emergency brake. Broken rails, Tang Hai, the zombie horde, the white giant, the iron chains, the forged sword, the emergency stop. Everyone's efforts had been perfectly synchronized, a level of teamwork Lin Xian had never anticipated. As his mind drifted, a realization struck him. His mechanical abilities weren't suited for hand-to-hand combat. He should focus on creating high-energy weapons, combat mechs, and defensive armaments for himself, his team, and the train. That was the true path of his power. Betting his life on a few skills day after day was a waste of his mechanical potential. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he stood abruptly. Luo Yi. Yeah. Lin Xian pointed at the white giant's corpse by the roadside. Check if there are any of those red beads. I'm going to check on Kiki. Having pushed his abilities to their limits, Kiki's life now hung by a thread. Without pausing to catch his breath, Lin Xian rushed toward the train carriages. Out was everyone. The interior of the train was a mess. After jumping the broken rails, derailing, and battling the giant, the carriages were in utter disarray. Lin Xian ignored the chaos and sprinted toward car number 1. We're okay, but Kiki... Shasha's small face was full of panic. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to Qin Sixuan, who was desperately wiping blood off Kiki's face. She's still bleeding, her heartbeats getting weaker. What do we do? Lin Xian's face darkened as he approached to inspect. Kiki's face was pale, her features covered in blood, and she looked utterly miserable. She must have overexerted her abilities. Lin Xian frowned deeply. He had no idea how to handle this. Shasha, has your brother ever experienced something like this before? Shasha shook her head, then rummaged through a small medicine box and showed it to Lin Xian. No, but I have some medicine. The box contained a mix of brightly colored pills, their origins unknown, with no labels. Lin Xian's brows furrowed at the sight. A box of antibiotics they had traded for at a communal bonfire wouldn't help in this situation either. Wait, Lin Xian, Shasha said suddenly. Qin Sixuan felt Kiki's life slipping away and couldn't hide the panic on her face. That ability, didn't you all mention those red beads? She stammered, her words disjointed from anxiety. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. You mean the eerie blood crystal? Yes. Qin Sixuan's lips were dry as she exclaimed nervously. Do you think it'll work? Lin Xian immediately understood her implication, and it struck a chord with him. If anything on this train could help with abilities, it would be that. Luo Yi. Lin Xian stood up and opened the blackout panel, only to see Luo Yi holding the great sword and flashlight, searching the white giant's corpse. Shasha realized the urgency and sprinted outside. I'll help look. No time. Qin Sixuan screamed. She placed a hand under Kiki's nose and found no signs of breathing. Lin Xian made a decisive move. He grabbed the eerie blood crystal from the radio and hurried back. But as he held it, doubt crept in. How was he supposed to use it? Should it be swallowed? No time to hesitate. Lin Xian clenched his teeth, pried open Kiki's mouth, and placed the blood crystal inside. But as soon as it touched her, something extraordinary happened. A surge of crimson mist erupted from the crystal, rushing into Kiki's throat and nostrils in an instant. Witnessing this, both Lin Xian and Qin Sixuan were stunned. They stared intently at Kiki lying on the ground. The air grew eerily silent. Suddenly, hisses. A sharp inhalation broke the silence. Kiki, unconscious moments ago, took a deep breath. The inky blackness in her eyes seemed to recede slightly. It's working, Qin Sixuan shouted, her voice trembling with both terror and excitement. Lin Xian quickly checked Kiki and found her breathing had resumed, albeit faintly. Relief washed over him as he exhaled heavily, glancing at his trembling arms and feeling the powerful thrum of his heart. System notification. Devour successful. Plus 300 mechanical source points. Plus 150 mechanical devour skill proficiency. Bonus rewards. Strength plus 20. Speed plus 5. Defense plus 20. Lin Xian had just achieved his most significant upgrade, yet by successfully devouring a short-haul freight electric locomotive, even though it was only a smaller model. Devouring its mass, hundreds of tons, had come at a tremendous cost. The locomotive added so much strength and defense. Definitely a thick-skinned and strong machine, Lin Xian muttered. Killing Tang Hai and the white giant also boosted my stats significantly, and my mechanical manufacturing skill has leveled up. System update. Mechanical manufacturing upgraded to level 2. This upgrade greatly enhanced his crafting speed using materials from the decomposition space. While firearms remained complex due to the lack of gunpowder, simpler constructs like electromagnetic cannons were now conceivable, though he still lacked blueprints for such advanced weaponry. Reflecting on the battle, Lin Xian decided he needed to prepare more straightforward mechanical tools for emergencies, such as hooks, shields, and ground spikes. These items were simple to craft, but could prove invaluable in critical moments. Opening the holographic interface of the mechanical heart, Lin Xian was surprised by the updates. Mechanical Heart LV.2 420/1000. Strength level 273%. Capable of lifting 200 kilograms. Speed level 189%. Maximum 10 meters per second. Defense level 171%. Reinforced bones, resilient skin. Mechanical awakening locked. Skills. Mechanical devour 2 for 78/500. Improves devouring efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing 2 30/500. Enhances crafting efficiency. Passive skills, scan/repair/decompose. Special skills, wind cannon, common level 2, 78%. Ice shield, common level 1, 69%. Backlash, rare level 1, 30%. This much defense in one go. Lin Xian marveled at how his stats aligned with his enemies. Killing Tang Hai and the white giant, both known for their tough skin, had significantly bolstered his defense stats. Lin Xian, Chun Sichuan called worriedly, "She's still not waking up." "What do we do?" "Wait a bit longer," Lin Xian replied, standing up. "The white giant's body must have more of those red beads. Bring another one, and we'll try again. If it still doesn't work, we'll stop at Yuqi instead of heading straight for Mount Daoyuo." "Stop." "Yes." Lin Xian nodded decisively. His gaze was sharp. Yuqi City may not be big, but it has malls. The train is badly damaged after this fight. If Kiki doesn't wake up, I'll take Luo Yi and the others to scavenge materials to repair and upgrade the train. We'll also use the radio to check for nearby convoys. If these red beads are effective, we'll trade resources for more. If one isn't enough, we'll get 2. If 2 aren't enough, we'll get 4. After this battle, Lin Xian's perspective shifted subtly. With mechanical manufacturing upgraded, he needed to enhance the train's weaponry and defenses. His original goal had been to explore Underground City No. 9, but with Kiki's condition precarious, he decided it was better to redirect to Yuqi City for now. If he could produce ammunition, he could upgrade their arsenal significantly. With his core stats nearing their next breakthroughs, Mechanical Devour about to hit level 3, and Mechanical Heart's first awakening within sight, Lin Xian knew he had to push forward with a new plan. As the group searched the surroundings, the sound of the zombie tide had vanished, leaving only the eerie silence of the night. Flashlights danced along the tracks, illuminating the frost-covered ground. Shasha's face was etched with urgency as she scanned every corner with her flashlight. On the other side, Lin Xian and Luo Yi were hacking furiously at the white giant's corpse, digging through its flesh for one of those red beads. Suddenly, Shasha's excited shout broke the silence. "I found it!" Both men froze, abandoning their task to rush over to her. Shasha stood at the edge of a drainage ditch, pointing her flashlight at the grotesque, decapitated head of the white giant. The disembodied head lay amid a mix of red blood and black ichor, an ominous sight that made Shasha hesitant to approach any closer. As Lin Xian approached, Shasha pointed toward the severed neck. "Look!" From the giant's neck, black smoke seeped out, snaking into the ground. Amid the murky ichor and blood, a bead the size of a thumb shone bright red. Strangely, this bead was significantly larger than the one Lin Xian had retrieved earlier. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He immediately signaled to Sha. "Stay back. I'll get it." Cautiously, he approached. As he drew nearer to the bead, a faint rustling sound began in his ears. The closer he got, the louder the sound grew, transforming into a deafening cacophony of wails and cries. The noise became so intense it threatened to rupture his eardrums, but Lin Xian gritted his teeth and pressed on. Just as the sound became unbearable, he reached out and grabbed the red bead. The wailing abruptly ceased. "So that's how it works." Lin Xian exhaled deeply, his gaze sharp. He remembered hearing similar cries when he killed the red, centipede-like creature, but hadn't known about the existence of these beads at the time. Now, it was clear there must have been a blood crystal then as well. Different sizes, he mused, noting the bead's larger form before rushing back to the train with it. On the train, Lin Xian placed the larger blood crystal near Kiki's nose. This time, before it even touched her, the crystal shattered into fine red mist. The mist surged into Kiki's nostrils and eyes, suffusing her with an eerie crimson glow. "Whoa!" Sha exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as Kiki's pale face began to regain color, and her breathing grew steadier. Lin Xian pried open her eyelids, watching as the dark inkiness in her eyes dissipated. Though he didn't fully understand what was happening, the bead appeared to be working. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Why are there still so many zombies in that monster? Chun Sichuan frowned. "We lost them back in Jiang City, didn't we?" "I'm not sure yet," Lin Xian replied, glancing at the air conditioning unit on the train's roof. "Looks like we need an extra layer of protection up there." Earlier, when he and Luo Yi had inspected the train, they found car number 5 damaged and parts of the roof dented. However, the side armor of the Infinite train remained intact, withstanding the zombie tide's onslaught. Lin Xian began formulating ideas. Add reactive defenses to the train exterior. Reinforce the roof and wheels. Install a sharp icebreaker shield on the front, allowing them to plow through even the densest zombie tides. "Ms. Chun, what time do you think dawn will come?" Lin Xian asked. "I'd estimate between 2:40 p.m. and 3:10 p.m. "Good," Lin Xian said, glancing at the unconscious Kiki. "We have enough time. Let's head to Yuqi Station and stop there to refit the train and upgrade its defenses. After that, we'll scavenge for supplies in Yuqi City." "Supplies aren't the priority," Lin Xian continued, pulling out a map. "Our main targets are here, the electronics mall and the city's power substation." "Power substation?" Sha looked puzzled. "What for?" "To gather transformers and capacitors," Lin Xian explained. "If we find a suitable vehicle, we'll take it back with us as well. With the fuel we got from the outpost, over 1,000 liters, we can split into 2 groups. Load everything onto the flatbed trailer and save time." Lin Xian also planned a large-scale collection effort. Electric and mechanical items were ideal for his devouring abilities. Small, scattered components could be absorbed efficiently without the long process required for larger machinery. Reflecting on the gains from devouring the locomotive, Lin Xian was emboldened. If another opportunity arose and the train could handle the weight, he wouldn't hesitate to tow it along the tracks for devouring. He also had a bigger idea. Inspired by the GK03 electric blade's high-energy capacitor and arc discharge system, Lin Xian envisioned equipping the train with an external electric defense system. "Miss Chun, let's go," he said decisively. Chun Sichuan nodded and instructed Sha. "Help them treat their wounds." "Leave it to me." Sha grabbed the medical kit and set to work on Lin Xian's chest wound. "Brother Lin, does it hurt?" "It's fine," Lin Xian replied stoically. "Okay." Sha poured iodine onto his wound. "SSSSSSSS." Lin Xian hissed in pain. With a metallic groan, the Infinite train rumbled back to life, its iron wheels rolling forward once more. The frigid night stretched out before them, the landscape blanketed in white snow. Lin Xian opened the tailgate of car number 5 and surveyed the scene. Behind the train, only one off-road vehicle and the black Jiao convoy's armored car remained intact. "Forget it," he muttered, eyeing the flatbed trailer. "It's just a heap of iron. Better to use it as an open cargo platform for devouring while on the move." The mechanical heart's new decomposition space, unlocked at level 2, had greatly expanded his capabilities. Yet, two challenges remained. Material types. While he could store materials like steel and plastic, their variety and complexity often hindered focus production. For instance, he had the blueprint for the 1130 CIWS, but lacked the specialized materials, particularly explosives like TNT or nitramine salts. Blueprints. He needed schematics for powerful machinery and weapons, not just for himself, but for upgrading the infinite train and his teammates. When dawn finally broke, Lin Xian was ready to rework his priorities, focusing on teamwork and bolstering their collective strength. Leaning against the tailgate, Lin Xian smiled as Luo Yi offered back the steel-slaying greatsword. "Who do you think I made it for?" Lin Xian chuckled, realizing the sword was meant for him. Luo Yi blushed and gratefully accepted it. "Thanks, Brother Lin." The sword's solid build and sharp edge made it ideal not just for combat, but also as a makeshift shield. For someone like Luo Yi, it was perfect. "Big Luo, has your ability changed at all?" "Seems like it." Big Luo scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "I feel like my strength's improved, and my energy levels are higher too." Lin Xian's expression turned suspicious. "When exactly? Was it when you were on the roof of the train?" "No, it was while I was cutting up that creature's corpse looking for beads. I felt like I absorbed some nasty, stinking blood mist." Lin Xian frowned upon hearing this. Blood mist? Both Kiki and Jiang Yun had mentioned before that certain mutant ability users could absorb the flesh and blood of other ability users or eerie entities to grow stronger. After the white creature and the red bug died, both released that black mist, forming eerie blood crystals. It seemed that both he and Big Luo, as ability users, could absorb this black mist for enhancements. Perhaps. Lin Xian recalled how the white giant had consumed Tang Hai and then began transforming rapidly. If his guess was right, Tang Hai had already reached the evolutionary level of an ability user. Eerie entities get stronger by consuming humans, and humans can get stronger by consuming eerie entities too, Lin Xian muttered, his eyes alight. "It sounds pretty messed up, but it also feels fair." The most pressing issue still was finding a way to evolve. Tang Hai, a source-level ability user, had shown minimal combat prowess initially. Yet, after his evolution, his strength had increased exponentially. However, looking at his half-human, half-ghostly form, Lin Xian couldn't shake the feeling that this was what Kiki had warned about, a failed evolution. "Big Luo, was it after the first polar night that you and your sister started fleeing?" Lin Xian, overwhelmed by his thoughts, decided to make small talk instead. Big Luo shook his head. "After the polar night arrived, our parents died. We just ran." Using a pickup truck as their home, Big Luo, an ability user, and his sister, Shasha, small but mature beyond her years, had worked together seamlessly to escape from several zombie-infested cities. An hour later, the infinite train pulled into Yuqi Station. It was a small station with only a modest waiting hall. On one of the side tracks stood a freight train. Lin Xian surveyed the scene. "Big Luo and I will check things out first. You and Shasha stay on the train." Lin Xian had already built a soul wave detector based on the blueprint from Jiang Yun scans. However, he lacked eerie blood crystals to power it, so they still had to rely on manual searches and radar to assess danger. The cockpit door opened as Lin Xian and Big Luo disembarked, guns in hand. They flanked the freight train, using flashlights to inspect it. It turned out to be a mining car without a locomotive. The old carriages were empty, offering nothing useful. "This is perfect," Lin Xian said, eyeing the bulky train. He had been worried about not having enough steel for upgrading the rooftop armor, but here was an ample supply. "Big Luo," Lin Xian gestured toward a few zombies wandering near the platform. "Clear them out." "Got it." Big Luo nodded. To avoid unnecessary noise at night, he didn't use his gun. Instead, he leaped onto the platform wielding his steel-slaying greatsword, cleaning up the zombies within 10 minutes. "The noise is only going to attract more," Lin Xian remarked, climbing onto car 5. He dragged out a welding machine and crane to begin repairs, then started crafting high-manganese steel plates for the rooftop armor. Unlike the hardened tungsten steel grills used for the sides, Lin Xian intended the roof to be completely sealed except for designated ventilation exhaust points. High-manganese steel offered excellent toughness and shock absorption, ensuring durability even under extreme conditions. He based the design on the curved armor plates of the TFE 600 heavy dual-barrel tank, which featured double-layered buffering. These plates connected seamlessly with the side grills, channeling kinetic force down to the train body and into the tracks, preventing dent from creatures like the White Giant that could otherwise crush the roof and damage the air conditioning system. However, Lin Xian scaled up the design for the Infinite Train, crafting massive 3 by 6 meter panels weighing over 2 tons each. Fortunately, he wasn't using rolled tungsten steel, which would have been even heavier. With the materials in his disassembly space, covering all 7 carriages of the train would be impossible. Each passenger carriage needed 4 panels. The electric locomotive required 10, and the gas locomotive 6, 36 panels in total. Lin Xian's improved mechanical manufacturing skills allowed him to produce these relatively simple armor plates quickly. However, each panel still took 10 minutes and drained his energy significantly. When materials ran out, he had to pause crafting to scavenge steel from the freight train carriages. Since the panels were so heavy, Lin Xian and Big Luo worked directly on the roof, with Lin Xian crafting the plates and Big Luo welding them into place. Meanwhile, Chen Xishuan and Sha Sha used the water tank spray system to clean the Infinite Train's bloodied exterior. After smashing through thousands of zombies, the train was caked in gore. Under the flashlight's beam, it resembled a scene from hell. Wearing gas masks, the 2 women sprayed down the train from opposite sides. The water, sourced from unpurified rain and snow, wasn't frozen since it was part of the locomotive's cooling system. Lin Xian planned to scavenge Yuqi City for plastics, glass, and fibers to craft a water purifier, as well as household items for Car 5 and Car 2. "Lin Ji," Sha Sha called, her voice muffled by the gas mask as she washed the wheels. "There are bones and rocks stuck in the wheels." "Clear them out for now," Lin Xian replied, sweat dripping from his face as he continued crafting armor plates. "Once we finish the roof, we'll head to the city at daybreak. After that, I'll add wheel wing plates to the sides." Lin Xian, Chen Xishuan said from the other side, "If we're dealing with derailments, we could use horizon braking devices. But if you're adding wheel wing plates, leave some ground clearance." "I know," Lin Xian nodded. Wheel wing plates were thinner and primarily served to protect the wheels. The horizon braking devices, on the other hand, adhered to the tracks during high-speed sprints, but only the locomotive had this system. Cars 1 to 5 were too old and didn't have it, increasing their risk of derailment. Derailments, however, were a minor issue. The bigger concern was broken tracks, especially in high-speed situations like the previous night's all-out sprint. Clang, clang. In the deep night at Yuqi Station, a heavy train underwent armor maintenance under several bright spotlights. After completing the welding for the roof armor of 1 carriage, Lin Xian had to rest for a bit. There were still at least 3 days left until the Polar Knight's arrival. Once they left Yuqi and passed Mount Daluo, they would be entering Yubei's territory. After days of relentless sprinting, the team had temporarily gained a safe distance from their pursuers. 15:05, the sky brightened. At Yuqi Station, the Infinite Train now had half of its carriages covered with roof armor. Lin Xian had also found time to install wheel wing plates on 2 of the train's leading carriages. These plates were relatively simple to make and didn't require much steel. The heavy locomotive was now more than halfway clad in black armor, exuding a thick, unyielding aura of steel. Lin Xian and Big Luo had worked tirelessly throughout the night, nearly exhausting themselves, and still hadn't completed the work. In Car 1, Lin Xian and Big Luo entered one after the other. Shasha sat with a radio in her lap, keeping an eye on Kiki, while Qin Xuan was cooking at the iron table Lin Xian had crafted. Using a portable stove, she had prepared a pot of soup and another of braised canned pork. The aroma inside the carriage was mouth-watering. On the table were additional food items scavenged from Tanghai's outpost, including cola and canned fruit. Lin Xian, drenched in sweat, grabbed a can of cola, popped it open with a hiss, and gulped down half. The cool, sweet fizz gave him an instant sense of refreshment. More zombies have gathered outside, Shasha said, pulling back the blackout curtains to peer outside. Drawn by the sounds of welding and construction, zombies were approaching the train. Shasha chuckled. Without those bigger monsters, these zombies seem almost laughable. Scritch, scratch. The sound of claws scraping against the carriage walls grew louder. Don't worry, Lin Xian said calmly, gazing out the window. Once we've got enough materials, I'll armor the entire infinite train with tungsten titanium alloy. Those beasts won't stand a chance. The armored fortress was gradually taking shape. With improved mechanical manufacturing capabilities and more advanced blueprints, the train could be further perfected. Qin Xuan, glancing nervously outside, relaxed when she saw the zombies posing no threat to the train. She turned her attention back to cooking. After last night's intense battle, Lin Xian and Big Luo had worked all night, so she took advantage of this rare pause to prepare some hot food for everyone. In Car 1, the hot air system kicked in, quickly warming the carriage. Though the system consumed a lot of power and caused some water loss, it was necessary to combat the cold, especially with Kiki still unconscious. Wow, it smells amazing, Shasha exclaimed, her eyes fixed longingly on the stove. It's been ages since I've eaten like this. Did you and your brother start running after the first polar night? Lin Xian asked, sipping his cola. Shasha shook her head, her expression dimming. Even earlier than that, after it was just the two of us, we kept running and running. That's impressive, Qin Xuan remarked. For someone so young to have the courage to flee. Unlike me, I hid in my house for almost 2 months. Lin Xian chuckled. Your pantry must have been well-stocked to last that long. You're teasing me again. At first, a lot of people brought me supplies, she muttered, glancing at Lin Xian before focusing back on stirring the soup. The topic wasn't exactly a pleasant one. Those who had fawned over her when the apocalypse began were often the same ones who later scorned her when survival took precedence. Lin Ji, I think your ability is the best in the world, Shasha exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. You can create such a massive steel fortress out of thin air. You're like a god to me. Sweet talk like that, Lin Xian teased, is just your way of angling for an extra piece of meat, isn't it? Hee, Shasha giggled mischievously but then pouted. Too bad Kiki is asleep. She won't get to eat her favorite canned fruit today. Lin Xian, I feel like Kiki's condition is more serious this time, Qin Xuan said, frowning as she brought over the pot of soup. She was genuinely worried about their teammate, who had gone through so much with them. I can tell, Lin Xian nodded. We'll need more eerie blood crystals to help her recover. Plus, the dark radio and soul wave detector both require them too. Eerie blood crystals were proving to be invaluable resources. Later, we'll head into Yuqi City in 2 groups. Qin Xuan and I will go to the city's power substation. Big Luo, you and your sister head to the electronics mall, Lin Xian instructed. Big Luo nodded, while Shasha asked eagerly, Lin Ji, what exactly should we grab? I'll fill the car to the brim. Anything we can use, Lin Xian replied firmly. Anything electrical or mechanical, preferably in working condition. Apart from that, focus on living supplies. We need more blankets and warm clothing, as well as utensils and cookware. He didn't expect to find weapons or a large stash of food. Those would have been scavenged long ago. However, for Lin Xian, even seemingly useless appliances could be devoured to power his ability. He could even set up a proper kitchen and laundry facilities on the train, luxuries unimaginable for most survivor convoys. Got it, Shasha replied enthusiastically. Are we staying here tonight? Qin Xuan asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment. If nothing goes wrong, we'll stay until I finish installing all the armor and the icebreaker shields. I also want to assess Kiki's condition. In truth, Lin Xian wanted to wait until nightfall. Without eerie blood crystals, the dark radio was useless, leaving the infinite train in silent isolation, dangerous for their journey through Mount Daluo and Yubei City. Moreover, Kiki's recovery likely required the energy from eerie blood crystals. Lin Xian was considering taking Big Luo to actively hunt eerie entities during the night. The large blood crystal from the white giant had clearly been extraordinary, either from absorbing Tang Hai's ability or due to the giant's own level of power. If luck was on their side, they might encounter weaker entities that they could handle. However, the thought of actively seeking out such dangers sent a chill down Lin Xian's spine. What kind of survivors would dare to do such a thing? By tomorrow morning at the latest, Lin Xian concluded. If daylight breaks at 16:05, we'll have 3 hours to take the southern route through Mount Daluo. If that doesn't work, we'll head straight to Yubei or backtrack to the northern route. Chen Xishuan nodded, approving of Lin Xian's plan. With Kiki unconscious, an extra day of rest at Yuqi Station would be beneficial. Since leaving Jiang City, the group had barely stopped running. Even their brief reprieve at Beiwang Station had lasted less than a day. The train still needed significant repairs. Now that Lin Xian was reinforcing the armor, the train's safety was reaching new heights. 1600 hours. The sun slanted gently across the clear sky, its rays illuminating the snow-covered Yuqi Station. A heavily armored train rested on the tracks, surrounded by a dozen zombies. In the post-apocalyptic world, zombies had become an ever-present backdrop, a macabre part of the scenery. They clawed persistently at the train's armored plates, their scritch-scratch sounds filling the air, though their efforts didn't leave even the slightest mark. Whether drawn by the activity inside the train or the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat, the zombies let out occasional groans, seemingly stirred by remnants of their human memories. Inside Car 1, an unusual afternoon calm reigned. The table was laden with braised pork, canned fruit, seaweed soup, and cola, luxuries in these times. Oh no, we're eating so well while Kiki's asleep. She's going to be mad when she wakes up, Shasha said after sipping her soup, glancing toward the unconscious Kiki. She won't be, Lin Xian replied with a meaningful smile. When she wakes up, I'll treat her to a special feast. Really? Of course. She's done so much for us. She deserves it. Shasha nodded enthusiastically. That's right. That was amazing yesterday. Kiki Jie made us fly. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Xian turned to see Chen Xishuan, fully geared up in a thick coat and carrying an automatic rifle on her back. Her face betrayed a hint of excitement. Chen Laosher, you seem pretty eager, Lin Xian remarked. A little, she admitted earnestly. You've always had me stay on a train before, but now I can join you and actually help. Of course I'm excited. Lin Xian had originally planned to leave Chen Xishuan behind to guard the train again, but with the daylight hours limited and more hands needed, he decided to bring her along this time. Besides, the cockpit door locks had been replaced with mechanical structures that only he could operate, making it relatively secure. With her now armed, she could hold her own in a pinch. All right, just remember, don't fire your weapon unless absolutely necessary. We're here to scavenge, not fight. Let me handle any danger. Understood, Chen Xishuan nodded firmly. After finishing their first proper hot meal since fleeing eastward, the four prepared to head into the city. Lin Xian instructed Big Luo and Shasha to take the off-road vehicle, which had more space for hauling supplies. He and Chen Xishuan opted for a motorcycle. The plan was simple. Find a truck in the city and load it with supplies, then tow it back to the train. Lin Xian could even devour the vehicle for resources. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the group set off. Armed and ready, they drove off the train's flatbed trailer. One team in the off-road vehicle, the other on the motorcycle. Engines roared as they sped along the road toward Yuqi City. The city, nestled on a plain at the foot of the mountains, lay bathed in sunlight, yet shrouded in deathly silence. Along the way, They passed countless wrecked and abandoned vehicles, corpses, and scattered luggage buried under thick snow. Huh. Seated in the passenger seat, Shasha exhaled onto the frosted window, her small face filled with worry. The snow's getting heavier. Shasha, Lin Xian called out from his motorcycle as he passed the car. Look for warm items, blankets, beds, clothes, whatever you can find. With more people to care for, the need for warm supplies was growing. The items Lin Xian had scavenged from Jiang City's furniture store had made Car 1 livable, but now Car 2 housed 2 people, and Big Luo kept watch in Car 5. More supplies were essential. Got it, Shasha replied, lowering the car window to nod earnestly. Screech. Big Luo slammed on the brakes. A few cars were piled haphazardly across the street, blocking the road ahead. Hold on. Lin Xian pulled up alongside the off-road vehicle on his motorcycle. The street was eerily quiet, the distant wails of zombies echoing from the shadows of dark alleys. Nearby, a dirt truck sat parked on the roadside, its door ajar. The rotting corpse of its driver hung limply from a seatbelt. Lin Xian climbed up, cutting the belt with his blade. The corpse tumbled out stiffly as he inspected the truck. Using his mechanical heart, Lin Xian quickly assessed its condition and smiled. Big Luo, help me load the motorcycle into the truck's bed. He then pulled Chen Xishuan up into the passenger seat. We're using this truck to haul supplies. Chen Xishuan asked, surprised. Lin Xian grinned and nodded. A truck this size could carry a significant load and also double as a barrier-clearing vehicle. Bang! Big Luo loaded the motorcycle into the dirt truck's empty bed. Lin Xian shut the door, revved the engine, and shouted to Big Luo outside, "Hop in. I'll lead the way in this truck." Got it. The off-road vehicle followed as Lin Xian steered the dirt truck straight into the jumble of cars blocking the road. The powerful engine roared as it plowed through, clearing a path. Boom, crash. The truck barreled through the debris, the deafening noise echoing through the silent streets of Yuqi City. Zombies from surrounding alleys turned at the commotion, drawn toward the chaos. Under the setting sun, the dirt truck rumbled forward, smashing through vehicles and attracting the attention of more zombies. In its wake, the streets filled with the relentless groans of the undead converging from all directions. As Lin Xian pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the mechanical heart went into overdrive, pushing the dirt truck's engine to its maximum RPMs. If he were fighting alone, the destructive power of his mechanical heart and related skills would be quite limited. However, when wielding industrial machinery, the difference was night and day, transforming him into a true force of nature. The dirt truck led the way, with the off-road vehicle following close behind. They soon roared into what used to be a bustling shopping district. The area, lined with malls and restaurants, was now a shattered ruin. Sparse groups of zombies wandered through the alleys and storefronts, their movements sluggish and uncoordinated. "This is the place," Lin Xian announced over the walkie-talkie. Once they cleared the road, the vehicles split up as planned. Shasha and Big Luo headed toward the malls and electronics stores, while Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan drove toward the suburban transformer station. In the truck's passenger seat, Chen Xishuan gripped the handle above her head tightly, her other hand clutching a rifle. Seeing her tense expression, Lin Xian reassured her. "It's daytime. There shouldn't be any of those creatures." Chen Xishuan exhaled deeply. I'm just a little nervous." "It's fine. Don't worry," Lin Xian replied with a nod. The dirt truck barreled down the road, its roaring engine attracting a growing horde of zombies in its wake. Soon, the transformer station appeared in the distance, its perimeter marked by a chain-link fence and concrete walls. "That's it," Lin Xian said, yanking the steering wheel to the side. The truck mounted the curb and smashed through the fence, heading straight for the station's outer wall. Virum! Crash! With a deafening roar, the dirt truck rammed through the wall, sending bricks and debris flying in every direction. A massive hole now marred the station's perimeter. Lin Xian wasted no time. Stepping out of the truck, he approached the breach, raised both hands, and activated his ability. Instantly, steel bars materialized, flying into place as they formed a sturdy makeshift barrier. Clang! Thanks to the speed boost from his upgraded mechanical manufacturing ability, the simple structure took only moments to complete. In mere breaths, a reinforced steel great wall stood where the breach had been, with steel nails anchoring it firmly into the remaining brickwork. Chen Xishuan had just climbed out of the truck when she saw the gap they had driven through was already sealed off. What? She muttered, stunned by the rapid transformation. Arg! Zombies began swarming to the newly constructed barrier, clawing wildly at the steel grates. Their decayed hands scraped uselessly against the reinforced metal. Lin Xian's movements were calm and practiced, his mechanical ability now more refined than ever. How is this even possible? Chen Xishuan asked, still marveling at the feat. Lin Xian cast a quick glance at the pressing horde and replied indifferently. No point in killing them all. It's just a waste of time. Turning away from the fence, he motioned for Chen Xishuan to follow as he headed deeper into the station to begin scavenging. The capacitors in the transformer station primarily balanced the three-phase voltage, preventing line loss and equipment damage due to imbalance. For Lin Xian, these were of significant use. The infinite train would require massive electricity in the future, and installing capacitors could improve the power factor of the circuits, reducing reactive power losses and enhancing grid efficiency. They were essential for setting up high-powered weapons or switching driving modes. Moreover, Lin Xian could presently harvest capacitor materials like metallized polypropylene, liquid dielectric, and aluminum foil through his devouring ability. These materials were foundational for the high-energy capacitors detailed in the GK03 electric blade blueprint. Lin Xian, how are we supposed to dismantle these? Chen Xishuan followed Lin Xian into the transformer station, gazing at the rows of neatly aligned and massive metal equipment, her face filled with confusion. That's simple. Teacher Chen, just help me keep watch. Lin Xian turned, flipped open the dirt truck's panel, and climbed on. Activating the mechanical heart, numerous materials floated out, and a small cantilever crane began rapidly taking shape. Got it. Chen Xishuan immediately raised her rifle, took a deep breath, and disengaged the safety. Though the transformer station was eerily quiet, one could never know when a zombie might suddenly leap out from a corner. She kept encouraging herself, reminding herself that as a teammate, she had the responsibility to protect Lin Xian. With a gun in hand, ordinary zombies shouldn't pose much of a threat. After about 20 minutes, Lin Xian had finished constructing a temporary vehicle-mounted crane. He jumped off the truck and summoned mechanical tools in both hands, beginning to unscrew the mounting bolts on the capacitor bank. Lin Xian, your hands. Chen Xishuan noticed the redness on the backs of his hands, guessing it was from frostbite during last night's snowy armor assembly. It's fine. Lin Xian tossed one end of a steel cable to Chen Xishuan. Help me loop this around. After over an hour of effort, the two of them finally hoisted a 110 kV capacitor bank onto the truck. Despite their makeshift approach and lack of expertise, Lin Xian's mechanical abilities made the process relatively smooth. Virum! The dirt truck roared to life again, plowing through the station wall and crushing howling zombies under its wheels as it sped back along its original route. When we passed by earlier, I noticed the terrain at Yuchi Pedestrian Street is spacious, with several streets connected. Once we load up, I'll head back with Luo Yi to set up some traps. Maybe we can catch something. Lin Xian planned to scout the area during the daylight, lay traps, then return to the train to install armor plates and the icebreaker shield. Late at night, they'd venture back to confront the terrors lurking in the darkness. A few days ago, Chen Xishuan would have thought Lin Xian was insane for saying such things. Now, understanding his intentions, she voiced her concern instead. How about while it's still light, Shasha and I ride along the tracks to scout ahead toward the fork? It'll help us adapt if plans change. Boom, boom, boom. The dirt truck barreled forward. Hearing her suggestion, Lin Xian looked at Chen Xishuan seriously. You can ride. Shasha can, and I can ride with her. Two of us together makes for better support. Lin Xian had to prepare the train, Luo Ye's height and strength were essential, so it seemed logical for the nimble duo of Chun Sixuan and Xia to act as scouts. Surprised, Lin Xian glanced at Chun Sixuan and smiled. All right, but you and Xia need to be cautious. If anything goes wrong, just retreat. Got it. Chun Sixuan took a deep breath. We're only scouting. If there's trouble, we won't linger. Lin Xian's plan to actively search for horrors in the dark was risky, especially as no one knew what lay ahead. Ensuring an escape route for the infinite train made scouting the nearby tracks a wise precaution. After last night's track break incident, Chun Sixuan had become more vigilant. All right, that's the plan. Virum. The dirt truck drove onto Yushan Station's platform. Lin Xian raised his hand, unleashing bursts of wind cannon to dispatch zombies before maneuvering the truck onto a flatbed trailer. Shortly after, Luo Yi and Xia returned in an off-road vehicle, its trunk and back seat loaded with odd supplies. Xia, seated in the passenger seat, clutched a large bag of colorful clothing. She hopped out excitedly upon parking and called to the duo. Brother Lin, Sister Chun, look at all the stuff we found. Chun Sixuan rushed over to help. Why so many clothes? They're all new. The mall was full of them. Xia opened the back seat, revealing a pile of appliances, televisions, computers, and robotic vacuums, of little use in a survival situation. In the apocalypse, with life on the line and energy scarce, such items were far less valuable than water purification or communication equipment. Aside from those, Xia and Luo Yi had also found a microwave, an oven, and a set of cookware and utensils. Good. Load them up. Lin Xian instructed Luo Yi to unload the motorcycle, and the group quickly transferred the off-road vehicle supplies to car number 5. Xia, you and Sister Chen ride the motorcycle and scout along the tracks ahead. Luo Yi and I will head into the city again. Without delay, Lin Xian issued the next steps. By 1750, less than an hour remained before nightfall. Xia slung her grenade launcher, donned a helmet, and rode off with Chun Sixuan. The motorcycle roared away from the platform in a flash. Lin Xian climbed into Luo Ye's off-road vehicle. Xia is so young, yet she rides like a pro. Luo Yi shrugged. She picks things up fast like a boy. She loves tinkering with stuff. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled, realizing that Xia was the brains of the pair. The off-road vehicle reached Yuqi City, stopping far from the streets to observe from a distance. That area, Lin Xian pointed to a circular plaza teeming with zombies. Based on soul wave values, it's probably the lowest index zone. Just my guess, though. Drive around to lure them away while I set up a speaker and some lights. Then he indicated several alleys. There and there. I'll set up tripwires, traps, and spike walls. From that second-floor balcony, you can cover me with your gun, and we'll keep the car parked nearby for a quick escape. Got it, Brother Lin. Luo Yi, a former soldier with solid combat skills, quickly grasped the plan. These are just precautions, Lin Xian warned solemnly. If things go south, we retreat immediately. Xia and Chun will meet us at the platform, and we'll leave right away. The plan was simple. Draw the night's horrors into the open plaza using speakers and lights. If manageable, they'd engage using terrain and traps. If the situation spiraled, they'd flee. For the eerie blood crystal, they had to take the risk. Without the dark radio, Lin Xian couldn't find other convoys to trade with anyway. Beep, 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 beep. The wristwatch's alarm went off again. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Luo Yi drove the off-road vehicle into the pedestrian street as planned, drawing a large horde of zombies. Lin Xian, meanwhile, used the now vacant street to sprint into the plaza. There, he placed a battery on the roadside, constructing a speaker and arranging several floodlights in a circular pattern around the plaza. The speaker was connected via wires to the central spot. Following the predetermined route, Lin Xian rapidly set up tripwires and animal traps, building them almost effortlessly with a simple wave of his hand. Clatter, clatter. In a narrow alleyway, Lin Xian dashed through, using his wind cannon to dispatch obstructing zombies while setting up specialized traps at choke points and confined areas. At one exit, he installed a spiked wall, a gravity trigger contraption that would fall and trap any pursuers under its razor-sharp teeth. These devices were simple, meant not to destroy the eerie entities, but to buy Lin Xian time to escape. Facing the eerie forces for the first time, he exercised extreme caution. After completing his setup, Lin Xian dashed to the roadside, spotting Luo Ye's off-road vehicle barreling toward him, zombies in tow. Screech. The vehicle screeched to a halt. Lin Xian hopped into the passenger seat as Luo Ye hit the gas, speeding toward the city outskirts. To avoid luring trouble back to the station, Luo Ye took a detour along the main road, losing the horde before circling back to Yuchi Station. Once back, they loaded the off-road vehicle onto the flatbed trailer. Chun Sichuan and Sha Sha, riding a motorcycle with its headlights on, returned from scouting along the railway. Chun Sichuan dismounted and removed her helmet. We didn't go too far, but we found that special branch line. It's newly built, but we didn't have the tools to change the track switch. No problem, Lin Xian replied, nodding. If it's new, it's probably meant for the underground city. We'll adjust the switch when we reach it. For now, get on the train and rest. Lin Xian and Luo Yi resumed adding armor, plating to the remaining carriages. Meanwhile, Chun Sichuan and Sha Sha sorted through the supplies gathered earlier in the day. For carriages number 1 and 2, Lin Xian used the mechanical heart to craft metal storage cabinets. Carriages number 3 and 4, initially used by Tang Hai's convoy for material storage, were fitted with mesh partitions to prevent the supplies from scattering. Once the armor upgrades were complete, Lin Xian planned to reorganize the carriages, including upgrading the water supply system. Everything needed to be tackled step by step. System prompts. Devour successful. Mechanical core points plus 20. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 10. Bonus, strength plus 1, speed plus 1. Devour successful. Mechanical core points plus 20. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 10. Bonus, defense plus 1. Devour successful. Mechanical core points plus 15. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 8. Bonus, defense plus 1. Disassembly results. High manganese steel times 50. Hot rolled forged steel times 50. Cold rolled dual phase steel plates times 15. Ordinary carbon steel times 100. Non-metal foam materials. Non-metal composite materials. While dismantling and devouring freight train carriages, Lin Xian simultaneously manufactured armored roofs. Despite each carriage weighing several tons, the mechanical core points gained were comparable to devouring a car. Fortunately, Lin Xian only needed the materials. The simple structures of these carriages made them quick to dismantle. Skill upgrade notification. Congratulations! Mechanical Devour skill has advanced to level 3. With the upgraded skill, Lin Xian's Devour efficiency soared. Within half an hour, he could process an empty carriage. Current status. Mechanical heart level, LV.2, 525 over 1000. Special upgrades. Mysterious awakenings at LV3, LV6, and LV9. Stats. Strength. Level 2, 73%. Explosive strength, 200 kilograms. Speed. Level 1, 93%. Max speed, 10 meters per second. Defense. Level 1, 76%. Bone tough, skin durable. Mechanical skills. Mechanical Devour. Level 3, 15/1000. Enhanced efficiency. Mechanical Manufacture. Level 2, 120/500. Improved construction speed. Passive abilities. Scan, repair, disassemble. Special skills. Wine Cannon. Level 2, 86%. Ice Shield. Level 1, 69%. Backlash. Rare. Level 1, 30%. Inside and outside, the team worked tirelessly. With the final armored roof panel welded into place, the Infinite Train, save for its flatbed trailer, was now entirely encased in black armor. The train exuded an imposing aura in the night, like a steel fortress. For the icebreaker shield, we'll use the tank's armor materials combined with tungsten titanium alloy connectors, Lin Xian said. At the front of the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, Lin Xian and Luo Yi began installing the most critical component, the massive front shield. The harsh clangs of metal reverberated as Lin Xian's glowing hands manipulated a vast amount of metal, shaping, forging, and assembling it into a thick, solid icebreaker shield. Weighing over 5 tons, the shield required over an hour to install with the crane. Now the roof, sides, wheels, and front are all reinforced. It finally looks like an armored train, Lin Xian said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he admired their achievement. The train wasn't just armored, it was significantly heavier. Lin Xian estimated that even the pale giant they'd encountered earlier wouldn't be able to budge it. However, the added weight meant Kiki's ability to lift the front carriage with her powers was now severely limited unless her abilities evolved further. "Let's rest, Luo Yi," Lin Xian said, noting it was past 5 a.m. They'd been working through the night. In carriage number 1, Lin Xian found Chun Sixuan and Sha Sha had neatly organized the interior. The fortified train now boasted a more livable environment, inching closer to becoming a mobile fortress. "How's Kiki?" Lin Xian asked. Chun Sixuan, wiping sweat from Kiki's face with a towel, said worriedly, "She hasn't woken up. I think she's having a nightmare. She's been sweating nonstop." Inspecting Kiki's eyes, Lin Xian noticed the black, inky substance creeping back. He frowned. "Looks like the eerie blood crystals weren't enough," he muttered. "But we don't know how much more we'll need," Chun Sixuan replied. Lin Xian sighed. "If we can collect more, we'll keep one to reactivate the dark radio. Maybe we can trade with someone instead of relying on trial and error. Trading would be safer and might uncover additional information." "When do we head out?" Chun Sixuan asked. "Let's rest for now. I'll regain some strength and handle the capacitors and transformers before dawn. Being prepared is the safest option." The night was silent, and snow fell gently from the dark sky. Lin Xian sat in the dirt truck's cargo bed, devouring the capacitor bank that had been hoisted onto the infinite train's flatbed trailer. System notifications. Devour progress, 15%. Devour progress, 60%. The 110 kV capacitor bank was enormous and intricately designed. Even with his level 3 mechanical devour skill, it took Lin Xian nearly 4 hours to fully devour it. When the progress bar hit 100%, a flash of purple light erupted in his vision. Devour successful. Mechanical core points, plus 150. Mechanical devour skill proficiency, plus 60. Bonus, strength plus 5, speed plus 10. New skill acquired, power surge. Power surge, rare, accumulate a certain amount of voltage to unleash electrical energy. Disassembly results. Metallized polypropylene times 100. Liquid dielectric times 50. Aluminum foil times 30. Ceramic pieces times 50. Polycarbonate film. Polytetrafluoroethylene. Power surge, a rare skill. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he raised his palm, channeling energy. A faint blue glow began gathering in his hand, steadily intensifying and radiating heat. He aimed his palm at the dirt truck's steel panel. BZZT. Zap! A dazzling electric arc shot forth, piercing the truck's steel plate and leaving a tiny, glowing hole. The surrounding metal glowed red-hot, emitting wisps of heat, generating electricity out of thin air. It's a perfect complement to my mechanical heart. "I can now directly produce electricity," Lin Xian murmured. He blew on his slightly scalded palm and frowned. "It takes time to charge, though, and there's a limit to how much I can handle. Otherwise, my body might not withstand it." Simultaneously, his attributes received another boost. Speed attribute upgraded. Level 2. Max speed 13 meters per second. Amazing. Lin Xian stood up, feeling the explosive speed coursing through his limbs. More importantly, his vision, reflexes, and coordination had all sharpened considerably. He blinked, noticing how quickly objects became clear after briefly blurring. Looking into the distance, his night vision seemed to have improved significantly. So speed isn't just about movement, he realized, overjoyed. His enhanced speed and reactions now exceeded the limits of ordinary humans on Blue Planet. Though still not on par with monsters, the benefits were invaluable. For someone focused on mechanical construction, brute strength wasn't a priority. Speed, however, greatly enhanced his perception, reaction time, and survivability. Perfect. Time to finish this. Lin Xian retrieved the unfinished GK-03 electric blade and began assembling the components. High-energy capacitors, an arc discharge device, and a high-frequency generator. Before long, the GK-03 electric blade was complete. Normally, it could be powered via rechargeable modules or disposable energy packs, but Lin Xian's power surge skill eliminated the need for those. Holding the blade, he charged it using his ability. Activating the switch, he watched as a faint hum arose, and the silver blade emitted a soft glow, crackling with tiny electric arcs. What a beauty! Lin Xian's eyes gleamed. This weapon was perfect for close combat and self-defense. After admiring it briefly, he sheathed the blade and turned his attention to devouring the dirt truck and the appliances Sha and the others had brought back. He chose to act before dawn to minimize risks. Inside the train, Luo Yi and Sha loaded ammunition, preparing spare magazines. Chun Sichuan assisted, learning the process as they worked. The tense atmosphere suggested everyone was preparing for a major confrontation. System notifications. Devour successful. Mechanical core points plus 13. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 5. Bonus, strength plus 2. The dirt truck took over 20 minutes to devour, yielding materials similar to a freight carriage but slightly less. Disassembly results. High manganese steel times 10. Hot-rolled forged steel times 10. Cold-rolled dual-phase steel plates times 5. Ordinary carbon steel times 20. Non-metal foam materials. Non-metal composite materials. Appliances were devoured quickly, akin to snacking. While the gains were modest, they provided diverse materials for future projects like water purification, air circulation, and communication systems. Mechanical core status. Level. LV.2, 715/1000. Mechanical devour. Level 3, 106/1000. Enhanced efficiency. Mechanical manufacture. Level 2, 130/500. Improved construction speed. I'm close. One more large locomotive could push me to level 3. Lin Xian's eyes shone with anticipation. Mechanical awakening was a milestone he eagerly awaited. However, finding an intact locomotive and having uninterrupted time to devour it, over 10 hours, was challenging. If he relied on vehicles like the dirt truck, he needed to bring back at least 20 more, a difficult task. Additionally, higher levels of mechanical heart would yield fewer points from smaller machines, forcing him to target larger, more complex equipment. Beep beep. The alarm Lin Xian had set went off. It was now 2 p.m., but the sky remained shrouded in darkness. With the flatbed trailer cleared, they had reduced the train's burden and increased their capabilities, a significant advantage. Whoosh! Lin Xian opened the tailgate of carriage number 5. Inside, Luo Yi and Sha were fully geared and ready. Are we heading out? Chun Sichuan asked as Lin Xian entered. Yes, Lin Xian replied. He instructed Chun Sichuan to stay in the driver's cabin, armed and ready to provide support. Sha, equipped with heavy firepower, was tasked with guarding the train's surroundings and providing cover fire when needed. Lin Xian and Luo Yi, on the other hand, would drive into Yuchi City. Their goal: seek out the eerie entities. Virum. The orange-yellow headlights of the off-road vehicle cut through the darkness as it headed toward the city. Lin Xian sat in the passenger seat, inspecting the automatic rifle in his hands. He had already scanned its blueprint. Building an automatic rifle posed less challenge to him than crafting a crane. The only issue was ammunition. His firepower insufficiency syndrome was acting up again. If he could solve the problem of gunpowder and explosive materials, Lin Xian could mass-produce bullets and shells, even build vehicle-mounted turrets and machine gun platforms to combat monsters from a distance. That would eliminate the need for melee combat on the train roof. Luo Yi glanced at Lin Xian's peculiar expression and said in a low voice, "Brother Xian, I can cut through any monster." Lin Xian gave him a surprised look, then smiled. "The monsters we can cut are fine. If we can't beat them, we can run. I'm more worried about ghosts." "Ghosts?" Luo Yi pointed to the machine gun and steel-slaying greatsword in the back seat. "Can't they be cut?" "I don't know," Lin Xian replied, his tone heavy. "Some people claim to have seen them. Supernatural beings that can't be killed." Luo Yi fell silent. Lin Xian gazed at the city's silhouette cloaked in darkness and said, "There are all sorts of bizarre things out here at night. Better to err on the side of caution." Luo Yi nodded quietly. Before long, the off-road vehicle reached a main city road near the pedestrian street. The engine noise and headlights attracted hordes of frenzied zombies. To avoid being surrounded, they both exited the vehicle. "Head upstairs. Wait for my signal," Lin Xian instructed, tossing a walkie-talkie to Luo Yi. The two split up, with Luo Yi heading to the second-floor observation deck of a nearby mall, machine gun in hand. Meanwhile, Lin Xian sprinted down an alley toward the plaza. In the darkness, Lin Xian's enhanced vision allowed him to detect lurking zombies ahead. Left hand gripping his wind cannon and right hand wielding the electric blade, he moved like a shadow, slicing through the night. Arg! A cold gleam flashed, and a few zombies lost their heads before they could even turn around. Woof! Woof! The barking of corpse dogs echoed in the alley. They chased after Lin Xian, only to be met with a volley of wind cannon shots that exploded their heads. Pausing briefly, Lin Xian took out a small remote control and pressed a button. Musical note, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Musical note. A loud, eerie tune echoed across the dark plaza, shattering the silence of Yuchi City's night. Click! Bright floodlights illuminated the circular plaza, piercing the darkness. Lin Xian had cobbled together the setup with whatever materials he could find. The speaker's mechanical, distorted rendition of the song gave it an unsettling tone. Emerging from the alley, Lin Xian quickly climbed onto a hidden platform shrouded in shadow. From there, he and Luo Yi, positioned a street away, watched the plaza. Musical note, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Musical Luo Yi, any movement? Lin Xian tested the walkie-talkie. Nothing yet. Luo Yi's voice came through. Lin Xian felt relieved and glanced at the time. 2:45 a.m. There was still an hour and a half until dawn. If they didn't encounter anything, they would leave once the sun rose. Sheathing his electric blade, Lin Xian took out his automatic rifle, staying alert in the shadows. As minutes passed, the loud music attracted waves of zombies from neighboring streets. Sensitive to sound, they swarmed into the plaza, their rotting eyes searching aimlessly for prey. They snarled and clawed at the air surrounding the speaker. 2:50 a.m. More zombies poured in. By 3:05 a.m., the circular plaza was crammed with zombies, corpse dogs, and ghouls controlled by black centipede-like creatures. If any survivors were still hiding in the city, the commotion would surely terrify them. "Luo Yi," Lin Xian called. "Nothing, Brother Xian. If those black centipede monsters are here, I don't see them," Luo Yi replied. Lin Xian frowned. "They're probably not. Those things, while eerie, don't seem to drop the red beads or emit black mist. They're not what we're looking for. Should we wait a bit longer?" "Yeah, let's wait," Lin Xian said quietly. 3:15 a.m. The music continued to play in the plaza. Lin Xian remained focused, scanning the scene from the shadows. Suddenly, the speaker's music began to distort. Musical note, "Happy birthday to you." Musical note. The once clear tune slowed and deepened, becoming ominous and eerie. It sounded like a little girl's voice stretched and distorted, chilling enough to make the hair on one's neck stand up. "Luo Yi, stay alert. Something's wrong," Lin Xian warned through the walkie-talkie. But after a moment, there was no response. Lin Xian frowned and pressed the button again. "Luo Yi." As Lin Xian looked down at the walkie-talkie, he noticed the signal light emitting a faint red glow, completely disconnected. "That's strange." It was working just a moment ago. Did something happen to Luoyi? The realization struck Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning, sending a shiver down his spine. Immediately abandoning the stakeout, he decided to rush to Luoyi's location. However, just as Lin Xian stood up from the shadows, a sudden chill crept over him, as though he was being watched. He instinctively looked up. Nothing. Clicking on his flashlight, he swept the beam across the alley walls and rooftops. Still nothing. Was it just my imagination? Lin Xian murmured, but his unease only grew. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead as a familiar dread crawled up his spine. The same primal fear he felt when the pale giant had locked its gaze on him back in Jiang City. Acting purely on instinct, he turned and fired a burst from his automatic rifle into the air, accompanied by several wind cannon blasts. Da-da-da-da. Boom. Boom. Gunfire and wind blasts illuminated the dark alley. And then he saw them. 3 terrifying skeletal faces emerged in his view, clinging to the walls above. Moments earlier, the flashlight had revealed nothing, but now, in the muzzle flashes, the grotesque creatures became unmistakably visible. These abominations looked like melted zombies fused into a single body, with spider-like legs and ghastly grins plastered across their distorted faces. How long had they been watching him? The creatures seemed equally surprised that Lin Xian had discovered them and attacked without hesitation. Bullets tore into their flesh, splattering black blood that hissed and sizzled as it hit the ground, releasing acrid fumes. "You can be hit," Lin Xian muttered in surprise. When his flashlight revealed nothing earlier, he'd assumed the creatures were intangible. But as the firelight revealed them, the bullets proved effective, ripping into their skin. The creatures let out a collective, deafening roar of rage. One of the heads lurched forward, its mouth opening unnaturally wide to reveal rows of jagged teeth, and spewed a jet of black blood toward Lin Xian. D*** in it. Sensing the deadly danger in the oncoming blood, Lin Xian reacted in an instant, activating backlash. Instead of charging forward, he sidestepped rapidly with near-blinding speed, dodging to safety. Hisses. The black blood splashed onto the platform where Lin Xian had just been standing. It emitted a sizzling, acrid stench as it corroded the metal, white fumes rising in waves. That stuff is no joke, Lin Xian thought, heart pounding as he crouched in the shadows, recalibrating his strategy. The situation had taken a drastic turn, but one thing was clear. The creatures weren't invincible. If he played this right, he might just make it out alive. The stench of corrosion filled the air, making Lin Xian recoil in shock. He cursed under his breath. D***M. Is this thing an alien? It even sprays corrosive acid. Bang! 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 The 3-headed monster scurried down the wall with unnerving speed, lunging at Lin Xian. Its 3 grotesque heads opened wide, spraying streams of black blood toward him. Lin Xian quickly darted into the corner of a narrow alley and turned around to conjure an iron fence wall behind him. Hiss! Hiss! The black blood splattered against the wall, corroding it instantly. The monster, moving like a spider, climbed over the fence effortlessly and continued its pursuit. Its speed was terrifying, and the long-range attacks made things worse. Fortunately, Lin Xian had chosen the winding alley. If it were an open space, he would have had to waste time creating defensive barriers, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Da-da-da-da. As the creature rounded a corner to pounce, Lin Xian ambushed it from the next turn, opening fire. Bullets tore into the monster, sending chunks of flesh flying. He turned and ran, glancing at his walkie-talkie. The red light was still blinking, proof that the eerie phenomena had some signal-blocking effect. "Looks like I'll need to upgrade the walkie-talkie with an eerie blood crystal," Lin Xian muttered. "Delu!" he shouted suddenly, his voice echoing through the dark street. The 3-headed monster was closing in rapidly. Lin Xian, without looking back, threw up steel nets and walls behind him while scattering tripwires and spiked traps across the road. Clang! Bang! The traps slowed the creature down, even wounding it slightly. However, its spider-like limbs quickened in fury, and it scurried up high walls, gaining on him. Just then, Lin Xian spotted the street's exit ahead. On the second-floor balcony stood a hulking silhouette, poised and ready. "Delu, be careful. This thing spits acid," Lin Xian warned as he sprinted forward. Hisses. The three-headed monster leapt from the high wall, black blood spewing from its mouths and sizzling through the surfaces it struck. "Die!" As the creature lunged at Lin Xian, Delu leapt from the balcony, wielding a massive, steel-slaying greatsword. With a grunt, he swung the blade in a powerful arc. Slash! Caught off guard, the three-headed monster had no time to react. The blade cleaved through two of its heads, while the third was partially severed. Hiss! A surge of black blood gushed from the monster, spraying toward Delu. Anticipating this, Lin Xian quickly erected a thin iron wall to shield him and yanked Delu to safety with a swift roll. Hisses! The corrosive blood burned through the thin metal wall within moments, creating large holes. "That was close," Lin Xian exclaimed, both he and Delu rising to their feet. They immediately lifted their firearms and unleashed a hail of bullets at the creature still behind the rapidly corroding wall. Da-da-da-da. The dark alley lit up from the gunfire, the muzzle flashes illuminating the scene. The last remaining head let out a wailing scream under the relentless barrage. "Don't let your guard down. Empty the magazines," Lin Xian shouted. The monster's sudden appearance had been so uncanny that he couldn't rule out further tricks. With the advantage in hand, the two continued firing, refusing to let up. Click, click, click. Lin Xian's rifle ran dry. Without hesitation, he dropped it and raised both hands, one emitting a concentrated wind cannon, the other crackling with electric discharge. Zap! Zap! Wind bullets tore through the air, and arcs of electricity exploded violently. Against an eerie creature like this, Lin Xian knew hesitation was deadly. A monster with three heads? Who's to say it doesn't have three lives? For over a minute, they unleashed everything they had. Only when Delu's machine gun clicked empty did the gunfire cease. The echoes of their shots reverberated through the narrow alley. Panting heavily, Lin Xian shone a flashlight forward. The three-headed monster lay in a mangled heap, reduced to unrecognizable flesh. The black blood that pooled beneath it had entirely corroded the thin metal plate Lin Xian had conjured. "Is it finally dead?" Lin Xian muttered, the blood still hissing as it devoured the ground. The gunfire had attracted the groans of nearby zombies. Without delay, Lin Xian approached cautiously, covering his nose and mouth. As he neared the remains, a wisp of black mist became visible in the flashlight's beam. Hearing faint whispers and sobs, Lin Xian smirked. "It's here." The black mist coalesced on the ground, forming a crimson bead. Identical in size to the one Lin Xian had traded for earlier, it emanated an eerie glow. Worried about the corrosive black blood, Lin Xian conjured a long metal clamp and a simple iron box to retrieve the bead. "This thing is such a pain," he muttered. The stench was overwhelming, and Lin Xian accidentally inhaled a trace of the air. His head spun, his insides churned, and he almost vomited. "Get back!" he barked at Delu. Without hesitation, they climbed into the off-road vehicle and sped away from the nightmarish scene. The engine roared as the vehicle's headlights pierced the oppressive darkness ahead. "These eerie creatures are too strange," Lin Xian muttered from the passenger seat, staring at the crimson bead in the iron box. "It's like they can sense our presence, always appearing nearby." Initially, he had thought they emerged from nests hidden in the dark. But in the daylight, no nests could be found, and their appearances remained inexplicable. "Could they teleport?" Delu asked, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "If they could teleport, I'd be dead by now," Lin Xian replied. "But their sudden appearances are way too abnormal. No footsteps, no signs, nothing. It's almost as if they've been here all along," he said, his voice faltering. A chill ran down his spine. Glancing at Delu, Lin Xian caught a glimpse of something red out of the corner of his eye. His pupils constricted, and he turned sharply toward the rearview mirror. In the back seat sat a woman in a red dress, her hair disheveled, her face hidden in shadows. Lin Xian froze. Whipping around, he found the back seat empty. "What's wrong, Brother Xian?" Lu asked. Noticing his reaction, Lin Xian's face was grim. "Something's not right." Zzz, zzz. The crackle of static interrupted him. The walkie-talkie in Lin Xian's hand came to life, though he hadn't touched it. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Happy, zzz. Birthday, zzz. A raspy, haunting voice hummed through the static. At Yuqi Station, the infinite train sat quietly on the tracks. Before dawn, a fierce wind began to howl through the night, carrying snow that lashed against the train's armored seams, creating a ghostly wailing sound. Inside the carriage, Luo Xia clutched her rifle nervously. Her cheeks were flushed red from the cold, and she occasionally glanced outside the window with apprehension. Buzz. The lights in carriage number 5 dimmed briefly before flickering back to life. Xia startled, glancing upward before shifting her gaze toward the distant carriages. In the driver's cabin, Chun Sichuan stood perfectly still, appearing just as vigilant as Xia. To conserve energy, the train's heating system had been shut off, and the temperature inside the carriages had dropped significantly. Xia blew warm breath onto her hands and looked toward the far end of the train again. "Chinjejia, are you cold?" she asked through the walkie-talkie, her unease bubbling to the surface. "Crack. A little. What about you?" Chen Sichuan's voice replied, calm yet tired. Xia glanced at her watch. Dawn was close, and the thought brought her some comfort. "My hands are freezing," Xia complained. "Crack. I'll grab you a pair of gloves. I remember we collected some earlier," Chun Sichuan replied. "Okay." Xia rubbed her hands together, feeling the biting chill. Yet as she turned to check, Chun Sichuan hadn't moved. She still stood in the same spot near the driver's cabin, motionless. A chill crawled down Xia's spine. Gritting her teeth, she spoke into the walkie-talkie again. "Chinjijia, are you coming?" No response. She tried again. "Chinjijia, are you coming?" A strange voice answered, not from the walkie-talkie, but from right behind her. "I'm already here, right behind you." The unfamiliar voice froze Xia in place. Her face went pale, and she whipped around with her gun raised. There was nothing there. The dimly lit carriage number 5 was filled with cold tools and storage racks, but no one else. "What's going on?" Xia panted heavily, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. She scanned the carriage, her wide eyes searching every shadow. Silence. Her gaze shifted down the narrow aisle. Though the carriages were only 100 to 200 meters long, the distance felt impossibly vast. At the far end, Chun Sichuan's silhouette remained, but now it was no longer side-on. It faced directly toward her. Xia's voice trembled as she... At that moment, headlights and the rumble of an engine outside caught Xia's attention. Relief washed over her as she realized Lin Xian and Lu had returned. She turned toward the window, only to find herself staring at a horrifying, ghostly face pressed against the glass. "Ah!" Xia screamed, stumbling back and falling onto the floor. The train's lights abruptly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Click! Xia scrambled for a flashlight, turning it on to sweep the beam across the window. The ghostly figure was gone. The surroundings were silent again. Heart still racing, she rose shakily to her feet. The train lights flickered back on, and a shout echoed from the far end. "Xia, they're back. Open the door." Chen Sichuan yelled. Still disoriented, Xia nodded and staggered to the control panel. She pressed the button to lower the hydraulic ramp. Whir! The steel ramp of carriage number 5 descended slowly. Outside, Delu's off-road vehicle roared onto the ramp with Lin Xian firing at the zombie horde in pursuit. Da-da-da-da. As soon as Lin Xian jumped out of the vehicle, he started the train's engine while continuing to fire at the encroaching zombies. Meanwhile, Chen Sichuan activated the locomotive controls, and a massive train roared to life. Xia joined in the defense, firing a grenade launcher. The explosion tore through the zombie tide, sending flaming debris and shattered bodies flying. Delu secured the car's tow chain and fired alongside Lin Xian as they retreated into the train. The ramp retracted, and the train began to accelerate. "Brother Lin, there's something wrong with the train," Shasha exclaimed as Lin Xian climbed aboard. On the train, Lin Xian's expression darkened. He handed her the iron box containing the eerie blood crystal. "Check if you can pick up any official broadcast from Mount Daluo. If they accelerated too quickly, they might miss the switch to the southern line." He needed a backup plan. "Got it." Shasha nodded and began scanning frequencies. Lin Xian rushed toward the driver's cabin. "Teacher Chun." The world outside was now darker than ever, the pitch-black void pressing against the train's headlights. Lin Xian burst into the cabin, finding Chun Sichuan pale and pointing ahead. "Lin Xian, look." On the tracks in front of the infinite train stood a grotesque, white figure. Its gangly limbs and pallid flesh resembled the earlier pale giant. Lin Xian's heart sank. The night's hunt had stirred up something they shouldn't have. Run it down. With no way back, Lin Xian could only hope the train's reinforced armor would hold. He activated the mechanical heart to enhance its defenses. "Lin Xian," Chun Sichuan cried out as the train surged forward. "Hold on." Lin Xian shoved her down and ducked low himself, letting the train charge headlong into the figure. Crash! Rumble! The infinite train, equipped with its icebreaker shield, collided with the monstrous entity, sending it tumbling beneath the wheels. A jarring screech echoed as electromagnetic interference caused the train's lights to flicker violently. "ZZZ! ZZZ!" Lin Xian looked up, relieved to see the train's armor intact. However, the headlights could barely pierce 20 meters ahead, swallowed by the oppressive darkness. The radar display was a mess of static and noise, rendering it useless. "Lin Xian, we can't see anything." Chun Sichuan's voice trembled as she stared at the malfunctioning radar. "Should we stop?" The risk of derailment loomed large, and Kiki's condition in the medical bay only added to their urgency. Lin Xian's mind raced. "Teacher Chun, how far is the next tunnel?" Chun Sichuan hesitated before replying, "About 13 kilometers. Then we push 10 kilometers and stop." Lin Xian decided. Whatever they had provoked, staying at Yuchi Station was no longer an option. Shasha staggered down the hallway toward carriage number 2, keeping an ear on Lin Xian's orders while checking on Kiki. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of claws scraping and bodies climbing echoed from outside the train. Shadows danced in the dim light, revealing numerous unknown creatures assaulting the carriages. "Stay alert," Lin Xian shouted to everyone. A bone-chilling cold seeped into the train as an eerie silence blanketed the night. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the speeding train in the dark, the sounds of impacts grew more frequent. Inside, the flickering lights of the carriages barely held off the oppressive gloom. The chilling air seeped through every corner, leaving Luo Shasha trembling as she curled up on her bed. Beyond the windows, the blackness revealed nothing of what lay outside. The violent shaking and crashes sent waves of tension through everyone on board. Time dragged on, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, as the train gained speed, the noises outside began to fade, and an uneasy silence settled over the surroundings. "We're approaching the tunnel," Chun Sichuan called out, her eyes fixed on the driver's display and the pitch-black night ahead. Anxiety laced her voice as she turned to Lin Xian. "Stop the train." Screech. The brakes groaned as the train screeched to a halt, the sound echoing across the desolate tracks. "Could those monsters still?" Chun Sichuan began nervously. "I don't know, but it's almost dawn. Charging into an unknown tunnel in the dark could bury us alive," Lin Xian said grimly. His concern was valid. The train's armor had withstood the creatures so far, but entering a tunnel could lead to catastrophic collapse if the monsters triggered anything. The infinite train stood motionless on the tracks, snow and wind piling against its steel exterior. The quiet was unsettling, but the sounds of pursuit seemed to have ceased. The clock ticked closer to 4 a.m. Daylight was imminent. Even so, Lin Xian remained tense. Turning to Chen Xishuan, he asked, Teacher Chun, Shasha mentioned something strange on the train earlier. Did you see anything unusual? Chen Xishuan shook her head, grabbing the nearby walkie-talkie. I'm not sure. The walkie-talkie's been cutting out intermittently, like what happened in the fog. Brother Lin. Shasha's voice suddenly echoed from carriage number 1. Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan immediately rushed toward her. What happened? Lin Xian asked upon entering. Shasha, pale with fear, pointed at the sofa. Resting on it was the radio, with the eerie blood crystal placed atop it. The crystal emitted a faint red glow, and the radio was making strange noises. Zizi. Dalu arrived, gun in hand, as the group stared in shock at the radio. Shasha stammered, pointing with wide eyes. It's moving. The black radio on the sofa was indeed acting bizarrely. The orange frequency display numbers flashed erratically, and the tuning knobs twisted and turned as if alive, breathing. I put the red crystal on it, and it just started making noise. Shasha said, her voice trembling. Lin Xian, what is this? Dalu asked, his expression grim as he stepped protectively in front of Shasha. Be careful. Our walkie-talkies started doing the same earlier, Lin Xian cautioned. Shasha peeked out from behind Dalu and added urgently, It's not just that. When I was talking to Chija earlier, she said she'd get me gloves, but then stopped responding. When I called her again, something that sounded like her voice said, I'm right behind you. I turned around, but no one was there. Lin Xian frowned. It said that behind you. Shasha nodded quickly, her fear evident. Chen Xishuan gasped, covering her mouth. I never said I'd get you gloves. When did you talk to me? The atmosphere in the carriage grew heavy, an icy dread spreading among them. Shasha backed away, nearly in tears. Chen Jiejie, don't scare me. I'm serious. Chen Xishuan replied anxiously. My walkie-talkie never went off. Shasha's voice rose in panic. Then there's something else on this train. The group turned as the static from the radio intensified. The orange frequency display flashed wildly, the knobs twisting faster. Amidst the noise, faint voices emerged. ZZZ, no, ZZZ, don't, ZZZ, don't, ZZZ, open, ZZZ, don't open. 15, ZZZ, ZZZ, 1, 5, 4, 2, don't contact anyone. The voices were filled with terror, each word drenched in fear. Is someone trying to warn us? Chen Xishuan exclaimed, horrified. Lin Xian's face darkened. 1542. The number sparked a chilling memory in his mind. He recalled the stories shared around the campfire. A strange 1542 frequency has been reported in the Ping'e Lake, Songshan, Beiwang, and Mount Daluo areas. 3 convoys have received it at night, and people have gone missing. Witnesses describe it as tied to supernatural phenomena. Suddenly, the warning voice stopped, replaced by a haunting melody that froze everyone in place. ZZZ, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The voice, initially melodic, became raspy and guttural, like a demon whispering in the dark. Happy birthday to you? Who's singing? Chen Xishuan cried, her voice trembling. This is insane, Dalu muttered, gripping his gun tighter. Lin Xian, look, Chen Xishuan shouted. The frequency display flashed wildly before abruptly halting on a single number, 1542. At the same time, the train lights flickered ominously. The air felt heavy, as if the train itself were holding its breath. All 4 froze, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xian's thoughts raced back to the ominous campfire stories. His voice was sharp as he barked, Everyone stay alert. This thing is dangerous. He stepped forward decisively and removed the eerie blood crystal from the radio. Click! The radio fell silent. Its lights dimmed, and the room returned to an uneasy calm. Huff! Lin Xian exhaled deeply, feeling the cold, metallic touch of the crystal in his hand. That should. He turned to address the others and froze. In the darkness of carriage number 1, the space behind him was completely empty. Not a single person was there. The night was as dark as ink. The massive train seemed completely devoured by the darkness, standing silently on the desolate tracks. Inside the hollow carriages, the cabin lights were clearly on, yet it felt as if some kind of black veil obscured them. The narrow corridor of the train was shrouded in an eerie dimness, as if the entire world had darkened. Lin Xian stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock. At this moment, it seemed like the only sound he could hear was his own heartbeat. Everyone was gone. A chill crept from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. Lin Xian's pupils slowly shifted as he scanned his surroundings, not daring to move a muscle. Just moments ago, 3 people had been right behind him. Now, it was as if they had vanished in a thin air. His gaze swept toward the far end of the corridor leading to the cockpit. It was pitch black. There should have been lights there, yet the glow was mercilessly swallowed by the darkness. Only a faint orange glimmer struggled to remain, unable to penetrate further into the void. Lin Xian turned his head toward carriage number 2. At the far end, nothing but blackness. His spine tingled with cold. He tensed up, focused his mind, and called out, "Mr. Chun." No response. "Sha sha." "Luo yi." Silence. Lin Xian's pulse quickened. The sudden shift in reality left him momentarily stunned. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, suppressing the fear rising in his chest, and cautiously took 2 steps forward. Dee-da-da-da. A soft rolling sound echoed behind him. Lin Xian spun around abruptly. From the depths of the dark carriage, a small, delicate glass marble slowly rolled out. "Who's there?" His voice rang out through the train, bouncing off the walls. No answer. He took a step closer, eyes locked onto the marble. It was crystal clear, with swirling streaks of vibrant color inside, just like the kind children played with. "Lights on." Lin Xian refused to believe this was real. He was in control of the entire train. He had already turned the lights on. For a brief moment, the overhead lights flared, as if hit by a sudden surge of electricity, but just as quickly, the darkness pressed in again, suppressing their brightness. He stepped into carriage number 2. In the distance, Kiki's laptop screen flickered with static, casting weak, erratic glows in the dark. Lin Xian's heart tightened. He turned sharply and strode toward the cockpit. The cockpit had large viewing windows. He should be able to see the outside more clearly. Thud, thud, thud. His own footsteps echoed through the train. He quickened his pace, then suddenly stopped. Out of the corner of his eye, something was floating in the corridor ahead. Lin Xian took a step closer, narrowing his eyes. Dozens of strands, thin and black, swayed gently in the air, hanging eerily in the corridor. Frowning, he reached out to grab them. But the moment his fingers neared, the strands flickered like a phantom and vanished. Strange events were happening one after another. Lin Xian pulled out his flashlight. Click! A harsh, pale white beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the complex machinery in the middle corridor of the locomotive. He quickened his pace, moving toward the front of the train. The beam of light revealed nothing. No one was there. Raising the flashlight to the window, he looked outside. A vast, snowy wasteland stretched before him. The tracks ahead vanished into a seemingly endless void. Then, under the flickering glow of his light, Lin Xian saw a red figure standing on the tracks ahead. His eyes widened. A dark, human-shaped silhouette stood motionless at the very center of the railway, directly in front of the train. Lin Xian frowned, immediately shining his flashlight over. The white beam swept across, nothing. The shadow had disappeared. A cold dread crawled up his spine. Then, that marble-rolling sound came again. Dee-da-da-da. This time, a frigid breath brushed against the back of his neck. Lin Xian's face twisted in alarm. He turned his head, slowly. Pitch black. No one there. Yet, beneath the dim overhead lights in the narrow cockpit hallway, a small shadow had appeared. What the hell? Lin Xian's entire body tensed. With a flick of his wrist, a steel blade materialized in his grip. He clenched his teeth. Screw it. Who cares if it's a ghost or a demon? Backlash. Whoosh. Suppressing the overwhelming dread, Lin Xian lashed out with a sharp, merciless strike toward the black shadow. Slash. The blade cut through something solid. A sickening sound of flesh being torn filled the air. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He had definitely hit something. Whipping around, his breath caught in his throat. The small figure stepped out from the shadows into the dim light. A young girl stood there, clutching her bleeding throat in horror. Her face contorted in pain. Luo Shasha. Lin Xian's expression changed dramatically. Shasha's fearful gaze met his. Blood gushed from her neck as she collapsed. Sha! Before he could finish, a chill shot through his spine. Something was behind him. Lin Xian whirled around. A woman in a red dress stood there. Pale, decayed skin. A grotesquely twisted smile stretched across her face. She was half an inch from his own. Hiss! Lin Xian sucked in a sharp breath. Reflexively, he staggered backward, raising his left hand. Wind cannon. Bang! But before he could fire, his left index finger exploded. Flesh tore apart. The nail shattered. The bone split open, hanging by a thin strip of skin. Ah! Lin Xian gritted his teeth, stifling a pained groan. His horrified gaze dropped to his mangled hand. He looked up again. The red-dressed woman was gone. Far away, in the dimly lit carriage number 2, the red shadow stood there, unmoving. Thump, 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 thump. His heart pounded violently. Adrenaline surged through his veins. Pain and terror clawed at his sanity. His mind reeled from the relentless horror. Hiss! Lin Xian's gaze darted between his mangled hand and the pool of blood on the floor. His breath came in ragged gasps. Had he just killed Luo Shasha? Shasha! Pressing his wounded hand to his chest, he called out tentatively. No response. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stepped forward, but then, from the shadows behind her body, a ghastly pale hand slowly emerged. It grabbed Shasha's ankle and yanked. Shhhhhk. Her body was dragged into the darkness. A trail of blood was all that remained. Lin Xian's scalp prickled with horror. His instincts screamed at him to stay calm, but a deep, suffocating fear gnawed at his mind. The armor, the icebreaker shield, none of it was working. An overwhelming sense of despair began to take root. The pain in his finger was agonizing, his cold sweat unceasing. Something was wrong. 1542 radio station. The mysterious disappearances. The paranormal phenomena. The red-dressed ghost. A memory surfaced. Jiang Yun's words echoed in his ears. Be careful. This thing doesn't just react to human sounds. What exactly is wrong here? A chilling gust swept through the carriage. The dimming lights flickered once more. The red shadow was getting closer. The dimly lit carriage grew even darker. Light seemed unable to pierce through the overwhelming darkness, as though it, too, was being swallowed along with Lin Xian's rising fear. Cold sweat covered his forehead. He was on the verge of panic, yet he clung desperately to the last shreds of rationality. No, no, no. Something isn't right. Where? Where's the problem? What'd I notice? Plap, plap. Footsteps echoed from deep within the darkness. Who's there? Lin Xian tightened his grip on the steel blade in his hand, sweat dripping like rain. The corridor ahead grew darker and darker. He could no longer see what lay before him. No one responded. Yet Lin Xian could feel it. Someone was standing in the darkness right in front of him. A chilling presence crept closer. Who? His heartbeat pounded wildly in his chest. He rubbed his eyes, straining to see, but nothing came into focus. Why can't I see? What's stopping me from seeing? Then, a pale hand suddenly emerged from the darkness, reaching toward him. Lin Xian's expression shifted drastically. His grip on the steel blade tightened, his body tensed. He was about to strike, but stopped, because he saw frostbite scars on the back of that hand. Would a ghost suffer from frostbite? Lin Xian had to admire himself. On the verge of losing his mind, he still managed to ask such an absurd question. Yet that very question yanked him back from the brink of insanity, snapping him into focus. He finally understood what was wrong. His eyes sharpened. Without hesitation, he grabbed his severed finger, gritted his teeth, and ripped it off completely. Hiss! The searing pain nearly knocked him unconscious. Gasping for breath, he raised his left hand again. But this time, he ignored the ghostly shadows lurking in the darkness. Instead, he pointed his bleeding wound directly at the radio on the couch. Wind cannon. Bang. A powerful shockwave exploded forth. The black radio was blasted off the couch, but it didn't shatter. Instead, it crackled strangely, its frequency display flickering wildly. Click! With a crisp metallic sound, a silver object flew out from within. The entire train flared with blinding light. Every corridor and passageway was suddenly illuminated. And at that moment, the black shadow in front of him was fully revealed. Lin Xian's breath caught in his throat. It was himself. The other Lin Xian stood there, wearing an eerie, twisted smile, staring at him unblinkingly. A chill crawled up Lin Xian's spine. With a sudden burst of light, the other Lin Xian rapidly retreated into the shadows and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian instinctively stumbled back, his mind racing. As I suspected, who? His breath came in sharp gasps. Looking down at his left hand, his fingers were intact. Glancing back, there was no girl, no blood. His heart pounded furiously. If I had attacked earlier, would I have ended up killing myself? And that wasn't the only strange thing. The glass marble in the dark, the red-dressed ghost in the carriage, the bone-crushing pain in his severed finger. All of these were childhood fears of his. They terrified him, but never truly harmed him. But when he believed he had killed Luo Sha, his mind unraveled. That was when the shadow version of himself appeared. Had he given in to his instincts and attacked without thinking, he would have killed himself. Two more details stood out. First, the frostbite scars on both the shadow's hand and his own hand. Second, the radio on the couch. The entire train was under Lin Xian's mechanical heart control. Even if fear clouded his mind, it couldn't interfere with his system's readings. Yet that radio, the power switch was off, but the frequency display was glowing. If he wasn't controlling it, then something else was. Something inside this twisted reality was amplifying his fears. Clang, clang. The silver object landed on the floor, producing a sharp metallic sound. Lin Xian's gaze locked onto it. It was a silver antenna, and strangely enough, it moved on its own. It rolled swiftly across the floor, heading toward carriage number 3. Swish, swish. Something's off. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He stepped forward and chased after it. Now that he understood, his greatest fears had been turned into reality. The glass marble, the red-dressed ghost, the severed finger. All it was fake. That cursed radio station possessed some kind of supernatural power. It was broadcasting fear. It was unleashing terror. It was trying to make him kill himself. Gurgle. The silver antenna rolled deeper into the darkness. Then clang. It collided with a toolbox and stopped. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and strode forward. Just as he took a step, the red-dressed ghost lunged at him from thin air. His heartbeat skipped. His expression twisted in fear. He staggered back, but this time, he forced himself to remain calm. Nice figure. Clenching his teeth, he reached for the ghost's chest. The red-dressed ghost's face twisted in horror, and she vanished instantly. Same trick, different method. Lin Xian smirked. This wasn't supernatural. This was psychological terror. Taking another step, a spinning blade flew at his neck, and his head was sliced off. Yet Lin Xian simply picked up his severed head, held it in his hands, and inspected it. So this is what my back looks like. Then he reattached his head and kept walking forward. Ahead, the carriage glowed red. A bloody tide surged forward, carrying countless severed heads in its wake. Lin Xian conjured an ice shield, pushing forward through the blood and dismembered heads. He even grabbed a severed head, weighing it in his hand. Nice! This melon's ripe. The silver antenna continued releasing his fears. But Lin Xian had already seen through the trick. The train lights flickered erratically. The carriage doors creaked open. Steel groaned under invisible pressure. Really pulling out all the stops now, huh? Lin Xian stood before the toolbox, eyes fixed coldly on the silver antenna. This is MY train, you damn ghost. Snap. He snapped his fingers. Whoosh. His mechanical heart roared to life. The shutters slammed shut. The doors froze in place. The lights stabilized. The locomotive engine hummed steadily. If not for his mechanical heart, he would have drowned in fear, unable to tell illusion from reality. Let's see what you really are. Lin Xian knelt, reaching for the silver antenna. Instantly, a horde of ghosts and corpses surged toward him, but he ignored them all and grabbed the antenna. Swish! The nightmares vanished. Knew it. This thing was behind it all. But as soon as he held the antenna, the train plunged into total darkness. And then a creature appeared, a white-furred beast, blood dripping from its mouth, holding Kiki in its arms. Why is Kiki here? Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock. His flashlight's beam fell upon the white creature, which slowly lifted its head and gazed at him with an unusual expression. A look of surprise, a look of confusion, almost as if it was astonished that Lin Xian could see it. Lin Xian noticed a few strands of Kiki's hair drifting in the air, and suddenly realization struck. The hair from before was Kiki's? Had this creature been standing here the whole time? Then why hadn't he seen it before? A chilling thought flashed through his mind. He looked down at the silver antenna in his hand, feeling his consciousness fading fast. What the hell is this thing? Sensing imminent danger, he raised his hand and fired a wind cannon at the creature. Boom! The creature's head was blown apart. A surge of black mist erupted from the wound. The monster let out a shrill scream, desperately flapping its wings as if trying to catch the escaping black mist. And at that moment, Kiki slipped from its grasp, collapsing onto the floor. I hit it. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned, but had no time to dwell on it. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to save Kiki. The black mist continued to spew out, expanding rapidly, like an inflating cloud of darkness, swallowing the entire carriage number 1. Lin Xian covered his mouth and nose as he charged into the fog. The moment he entered, his world spun violently. Hoo-hoo! It was as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. A crushing sense of weightlessness engulfed him. Breaking through the mist, Lin Xian's eyes snapped open and found himself somewhere entirely different. A silent, apocalyptic city. A dead city stretched beneath an overcast sky. The urban landscape, strangely familiar yet eerily foreign, lay in ruin under the suffocating dark clouds. In the distant skyline, a line of signal lights pulsed like breathing embers, flickering against the massive steel defensive walls encircling the city. The faint glows looked like the last dying flames of humanity, radiating a solemn yet oppressive atmosphere. Then, Lin Xian lifted his gaze toward the sky, and his breath hitched. There, a colossal humanoid corpse floated face down in the sky, a decayed giant spanning over 10 kilometers. Its ashen, dried-up skin was wrinkled like a mountain range of scars. Its hollow black eyes were void of life, exuding an unspeakable pressure as it drifted silently over the city. A whispering chorus of eerie voices filled Lin Xian's ears. Slowly, he lifted his head and stared into the abyssal eyes of the floating corpse. The atmosphere inside the train was incredibly tense. Chen Xishuan, Luo Shasha, and Luo Yi stood frozen, their faces pale as they watched Lin Xian vanish before their eyes. Brother Lin disappeared, Luo Shasha gasped. Luo Yi was equally shaken, completely unable to process what had just happened. Ah, Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Chen Xishuan frantically called out. No response. A living, breathing person had just vanished in a thin air right in front of them. What the hell is happening? Luo Shasha's face was stricken with panic. 1542 radio. That's it. That day, when Kiki came back, she told me about it. Her voice trembled. Oh no, did Brother Lin disappear too? Chen Xishuan's face turned ghostly pale. Thud, thud, thud. A sound echoed from the floor of the train. Chen Sis, listen. Luo Shasha's voice quivered as she stared at the floor. There's footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. The three of them staggered backward. The footsteps grew faster, moving from carriage number 2 toward the cockpit, then pausing beside Kiki's bed. Before turning back, thud, thud. The sound stopped at the cockpit, then started coming back. What the hell is this? Qin Sixuan's brow furrowed deeply. Her face was filled with fear. Could it be Brother Lin? Luo Shasha waved her hand through the air. Nothing. Is he invisible? I swear, I can still feel him on the train. Is this really the work of the 1542 radio? ZZT. The radio on the couch still displayed the 1542 frequency, its speaker emitting weak static sounds. The train fell silent. Faintly, they could hear the sound of wind coming through the radio. Chen sis, should we turn it off? Luo Shasha's voice was full of fear. Chen Sixuan's entire body was covered in chills. She hesitated for only a second, then strode forward and shut off the radio. But, even after turning it off, the frequency numbers still glowed. Oh my God, it's still on! Luo Shasha shrieked. What the hell is going on? They all backed away, eyes locked on the radio. Whoosh! Suddenly, the train's lights flared up. The engine of the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive roared to life. Click, click, click. The shutters dropped. The gates opened. Bright daylight flooded into the train, driving back the darkness. Beep, beep. The time displayed, 16:05. Morning had come. Qin Sixuan's expression shifted. It's Lin Xian. He's controlling the train. He's still on board. Daylight illuminated the world, yet the three of them felt no relief. Yes, it has to be Brother Lin. But why can't we see him? Luo Shasha reached into the air, trying to grasp something unseen. But there was nothing. She turned her head, and her face drained of color. Look, Kiki is bleeding again. Qin Sixuan spun around. Sure enough, a fresh trickle of blood dripped from Kiki's nose. Shasha, get some water. The three of them were completely overwhelmed. Lin Xian was gone. Kiki's condition was worsening. Tension choked the air. Luo Shasha lifted Kiki's eyelids. Her pupils were almost entirely black. Her breathing was growing weaker. What do we do? Kiki's getting worse. Qin Sixuan's face twisted in worry. Quick, where's the red crystal? Luo Yi turned, voice low. It's gone. Lin Xian took it earlier. *T. That eerie blood crystal is missing. Luo Shasha frantically searched the couch, but found nothing. Bang! Suddenly, the radio crackled again. The frequency numbers flashed wildly, then faded into darkness. The radio had turned off. Qin Sixuan's heart leapt into her throat. Something's happening. She clenched her fists. Lin Xian is trying to tell us something. We need to move now. Lin Xian felt as though his mind was trapped in a fog. A sharp ringing noise buzzed in his ears, while the putrid scent of damp rot filled his nostrils, making him grimace. He had no idea if he was still on the train, because not even the worst bathroom on the train smelled this disgusting. As he slowly regained consciousness, his blurred vision made out a pitch-black environment. He was inside a dark prison cell. In the dim shadows, a frail figure sat curled up in a corner. Lin Xian squinted. It was a young girl, around 13 or 14, hugging her knees to her chest. Her thin frame showed signs of malnutrition, but her eyes burned with an intense light, as if she was waiting for something. Kiki. Lin Xian's voice wavered. His mind was still a mess. Why does Kiki look so young? Sure, she was always a kid, but she wasn't this small. Hey kid, he called out. No response. Suppressing his confusion, Lin Xian got to his feet and started examining his surroundings. He reached the metal door of the cell, a mechanical lock operated by electronic circuits. Placing his hand against it, he activated his mechanical heart. The circuits revealed themselves instantly. But this time, no matter what he did, the lock wouldn't budge. What the hell? He stared at his own hand. Did his ability fail? Wasn't he supposed to be on the train? How did he suddenly end up in this place? What was that monstrous corpse in the sky he had seen earlier? And who was this girl that looked so much like Kiki? His mind was a chaotic mess. Clang! The sound of a heavy metal gate opening rang from afar. Someone was coming. In the shadows, the young Kiki flinched. Lin Xian turned to look at her and saw fear flash in her eyes. The sound of leather boots echoed down the corridor. A group of men in uniforms and peaked caps approached the cell. Lin Xian tensed. His wind cannon was ready. The man in charge, a middle-aged officer, swept his gaze across the cell and looked directly at Kiki, as if Lin Xian wasn't even there. Is this the one? Yes. Take her away. 305, open the door. Beep. The electric lock disengaged, and the iron gate swung open. 2 guards stepped inside, grabbing Kiki by her arms and lifting her. Lin Xian shot to his feet, ready to intervene, but froze, because he realized no one could see him. What the hell? A chilling realization crept over him. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay calm. This isn't real. I must be inside some kind of mental projection. The moment Kiki was taken away, the scenery outside the iron bars shifted violently. Suddenly, Lin Xian was no longer in a prison cell. Instead, it was like he was watching a movie theater in the dark. Kiki sat stiffly on a chair. A woman in formal attire stood before her, holding a file in her hands. She spoke in a calm, detached voice. Your name is Zhao Enki? Yes. Kiki's voice was low and emotionless. What is your relationship with Zhao Lu? Nothing. But according to our records, she's your biological mother. She abandoned you at the Yulan orphanage 8 years ago, then disappeared. Kiki's eyes remained empty. What exactly do you want to ask? The woman continued, unfazed. How much do you know about her? Silence. After a brief pause, the woman said, we found a possible match for your father in Zhao Lu's records. Do you want to meet him? Kiki didn't react. Your father's surname is Wan. He's the CEO of Linglong Group, the wealthiest man in the city. Kiki let out a dry chuckle. So I hit the jackpot, huh? Her words were devoid of any excitement. The woman smirked coldly. I reviewed your records. You escaped from the orphanage at 8 years old. You survived in the old district by scamming people. You taught yourself programming just so you could hack ATMs for cash. You've been arrested 19 times in 6 years. What a criminal record. Imagine that. A street rat like you ending up with such a privileged father. You must feel so proud. Kiki's eyes hardened, but she remained silent. The woman's tone darkened. A week ago, your mother, Zhao Lu, was found dead near the Luching sewage plant. Her corpse had already rotted for over 20 days. Kiki's fingers trembled, just barely, but her face stayed emotionless. A group of men surrounded a battered woman, beating her mercilessly. Blood streamed from her mouth and nose. Her screams were gut-wrenching. Where is your daughter? A man in a black suit kicked her stomach viciously. You think we won't find her if you keep quiet? I don't know. She sobbed, pleading desperately. But the beatings only became more brutal. Before long, the woman's body stopped struggling. Blood soaked her entire face. Can you help me? A soft, weightless voice echoed behind Lin Xian. He spun around. The frail girl stood there, watching him from the shadows. Her delicate face was hidden in the darkness, but her eyes burned with intensity. Do you know who I am? Lin Xian asked. You're here to help me. Kiki's voice was calm. Help you how? Lin Xian frowned. She raised her hand, pointing at the men on the riverbank. Kill them. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Who are you? I am Kiki. The girl lifted her head. Her gaze cut through the shadows, staring straight at him. Lin Xian's expression darkened. With a flick of his wrist, his mechanical heart hummed to life. A fully loaded Glock 23 materialized in his grip. His stockpile of salvaged gun parts and materials made crafting basic firearms possible, though ammo was still limited. The thin girl stared at the gun in fascination. She looked back at Lin Xian and whispered, Thank you. On the riverbank, a thug noticed something. Huh, there's a kid over there. The men stopped beating the woman and turned. Kiki stood in the distance, raising her right hand, fingers shaped like a gun. What's this kid doing? Is she crazy? Kiki's face was expressionless. She murmured softly. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A man's skull burst open, blood spraying across the ground. sh*T, She's got a gun. Kill her. Kiki's eyes burned with hatred. She whispered again. Bang. Bang. Bullets ripped through flesh. Screams filled the air. Within seconds, the men were torn apart by gunfire. Just as Lin Xian was lost in thought, the scene outside the prison cell changed again. This time, it was a dimly lit corridor. A little girl, looking no older than 3 or 4, sat quietly on a bench, clutching a faded teddy bear in her small hands. The bear seemed quite old, but it had been carefully washed and kept clean. The girl sat with her head lowered, obedient and silent, her small face filled with confusion and fear. Not far from her, a door stood slightly ajar, revealing an office inside. According to the regulations, only children whose parents both have special hardship certificates or severe health issues can be placed in our orphanage, and both parents must be present for the process. Ms. Zhao, your situation clearly does not meet these criteria. Director, please listen to me. The woman's voice was laced with anxiety and desperation. She pleaded urgently. She can't stay with me. She'll die. She will definitely die. This, I beg you. She's very obedient. She won't cause you any trouble. The orphanage director saw the panic in the woman's eyes and frowned. Ms. Zhao, I'm very sorry. The woman, who had been relatively composed just moments ago, suddenly trembled violently. Then, in a fit of hysteria, she screamed, yanked at her hair, tore at her collar, and, like a madwoman, grabbed a vase from the desk and smashed it against her own head. Bang! Crash! The scene spiraled into chaos. Security guards and teachers rushed into the office, trying to restrain the deranged woman. Meanwhile, the little girl remained seated on the bench in the corridor, her head still lowered. People rushed past her, the noise of shouting and screaming filling the air, but she seemed to have blocked it all out. No one knew how much time had passed before the room finally fell silent. Creak! The door opened. A disheveled woman stepped out and stood at the threshold. She seemed to glance at the little girl, or perhaps she didn't. She stood there for a moment. Then, she turned and walked toward the far end of the corridor, away from the light. The sunlight cast a long shadow behind her, but her figure blocked the distant glow, making the corridor feel even darker. Zhao Enki, your mom is a lunatic. We're not like you. You were abandoned by your mother. Your mom hurt the director. She's going to be executed. At some point, a group of children had gathered around the girl. They pointed at her and mocked her, their voices filled with cruelty. Zhao Enki, why are you so naughty? The orphanage teachers appeared as well, their expressions harsh and unforgiving. Who taught you to lie? You've been a liar since you were little. What will you become when you grow up? Zhao Enki, why did you sneak out again? Zhao Enki, you're just like your mom. Are you a lunatic too? Can you help me? Lin Xian blinked. The children and teachers in the corridor had vanished. He was back in the black prison cell, facing the little girl sitting on the bench. But now, there were 3 girls in the cell. Lin Xian knew. They were all Kiki from different points in time. The youngest Kiki kept her head down, her small hands nervously fiddling with the teddy bear. But she didn't cry. She simply played with the bear in silence, as if she were just waiting for someone to come and take her away. Help you with what? Lin Xian suddenly changed his approach, no longer asking if she recognized him. The little girl raised her hand, just like before, as if waiting for Lin Xian to give her something. Lin Xian frowned. Something felt wrong. His expression darkened, and his voice suddenly turned sharp. Do you want to kill the director? Or those classmates? Or do you want to kill your mother? The little girl remained silent. No, Kiki. Lin Xian's expression grew serious. A hint of frustration crept into his voice. Listen to me. The ones from earlier deserve to die. They had it coming. But your classmates and teachers, they were just... Lin Xian paused. His lips were dry. He felt trapped in a logical deadlock. After a long silence, he finally forced out a sentence. They were just annoying, but they didn't need to die. Everything seemed like fragments of Kiki's memories. But for some reason, Lin Xian had an overwhelming feeling. If all the children, teachers, and her mother were killed, Then Kiki would no longer exist, because he had thought of a word. Hatred. Why was he seeing these memories? Was something happening to Kiki? Whether it's what the Phoenix disclosed or the rumors among the Wanderers, all abilities boil down to three things: an object, a transformation of the body or mind, or a specific condition. A chilling sensation ran through Lin Xian's body. He felt an eerie shiver crawl up his spine and over his scalp. He suddenly remembered something Kiki had mentioned about the Angel Project: corruption. Based on the collected cases, evolution isn't always guaranteed or predetermined. In some cases, evolution goes wrong. Kiki is on the verge of death. Could it be that her ability is changing? Emotion mind, a mutation gone wrong. Something is corrupting her. Lin Xian frowned and instinctively took a few steps back. He recalled the white creature he had seen earlier and the black ink in Kiki's eyes. A deep chill spread down his spine. But why had he suddenly seen that white creature? Was it because of that eerie antenna? It must be. If that's the case, then has that thing always been with Kiki, just invisible to everyone? Hiss! Lin Xian stood alone in the black prison cell, his breath ragged, his body trembling. His mind was shaken. Had he just glimpsed a forbidden truth hidden in the darkness? Could it be that these eerie entities had always been around them? Not long ago, he had discussed this with Luo Yi, wondering if the creatures of the night weren't actually drawn by sound, but by the living. Whether it was the pale giant or the three-faced spider, they always appeared strangely close to Lin Xian, as if they had been there all along. The moment this thought surfaced, a wave of dread swept through him. His body stiffened. He immediately took a step back. Then, his gaze landed behind the three versions of Kiki. There in the shadows stood a massive black figure. Inside this black prison, aside from him and the three girls, something else was here. Lin Xian's pupils contracted. He stared at the dark figure, his entire body tense. And the shadow, it was staring back at him. It slowly stepped forward, its ghastly pale face emerging from the darkness. It opened its gaping maw, as if devouring something. One by one, the three versions of Kiki, youngest to oldest, began to wither. Their skin shriveled, their faces twisted in horror. Their life force was being drained away. As he feared, Kiki, with her mind collapsing, was standing on the edge of corruption. Inside the pitch-black prison cell, they were just annoying people. 4-year-old Kiki mumbled softly, pressing her tiny hand against her chest. But Inky, it hurts here. Lin Xian was about to say something when he suddenly saw the little girl turn around and walk away. His eyes widened in shock as she approached 8-year-old Kiki and took the handgun from her hands. Lin Xian's heart dropped. *T. He moved to stop her, but before he could react, the Kiki standing outside the iron bars had already stood up. She raised her tiny hand, shaping it like a gun, and slowly walked towards the end of the corridor. There, the silhouette of a woman had not yet disappeared into the distance. From outside, the joyous laughter of children echoed in the open yard. "Wait!" Lin Xian shouted, gripping the iron bars with both hands, his mechanical heart surging with energy. But he couldn't break the lock no matter how hard he tried. Frustrated, he immediately tried to build something, a machine, anything, that could cut through the iron bars. But constructing a cutting tool took time, and no matter how desperately he worked, he wouldn't make it in time. *U. Lin Xian roared in fury and turned around, raising his arm. Then, with a blast, he fired his wind cannon straight at the monster lurking in the shadows. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The wind bullets struck an invisible wall, dispersing harmlessly, failing to cause any damage to the terrifying, eerie creature. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. No, this isn't right. If that white monster on the train had been the true cause of Kiki's corruption, then he had already killed it. So where did this thing come from? The three different versions of Kiki shrieked in terror. But Lin Xian suddenly froze. Terror? No, that wasn't fear earlier. Fear is... His eyes narrowed sharply as realization struck him. This monster, It was not the same as the white corrupting demon from the train. Fear. F star. That silver antenna. Where is it? Lin Xian looked down at his hand. He remembered holding it, but now his hand was empty. Huh. He snapped his head up and saw the monstrous shadow in the corner. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and plunged his hand straight into its gaping, bloody maw. Trying to scare me? Lin Xian knew now. The monster that had grabbed Kiki and devoured her back on the train was the real source of the corruption. Right now, he was inside Kiki's corrupted world, probably unconscious somewhere in reality. And this other terrifying entity? It was the work of that silver antenna. Just as he thought, the moment his hand plunged into the monster's mouth, he felt something cold and metallic. And in an instant, the shadowy figure vanished. A sharp beep echoed through the cell, and the iron bars swung open. Lin Xian blinked in surprise. I was right. Without wasting a second, he bolted out of the cell. Tap, tap, tap. The dark corridor stretched endlessly before him, a faint light flickering in the distance. He ran faster and faster, the light growing blindingly bright. He had to shield his eyes with his arm. Finally, he broke through the light. The sun blazed overhead. The harsh brightness stung his eyes, forcing him to squint as he adjusted to the sudden change. Outside, a vast green lawn stretched before him. The orphanage stood alone in the middle of the wilderness, its fences and gardens long since dismantled. Beyond the orphanage, towering skyscrapers loomed in the distance, their presence making the lone building appear out of place. But there were no massacres, no bloodshed, just a group of children, laughing and playing under the sunlight. And beneath the sprawling shade of an ancient banyan tree, he saw her. A tiny girl sat quietly on the grass, clutching her teddy bear. She gazed toward a small road in the distance, where a disheveled woman walked away, her figure slowly fading into the horizon. It was the back of her mother, leaving. Hey! A familiar voice called out behind him. Lin Xian turned around and saw Kiki, the Kiki he knew. She stood a few steps away, radiant and smiling. Thank you, Lin Xian. The blizzard raged on outside. Inside car number 1, Chun Sichuan and Shasha anxiously monitored Kiki's condition. For some reason, after all that blood loss, Kiki's complexion had suddenly improved. Her breathing was steady. Color had returned to her face. She doesn't seem as bad as before, Chun Sichuan murmured, frowning. She couldn't understand it. Kiki's condition had been fluctuating wildly, unpredictable and strange. Everything that had happened on the infinite train since last night had been disturbingly bizarre. Even now, she still felt lingering fear. But at least, for now, Kiki was getting better. They could finally breathe. But ever since earlier, I haven't heard those footsteps anymore. Shasha glanced warily down the corridor, her small face tense with caution. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. Both women turned their heads sharply. To see Luo Yi striding toward them, his expression grim. There's a train ahead. Chun Sichuan and Shasha stiffened. They rushed to the cockpit and saw it. In the northwest, along the Jiangyu JY 3365 railway. A black train was approaching, but it wasn't on the same track as the infinite train. In the distance, the two rail lines would eventually converge, and the black train was headed straight for Mount Daluo. Clank, clank, clank. As the train got closer, they saw it clearly. A Starfleet Intercontinental-class military train. From the far end of the tracks, a deep rumbling filled the air as the Starfleet's massive train thundered past. The military? That's the Iron Guard Battalion. Shasha gasped, recognizing the insignia on the black train. The train was loaded with heavy armored tanks. Iron Guard, 3 military assault mechs, 3 destroyer, heavy siege walkers, and, at the very end, a colossal mobile railgun. Rumble, rumble. Above them, the sky darkened, as countless aerial gunships and aircraft roared past, shaking the train windows with their sonic booms. That's a lot of firepower, and they're all heading toward Mount Daluo and Yubei City. Chun Sichuan's face darkened. This must be what the radio warned about. an extremely high-risk eerie zone, a major eerie entity. It's dangerous. We need to take the southern route. What about Lin Xian? We still can't reach him on the radio. Shasha's eyes flickered with concern as she watched the enormous military force move like a dark storm. It was the first time she had ever seen a military deployment of this scale. We wait. Chen Xishuan took a deep breath and looked at them. Luo Yi, check the train while it's still daylight. Shasha, take the bike and scout ahead on the southern route. I have a bad feeling. No matter which path we take, getting into Yubei City won't be easy. I'll stay here to watch over Kiki and keep an eye on Lin Xian. Nightfall is coming. Tonight, we hold position and defend. Shasha nodded. All right, let's move. On the vast plains leading out of Mount Daluo, a heavy-duty train sat silently under the night sky. Darkness loomed like ink, and snowflakes drifted down in a quiet storm. Lin Xian was still missing. The infinite train had ceased moving, and the 2-hour window they had planned to wait during the day had quickly passed. Now that night had fallen, the three of them could only gather inside the train, discussing their next steps while continuing to wait. Chen Xishuan carried a few extra blankets, tucking one over the unconscious Kiki and handing another to Luo Yi. Car number 5 had been modified into a makeshift sleeping cabin where Luo Yi resided. Most of the surrounding space was welded into tool racks, filled with steel and various equipment. Any updates? Chen Xishuan asked. Shasha sat on the sofa, staring uneasily at the radio, a trace of fear in her expression. I don't know why, but I still feel like it's making noise. Silence filled the air. Chen Xishuan stood still, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she forced herself to stay rational. Her logic told her not to dwell on incomprehensible things. Someone was controlling the train, and that someone had to be Lin Xian. It's been hours with no sound. Lin Xian might have. Shasha's face darkened. Chen Jiejia, a person disappearing into thin air. No matter how you looked at it, there was no good explanation. It's fine. He'll figure something out. Chen Xishuan's words sounded more like self-reassurance than an actual answer. Shasha nodded. Chen Xishuan turned off the lights and heating, conserving the crucial power supply. Meanwhile, she, Shasha, and Luo Yi divided their roles. Luo Yi guarded the front of the train. Shasha took a watch inside car number 1. Chen Xishuan monitored the rear compartments. They kept constant watch, observing their surroundings for any changes. Beyond the armored windows, the world was pitch black. The wilderness beyond the train was filled with eerie whispers, distant screeches echoing in the dark, making one's skin crawl. Inside the frigid cockpit, Chen Xishuan wrapped herself in a blanket, her gaze filled with unease as she stared into the black void beyond the window. They were relatively safe inside the train. The radar detection system was running in low-power mode, and earlier, Luo Yi had checked the exterior armor. Everything was still intact. Yesterday, they had narrowly escaped from Yu Chi Station, barely surviving the attack of the white climbing creature. But no one knew what else lurked in the dark. The crashes, the bites, the relentless attacks. It had been overwhelming. How many other unknown horrors lay hidden in the black abyss? Perhaps they had only scratched the surface. But the fact that they had escaped unharmed meant that Lin Xian's armor upgrades had worked. If it had been the old train, the creatures would have torn through the roof, and their fate would have been sealed. Yet, before they could even catch their breath, the eerie radio signal had appeared. Chen Xishuan let out a slow, careful breath. Just thinking about that radio sent shivers down her spine. Was it possible that some things couldn't be blocked, even by steel armor? One after another. Zombies, mutated creatures, eerie fog, nightmarish entities. Each more terrifying than the last. In just a short amount of time, Chen Xishuan had felt like she had lived through countless nightmares. Everything will be fine. She forced herself to believe it. Currently, aside from the reserve energy in the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, they also had over 1,000 liters of gasoline scavenged from Tanghai's stash. Some of it had been pumped into the gas turbine's fuel tank, while the rest had been set aside as backup. Their supplies were stable, and they were not in immediate danger. But if they stayed in one place for too long, The black tides would consume the entire city of Yuqi within a few days. By then, they would be at the mercy of fate. Huh! In the distance, headlights flickered along a winding mountain road. It looked like a convoy of fleeing vehicles. Qin Xishuan immediately grew alert. But after a while, the convoy veered off, heading toward Yubei City. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Throughout the night, the sounds of various vehicles could be heard racing through the darkness. However, the train was parked far from both the railway and the main roads, so no one seemed to notice their presence. With the radio out of service, they had no external communication. At this moment, the infinite train felt like a lonely boat adrift in a dark, endless ocean. An inescapable sense of despair slowly crept in. Beep, beep. Her watch alarm jolted her awake. It was now 1 a.m., the deepest part of the night. She got up and headed to car number 1. Kiki was still unconscious, and there was still no sign of Lin Xian, not even the strange footsteps from before. Chenjiejia. A sleepy voice broke the silence. Shasha stirred on the sofa, the thick blanket sliding down to her waist. She rubbed her drowsy eyes and looked at Qin Xishuan. Should we switch shifts? I can take the front watch. Qin Xishuan waved her hand. It's okay. Get some more rest. I'll monitor things for now. I can't sleep. Shasha mumbled. Lin Gij hasn't come back. I can't relax. I understand. Qin Xishuan forced a small smile. She herself was nervous as hell, but she had to keep reassuring Shasha. Lin Xian is an ability user. He's stronger than us. He'll find a way back. Shasha nodded. MHM. The lights inside the train remained off, and the blackout covers were shut, allowing only the faintest light to seep through. Car number 1 was the most fully equipped carriage. Lin Xian had spent countless hours perfecting it. A 20-meter-long cabin with a living area, a sofa, a dining table, and a storage unit filled with food, water, and weapons. Even the A-33K heavy sniper rifle was stored here. A massive 1,557 millimeters long, 14.8 kilograms black rifle capable of firing 12.7 millimeters, 0.50 BMG, tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. Kiki had once called it a true anti-material killer. Lin Xian had originally intended to give it to Luo Yi, but Luo Yi had refused. He claimed his eyesight wasn't great, and his hands were too rough. He preferred something fast and heavy, like an assault machine gun. So the sniper rifle had remained here. Shasha, can you teach me how to use this? For some reason, staring at the sniper rifle, a strange thought crossed Qin Xishuan's mind. Huh? Shasha was stunned. Chenjiejia, that thing is heavy. Qin Xishuan took a deep breath. I know, but if I can help provide cover, we'll have an extra firepower point against monsters. And I can take some of the burden off you all. Qin Xishuan's eyes sharpened slightly. Every time the team encountered danger, she was always forced to hide in the safest part of the train. Even though Lin Xian believed she had been helpful, after experiencing so many brutal battles, her mindset had toughened. She felt she should at least learn some self-defense skills. Now that Lin Xian wasn't around, this need became even stronger. Shasha looked at Qin Xishuan in surprise and stuck out her tongue. All right, but I'm not that great at it either. I only know how to shoot. As for how to actually aim a sniper rifle properly, I have no idea. It's fine. Qin Xishuan stepped forward and took the sniper rifle. The moment she held it, she felt its immense weight, causing her to clench her teeth as she lifted it. She let out a slow breath. It really is heavy, but this weapon, if we encounter monsters like the ones before, might actually be useful. For sure, Shasha nodded. This thing packs a serious punch and has an insanely long range. I've seen it on TV before. It can shoot straight through a car in one shot. By Yubiu. Chunjia, this here is the trigger, and the safety is right here. Got it. This is the bipod. Big guns like these usually need one. Unless you have superhuman strength, shooting in a prone position without support is nearly impossible. What do you mean by without support? It means shooting while holding it up without any rest. This thing's way too heavy. You won't be able to. Also, this is an M3 optical 10x super scope, so you can see really far. Chunjia, Set up the rifle and give it a try. Oh, and one more thing. These kinds of guns have a strong recoil, so pay attention to your stance. Okay. Suddenly feeling wide awake, Chun Si-Xuan, under Shasha's guidance, earnestly started learning about the rifle's components and aiming principles. Thud, thud. A noise suddenly came from outside, making both of them freeze. Chun Jia, Shasha whispered. That sound, it came from outside. Hearing this, Chun Si-Xuan frowned and quickly gestured for silence. She then tiptoed to the window and carefully lifted the blackout cover. A flashlight beam flickered briefly along the side of the train. Chun Si-Xuan immediately covered her mouth in shock. There were people outside. The wind and snow howled in the night, and the entire train had gone dark. Standing inside car number 1, Chun Si-Xuan and Shasha anxiously peered outside. There's more than one person, Shasha murmured. Chun Jia, I think someone has their eyes on our train. Chun Si-Xuan looked uneasy. This road connects Mount Daluo to Yubei City. It's close to the highway. Maybe someone noticed the train parked here and came to investigate. What should we do? Should we respond? Shasha asked. Has this happened to you before? Well, when my brother and I were driving, we'd sometimes come across other teams. Most of the time, people just went their own way. Occasionally, friendlier groups would stop to chat during the day or form convoys at night for safety. But in our case, they're probably just curious. Chun Si-Xuan shook her head. Let's wait and see. It's already nighttime, and it's dangerous outside. If they're just survivors checking things out, they'll probably leave after looking around. But if they have bad intentions, we need to be cautious. Shasha nodded. Yeah, Lingo upgraded our armor. We should still be pretty safe. Chun Si-Xuan nodded, but then a thought struck her. She pulled Shasha close and whispered in her ear. Go warn your brother. Have him guard the back. We still have 2 cars on the trailer. Oh, right. Shasha's eyes widened. Those 2 vehicles were sitting out in the open on the flatbed trailer. If someone quietly drove them away, it'd be a huge loss. Realizing the urgency, she immediately crouched low and scurried toward the rear. Meanwhile, Chun Si-Xuan moved to the cockpit and peered outside through the porthole. The night was pitch black, and faint rustling noises came from the tracks. There were definitely several footsteps approaching. As the sounds drew closer, she instinctively stepped back, blending into the shadows of the corridor. Bang, bang. Suddenly, someone climbed onto the front of the train, and a flashlight beam shone inside, sweeping across the space. Huh, doesn't look like anyone's here, a man whispered. Maybe they're sleeping in another carriage, another voice suggested. Be careful. This old train is armored. It's definitely not an ordinary train. You keep watch here. I'll go call it in. All right. Hiding in the shadows, Chun Si-Xuan pressed her hand tightly over her mouth. Taking advantage of the moment when the flashlight wasn't pointed at her, she stealthily retreated to car number 1. She grabbed the walkie-talkie and huddled in a corner. Shasha, there are quite a few of them. Be careful. Got it. If they try anything, we'll fire a warning shot. Yes, let's scare them off first. If they're just a regular survivor team, they'll probably run. Chun Jia, if they don't make a move, they might be planning something. If a fight breaks out, should we start the train and leave? Shasha's worried voice came through the walkie-talkie. Chun Si-Xuan's expression darkened. She fully understood the predicament they were in. The train was dark, covered in snow. This might give outsiders the wrong idea. No, we can't. Lin Xian isn't back yet. Her gaze drifted toward the back of the car, where a radio still sat quietly on the sofa. Her instincts told her that Lin Xian was still on the train. If she moved the train now, she wasn't sure if it would cause problems for him. You're right. Lingo. Hey, Chun Jia, listen. Just as Shasha finished speaking, an extremely faint sound came from inside car number 3, moving toward car number 2. Something was inside the train. For some reason, hearing that sound made Chun Si-Xuan feel both terrified and relieved. She and Shasha both had the same thought. This must be Lin Xian. That meant he was still alive. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from car number 5. Luo Yu was firing a machine gun through a shooting port near the hydraulic ramp. He had spotted several figures sneaking around the rear, trying to climb onto the flatbed trailer to unchain the vehicles. The machine gun roared, its bullets spraying across the flatbed car and into the snow, sending sparks and ice flying. The intruders panicked and scattered in fear. One unlucky man took a direct hit in the shoulder, blood splattering everywhere as he screamed in agony. The gunfire immediately intimidated the prowlers. They quickly vanished into the darkness. Arg! The deafening shots also drew in a horde of zombies from the nearby forest, their shrill howls echoing as they charged toward the train. They're climbing onto the train. Shasha gripped her grenade launcher and relayed through the walkie-talkie. Chunjia, be careful. The tension spiked in an instant. Hearing Shasha's warning, Chen Sichuan's brows furrowed. But right now, her focus was entirely on the movement inside the train, searching for any sign of Lin Xian. She didn't turn on the lights, carefully listening for any sounds inside the car. Then, suddenly, the entire train's lights flickered on. Chen Sichuan flinched, startled. She glanced up at the ceiling lights, confusion filling her mind. Following an instinct, she stepped over to the lighting control panel. Click! She switched the lights off again. Inside the dark train carriage, Lin Xian stared at the radio in his hand, his face heavy with concern. He tried adjusting the frequency, but no matter how much he turned the dial, it always snapped back to 1542. A wave of unease surged through him. He had already seen through this eerie trick. The fear invasion was merely a mental disturbance. But despite knowing that, he still had no idea how to escape this place. A cold wind howled through the carriage, filling the air with an icy chill. Lin Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait, I remember when I picked up the silver antenna, the lights turned on. His eyes narrowed. Immediately, he activated mechanical heart, and clang, the entire train's lighting system powered on. This time, the lights behaved normally. They weren't swallowed by darkness, nor did they flicker strangely. Click! But oddly enough, just a few seconds later, the lights shut off again. Lin Xian's gaze snapped toward the control panel at the end of the carriage. Who turned off the lights? The infinite train's lighting system was working fine. This wasn't a malfunction. Someone had turned them off on purpose. That made things even eerier. An idea struck him. He activated mechanical heart again and switched on the heating system in car number 1. Inside the freezing carriage, on the other side, Chen Sichuan suddenly felt a warm breeze. It's Lin Xian. She instantly realized what was happening. Without hesitation, she quickly turned the heater off again. Back inside the eerie carriage, Lin Xian abruptly shot up from the sofa, turning off the heater to save power. That's definitely Chen Laosher. His eyes widened in astonishment as he grabbed the radio. So, I really am trapped inside a frequency. Why was he stuck in 1542? He didn't have time to figure that out. What mattered was finding a way out. Frequency. That's it. The Phoenix Group transmits important information using LW01 long-wave frequency, while we Wanderers mainly use AM07 and AM09. Lin Xian's pupils contracted as he suddenly understood. He wasn't in a real place. He was inside an eerie frequency. No matter how he adjusted the dial, the radio would always display 1542. If that's the case, maybe I need someone outside to tune to a different frequency. That way, I might be able to sync with it and escape. He clenched the radio tighter, but his excitement quickly turned to frustration. But I can't change the frequency from in here. Wait. He glanced at the silver antenna in his hand. I almost forgot about this thing. But then he hesitated. If I put this thing back on, will it summon something terrifying again? So what if it does? It's all fake. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the silver antenna into place. Sure enough, the moment it connected to the radio, a red, ghostly figure materialized at the end of the corridor. A woman in a blood-red dress stood eerily still, her pale face twisted into a disturbing smile. Lin Xian scowled. What the hell are you looking at? Tell me how to get out of here. A surge of irritation overpowered his fear. His sudden outburst stunned the ghost. Her eerie smile vanished. Her eyes flashed with rage, and in an instant, she teleported right in front of him, raising blood-soaked claws to tear at his throat. Slash! Lin Xian's gaze turned icy. His blade flashed. The ghost's head flew clean off, rolling to the ground with a heavy thud. Tisish, trying to scare me? Silence filled the carriage. The ghost's severed head rolled into a corner, her lifeless eyes glaring at him with hatred. Meanwhile, her headless body remained standing, claws still raised. Lin Xian snorted. He knew this was just an illusion, so he ignored it. Instead, he turned a radio dial, and this time the frequency changed. So I was right. His theory was correct. The radio's true nature was in the silver antenna. It had trapped him inside this eerie frequency. To escape, someone outside needed to sync their radio with his, but on any frequency other than 1542. Realizing this, Lin Xian felt a surge of relief. Now, how do I get Chun Laoshi to tune in? Gurgle. The severed ghost head rolled to his feet, her eyes gleaming maliciously. Ugh, you again. Annoyed, Lin Xian kicked the head aside and frowned at the headless corpse. Even knowing it wasn't real, its creepy presence was unsettling. A thought crossed his mind. He suddenly grabbed the ghost's dress. Rip! The red fabric tore away, revealing a thin but well-shaped female body, dressed in red lingerie. Lin Xian blinked. Huh, ghosts were lingerie too. Apart from being disturbingly skinny, the severed head in the corner looked horrified for the first time. As the torn fabric fell, the sinister atmosphere instantly vanished. The overwhelming sense of dread evaporated. Lin Xian let out a long breath. Pointing at the ghost's head, he smirked. Mess with me again, and I'll strip you completely. Vroom! Engines rumbled in the distance, growing louder. A large convoy of vehicles was approaching through the forest. Chinjia, more of them are coming. Shasha's furious voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Looks like they've really set their sights on us tonight. Qin Sishuan's face darkened. We don't have a choice. Keep an eye on them. Something's happening with Lin Xian. She had finally heard movement from Lin Xian's side. That was her priority now. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before she could react, gunfire erupted from the rear carriages. At least a dozen vehicles had arrived, attempting to surround the train. Shasha and Luo Yi opened fire immediately. Meanwhile, the commotion also attracted a horde of zombies from the snowfields. Outside, a blizzard raged. Thud, thud, thud. A sudden noise echoed from the roof. Someone was climbing on top of the train. Chunjie. Up front. Shasha realized something and shouted through the walkie-talkie. Qin Sishuan's heart pounded. She rushed to the cockpit, intending to seal the doors. If the attackers figured out there were only 3 people on board, the situation could spiral out of control. Thud, thud, thud. The sound moved from the back of the train to the front at an alarming speed. Flashlights peeked through cracks, searching for openings, until a face suddenly dropped upside down in front of the windshield, grinning wickedly. The man had scorpion-like insect limbs growing from his back. Qin Sishuan's face went pale. An ability user. His flashlight beam landed on her. His eyes glowed as he let out a shrill laugh. Huh, there's only 3 of them, and 2 are chicks. With that, he leapt off the train and sprinted toward the convoy. Qin Sishuan's heart sank. She snatched the walkie-talkie. Shasha, an ability user spotted us. He's running to tell them. In car number 5, Shasha's face darkened. She grabbed her gun and yelled, Go, take that bastard out now. Luo Ye's face darkened as he immediately shifted his gun to the other side, rolled down the window, and fired a burst at the scrawny freak sprinting through the darkness. Rat-a-tat-a-tat, but the thin monkey-like man was unbelievably agile. His insect-like legs propelled him forward at an insane speed, weaving effortlessly through the forest. Luo Ye's machine gun wasn't the most accurate, and his bullets only kicked up dirt, stone, and snow behind the fleeing figure. Not a single shot hit. Meanwhile, the thin man let out a crazed laugh, sprinting towards his convoy while shouting, Ha ha! Boss, there's only one guy, 2 hot chicks, and the rest is all supplies. Hurry up and take him. If you're late, you won't even get the scraps. His words were like gasoline on a fire. The bandit convoy erupted in excitement. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bang! Bang! With the first shots fired, the entire convoy opened fire, unleashing a storm of bullets toward Luo Ye's position. Gunfire rained down like a metal storm. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off the infinite train's steel armor. Luo Yi and Sha had no choice but to duck behind cover. Countless headlights and searchlights illuminated the night, casting a glaring brightness over the train. Seeing Luo Yi pinned down, the attackers grew even more reckless. Some gunned their engines and charged toward the train, extending their rifles out of car windows to fire indiscriminately. They only have 3 people. The train is loaded with supplies. Kill the god. Tink, tink, tink. Bullets clinked harmlessly off the infinite train's armor. It was like shooting a fortress. Their standard rounds did nothing. But the raiders didn't care. Their eyes were red with greed and bloodlust. They only needed to keep Luo Yi suppressed long enough to reach the train. Some of the incoming vehicles began to flank, while others charged straight for the armored car, aiming to hijack it. Someone raised a Molotov cocktail. The bandits had begun their full-scale assault on the train. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black car number 1, Lin Xian paced back and forth, deep in thought. The headless, red-dressed ghost in lingerie stood motionless nearby, while her severed head on the ground followed him with its eyes. Frequency, frequency. Suddenly, he stopped. His gaze lifted to the ceiling lights, a thought flashing through his mind. The lights, they worked. Just now, when he powered them on, they weren't affected by the eerie frequency. That meant his mechanical heart still worked. Clack, clack. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flashed the lights twice, then waited for response. Moments later, flash, flash. The lights blinked back twice. Gunfire pounded against the armored train. Boom! Sha fired a grenade. It hit the hood of a pickup truck, exploding its engine and front tires. The truck flipped end over end, rolling down the mountain slope, its passengers' fates unknown. But there were too many attackers. Luo Yi gritted his teeth as he fired back through the window. Go! There are too many of them. Sha shouted, ducking another burst of bullets. At the front of the train, at least 10 raiders had already leaped out of their vehicles and were sprinting toward the train's various entry points. Some ran for the engine car, while others rushed toward car number 5 and the armored vehicle. The infinite train's rear ramp was now surrounded, the bandits wielding steel pipes, crowbars, and machetes. Someone dragged out a tow hook and a chainsaw. They were waiting, desperate, for that door to open. Don't be scared. There are only 3 of them. We've hit the jackpot. Forget the train. Grab the vehicles first. The gunfire wasn't scaring them. They were too greedy to back down. A dark figure suddenly leaped onto a moving car, then kicked off its roof with monstrous strength. Tum! He rocketed through the air like a cannonball. Crash! Landing heavily on top of the infinite train. He slammed a fist into the armored roof. Bang! But all he made was a tiny dent. His eyes narrowed. TCH, this ain't just regular steel. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, he dashed toward the rear, aiming to force open the hydraulic ramp. Lin Xian's heart pounded as he watched the lights blink back at him. That's gotta be Chun Lao, sure. His mechanical heart worked. The lights worked, which meant Morse code would work too. If I can signal a frequency, Chun Lao sure can sync with me. AM07. AM07. Just AM7. She'll get it. Chun Sichuan was a railway professor. She should recognize international light signals. Lin Xian focused, recalling the Morse sequence for AM7. ///. He took a deep breath and started flashing the lights. First, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, SOS. He had to let her know he was using light signals. Bang! Bang! Luo Yi kept firing, but the attackers weren't slowing down. At least 4 advance vehicles had reached the train. 10 bandits ducked behind cover, trying to breach entry points. The ramp was under siege. A hulking brute with a metal-coated arm was at the back, trying to pry the hydraulic ramp open with brute force. SHHHRK. Sparks flew as his blackened metal fingers wedged into the gap. Brother Zhu, get the tow hook. Got it. The thin, scorpion-tailed freak sprinted toward them, hauling a metal tow hook. He planned to latch it onto the ramp and let the vehicles pull it open. Rat-a-tat-tat, Luo Yi opened fire through the gap and finally saw the man on the roof. A bearded brute with gray-black metallic skin. Bullets bounced off him like they were hitting armor. The man sneered. "Good aim, kid." Then he gripped the ramp harder. "But now I'm gonna RIP this turtle shell wide open." The hydraulic liftgate let out a deep groan as the steel plate gripped by his hand started to deform. Courting death, Daluo let out a muffled roar, immediately recognizing the unusual nature of his opponent's ability. His eyes burned with ferocity as he tossed aside his machine gun, raised his steel-slaying greatsword, and drove it forcefully into the gap of the liftgate. Clang! A massive force erupted, slicing off a corner of the liftgate along with the greatsword's edge. The bearded brute's gaze hardened. He seemed to have sensed danger. His hands suddenly let go, then clamped together, trapping the sword's blade between his palms. Sparks flew violently, accompanied by a piercing screech. "What immense strength!" The bearded brute sneered. With one hand forming a claw, he grasped the sword's spine, flipped midair, and dropped toward the ground while dragging the steel-slaying greatsword along the side of the liftgate's gap. His intention was clear. He was trying to use the sword's own sharpness to carve through the liftgate's connection points. What ruthless technique! Daluo hadn't expected the enemy to have not only a body as tough as iron, but also such agility and skilled combat techniques. With this sudden pull, he was momentarily caught off guard, and the sword blade was being wrenched downward. Arg! Veins bulged on Daluo's forehead as he roared, summoning all his strength to yank the steel-slaying greatsword free from the bearded brute's vice-like grip. "Scorpion!" the bearded brute shouted. Clang! 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 Several scorpion-like whips suddenly lashed out, hooking onto the slightly opened hydraulic liftgate. "Use the tow hook to pull it open. I'll go to the front. Make sure they don't escape." "Got it, boss." The thin monkey, who had been scouting earlier, had scorpion-like appendages on his back, which latched onto the liftgate. Meanwhile, several nimble subordinates quickly secured metal tow hooks to the gap, preparing to use vehicles to tear it open. Thud! 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 The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the train's rooftop. Luo Shasha glanced up and immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie to warn Chen Xishuan. "Chen Jiejie, be careful. Someone's coming from the front." In carriage number 1, Chen Xishuan was focused on the flashing train lights. The pattern, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, was unmistakable. Morse code. Realizing someone was sending an SOS, she immediately reached for her gun and rushed toward the driver's cabin, worried that the enemy would try to sabotage the train. Bang! Just as she stepped inside, the bearded brute suddenly descended from above, landing outside the cockpit window. With both hands, he grabbed the armored grille and bent one of the bars apart with brute strength, creating a hole the size of a bowl. His blackened metal hand gleamed as he peered inside at the pale-faced Chen Xishuan. Grinning wickedly, he taunted, "Where do you think you're running, little girl? Come play with Uncle. I'm real tough." Then his metallic fist shot toward the cockpit window. Chen Xishuan stumbled back in fear, a chill running down her spine. "Break it open." The bearded brute roared, thrusting his fist forward. The armored grills might keep monsters out, but this windshield? He didn't think it would hold for a second. But just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the glass, he stopped. The bearded brute's pupils trembled violently. His entire body was frozen in place. The expected sound of shattering glass never came. Chen Xishuan, slowly lowering her trembling hands, was stunned to see the bearded brute locked in fear. Then, behind her, came a familiar voice. "Old man, just how hard are you?" Chen Xishuan whipped around, her eyes lighting up with joy. Standing in the carriage hallway, eyes glowing eerily, hair flowing despite no wind, exuding an aura of overwhelming killing intent. Who else could it be but Kiki? You. The bearded brute's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Not only was he completely immobilized, even his voice and breath were stilled. a terrifying ability. In just a fraction of a second, a bone-chilling fear surged through his heart. Buzz, Kiki, flicker hand. The bearded brute was suddenly hurled like a black iron cannonball, smashing straight into an oncoming military jeep. Crash! The sheer force caved the jeep into a C shape, its tires exploding, the entire vehicle sent flying. Kiki! Chen Sichuan gasped. Chen Jie, hurry! Kiki's expression was ice cold, her glowing white eyes sharper than ever. A powerful surge of evolutionary energy radiated from her. She pointed toward carriage number 1, where lights continued to flash. Save Lin Xian. Got it. Kiki's sudden arrival had pulled Chen Sichuan back from the brink of despair. With renewed determination, she nodded and sprinted toward carriage number 1. Kiki turned around, eyes flashing at the sight of bandits climbing onto the train. So damn annoying. As the bandits scrambled to loot, a shockwave erupted from the train's center like a sweeping typhoon. Boom! Everyone within range, bandits near the train, raiders on the flatbed trailers, even nearby parked vehicles, were all blasted away. The shockwave kicked up clouds of snow, rolling outward like a tidal wave. Ugh, what the hell? Countless screams and wails filled the air. Near the train's front, the wrecked cars skidded across the snowy ground. Amidst the flames, the bearded brute staggered to his feet, looking utterly battered. His metallic skin was now riddled with deep, bloody wounds, flesh and bone exposed. Wiping the blood trickling from his nose and mouth, he stared at the girl in utter disbelief. sh*T, she's insane. Boss, that girl is really strong. tch, so what if she's an ability user? One freak can't change anything. This train is stranded. It's just a matter of time before we crack it open and feast on the prize. Yeah, but wait. Holy sh*T. Slap. The bearded brute smacked his underling. Who the F*** are you cursing at? His lackey, eyes wide with terror, pointed to the sky behind him. And no, boss. There's a monster. Scree. A bone-rattling screech tore through the air, shaking the ground and snow. The bearded brute felt a chill down his spine. Slowly, he turned around. But before he could even register what was happening, a massive black shadow descended upon him. A second later, his body, along with over a dozen others, was obliterated into a splatter of blood and gore. On the infinite train, Luo Shasha and Daluo barely caught their breath before Kiki ran over. Daluo, Shasha, close the windows, now. Before they could react, boom, crash. A terrifying sound filled the air, followed by the horrifying sound of something dragging bodies away. Run! What the hell is that? Look up. It's in the sky. Shasha's eyes darted outside. Giant, writhing shadows loomed over the train. Her voice trembled. What the hell is that? Kiki's voice was grim. Tentacles. A massive force yanked the entire infinite train, causing it to lurch forward violently. The deafening sounds of dragging and scraping filled the air as the train's roof and sides were struck by something terrifying. Chen Sichuan lost her balance and collapsed onto the floor. Through the window, she saw dark, writhing shadows outside, and her mind went completely blank with fear. Then, the flashing train lights jolted her back to her senses. Lin Xian, I have to save Lin Xian. Gritting her teeth, Chen Sichuan pushed herself up, her mind racing as she focused on the flashing lights. One short, one long, A. Too long, M. Too long. 3 short, 7. AM 7. AM 7? What does that mean? Her lips felt dry, her heartbeat pounding. Suddenly, she spotted the radio on the sofa, and her eyes widened in realization. AM 07. That's a frequency. I got it. Just as she stood up. Boom! A massive tentacle scraped along the side of the train, slamming into it with a heavy impact. The entire infinite train almost tipped over. Chen Sichuan fell hard onto the ground once more, but she gritted her teeth and got up again, crawling toward the radio. She quickly tuned the frequency to AM07. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Lin Xian sat in front of a radio, his face tense. He had already tuned in to AM07, waiting for Qin Sichuan to act. But he had been waiting for too long, and still, nothing happened. What's going on? Did I guess wrong? No, that doesn't make sense. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His mechanical heart could sense the entire train shaking violently. But strangely, the room he was in remained completely still. 1542 dark radio. Why are we encountering it? He suddenly recalled something Jiang Yun had said. Be careful with this thing. It doesn't just receive signals from people. Lin Xian's breath hitched. Right? The eerie blood crystal. Only that thing can activate the dark radio. A shiver ran down his spine. He had attached an eerie blood crystal to the radio before. That was how he had unlocked this terrifying frequency. But hadn't he removed that crystal? Holding his breath, Lin Xian began searching frantically. I remember having it in my hand. It has to be here. Yet, ever since he entered this eerie frequency, his mind had completely forgotten about the crystal. Not on the sofa. What about the floor? Heart pounding, Lin Xian switched on the light and began searching inch by inch. The blood-red bead should be easy to spot. Where is it? As he rummaged around, his vision suddenly froze. A pair of pale, ghostly feet appeared in front of him. Lin Xian slowly looked up. Standing there was the headless woman dressed in a three-piece lingerie set. Get lost! Lin Xian shoved her aside. She staggered back a step, but then his movements abruptly stopped. His gaze flickered between her red clothing, her three-piece lingerie, and the severed head in the corner of the room. After a long pause, Lin Xian frowned and spoke coldly. Why are you completely dressed in red? The moment he said those words, the ghost's face twisted. Her severed head suddenly flew toward him, jaws wide open, fangs bared. Slap! Lin Xian caught her head midair with one hand. Oh, I get it now. That's why I kept hearing the sound of glass marbles rolling. It was you all along. A look of horror flickered across the ghost's face. Suddenly, the train lights began flashing wildly. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Both hands tightened around her head. And then, he squeezed. Crack! The head shattered. A red mist burst out, swirling chaotically before quickly condensing. Lin Xian blinked, momentarily disoriented. When he looked down again, a blood-red bead had appeared in his palm. The eerie blood crystal. Lin Xian's expression darkened. They tried to trap me in my own train, kill me with my own sword. And now, they're using my own things to turn into ghosts and scare me. This is pure psychological torment. Without hesitation, Lin Xian grabbed the radio and attached the eerie blood crystal. The moment he did, the world around him collapsed. Boom! A massive impact shook the entire train. Lin Xian staggered, his ears ringing. Lin Xian. Before he could react, Qin Sichuan crashed into him, holding onto him tightly. At the same time, the infinite train almost tipped over completely. Qin Jijie, be careful. Lin Xian instinctively shielded her, pressing her beneath him. The infinite train felt like it was being swallowed whole by something monstrous. All around them, a deafening screech, suffocating pressure, a suffocating nightmare. The sound drilled into their skulls, tormenting their eardrums, until, finally, it stopped. What the hell was that? Qin Sichuan shuddered as she sat up, her body trembling from exhaustion. Lin Xian helped her up, and they both stumbled into the driver's cabin. Looking outside, their breath hitched. The entire railway was flattened. Deep gouges ran along both sides of the tracks, and hundreds of meters ahead, the rails were completely destroyed. The sight made their skin crawl. Lin Xian, look! Qin Sichuan pointed, and her voice caught in her throat. Up ahead, floating above the valley, a gigantic, island-sized jellyfish drifted eerily through the night sky. It looked like something out of nightmare. Lin Xian's face darkened. The sheer terror of this thing was almost on the same level as the floating colossal corpse he had seen in the black mist. Just how many terrifying creatures lurked in this endless night. Luo Sha Sha, Dao Yuo, and Kiki rushed into carriage number 1. Lin Ji, AH. Sha hadn't even finished her sentence before she saw the monstrous entity in the sky and screamed. Even the usually stoic Luo Ye's face paled. Kiki stepped forward, eyes wide with shock. An atmospheric mica. It looked exactly like something straight out of interstellar horror fiction. Sha gulped. How do we even kill that? Lin Xian surveyed the devastation around them, his face grim. We're lucky it didn't swallow us. Everyone held their breath as they watched the massive entity slowly drift away into the night. Finally, they let out a collective sigh of relief. It's gone. That was terrifying, Chun Sichuan murmured. Sha turned to Lin Xian and Kiki. Lin Ji, you're finally back. Where the hell did you go? And Kiki, you were unconscious, and then you vanished. We were scared to death. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki, who simply grinned mischievously. It's a long story, he said. Let's assess our situation first. Daluo, come with me. We need to check the train's damage and see if we can fix the tracks. He turned to Kiki. Are you okay? Kiki put her hands on her hips. Report, train captain. I feel great. Lin Xian shot her a long look. Her attitude felt different. All right, he nodded. Use the drone to scout the area. Sha, keep watch. What about me? Chun Sichuan asked. Lin Xian noted her exhaustion. Rest up. Once I fix the tracks, you're driving us through the Daluo Mountain South route. Chun Sichuan sighed. Fine. I'll cook something. Kiki just woke up. She needs food. Kiki smirked. You're not worried that thing is still floating up ahead? Lin Xian paused, then nodded. Fair point. We'll rest until dawn. The combination of midnight raiders and the encounter with a massive eerie entity had left everyone drenched in cold sweat. Woo! The side panels of carriage number 5 lowered with a mechanical whir. Flashlights flickered on, illuminating the devastating scene outside. Lin Xian and Daluo stepped forward, their expressions darkening. It was a massacre. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blizzard howled as it rushed into the carriage. Lin Xian quickly shut the door connecting carriage number 5 to carriage number 4 to keep out the freezing wind. The lights shone onto the flatbed carriages in the back. Among the 2 vehicles there, only the armored car still resembled its original form. The off-road vehicle, on the other hand, was completely crushed into scrap metal. The tentacles of the atmospheric jellyfish had swept across the railway, and now the entire raider convoy that had attacked them in the night was annihilated. Not even a single corpse remained. The road, the slopes, all covered in blood and wreckage. The snowstorm was already starting to bury the destruction under a fresh white layer. Lin Xian tightened his coat and jumped down from the carriage. His gaze swept over the train's exterior armor, and his face grew grim. Good thing we reinforced the roof. Otherwise, we'd be dead. Most of the armor plating on the train was deformed, its high manganese steel surface covered in deep drag marks. Beneath the train, the railway sleepers were completely shattered. A deep sense of relief settled in Lin Xian's heart. If he hadn't spent 2 nights in Yuchi City upgrading the armor, no one would have survived tonight. Xianji, can this still be repaired? For the first time, Lin Xian saw fear on Daluo's usually unfazed face. Truth be told, even he was shaken, but something odd struck him. Ever since he had experienced the fear illusion inside the 1542 dark radio frequency, his fear threshold seemed to have increased. Now, even after facing this catastrophe, he wasn't as terrified as before. It's not a big problem, Lin Xian exhaled. It'll take time, but that's better than losing our lives. In the apocalypse, everything was in short supply. As long as you weren't dead, you still had a chance. Come on, let's fix the track. If we run into another disaster, we'll be trapped here for good. At that moment, Kiki stepped out of carriage number 5 and leapt down lightly into the snow. Lin Xian, I'll help. Lin Xian raised a brow. Aren't you supposed to be scouting with the drone? Already did. Guess what? Kiki pointed to the dark sky. After that thing passed through, there's nothing left alive around here except for us. Lin Xian's expression darkened. That brutal. Kiki nodded. This thing isn't on the same level as the eerie entities we've seen before. Sha told me earlier, She saw an Iron Guard battalion during the day. I think they were sent to deal with this thing. A military unit? Lin Xian's face grew more serious. Then we need to move fast. If this thing reaches Yubei City, we won't be able to board the high-altitude corridor. Exactly why I'm helping, Kiki huffed, wrapping her puffy down jacket tighter around herself. Shasha had found the coat back in Yuchi City, but the biting wind had still turned her cheeks red. As she started walking toward the train's front, Lin Xian suddenly called out, "Zhao Ink, that's a pretty nice name." Kiki froze mid-step. She didn't turn around, just snorted and shot back. "Nice my ass. I'm Kiki, you turtle bastard." And with that, she stomped forward without looking back. Lin Xian chuckled, but didn't press further. Her reaction told him one thing. She remembered what happened while she was unconscious. Fixing the railway was both simple and complicated. Lin Xian had plenty of track material stored in his mechanical devourer space, but the foundation of the railway was destroyed. He'd have to fill in the ground and lay new sleepers. Instead of wasting time with that, he took the easier approach, building a temporary steel framework to hold the tracks in place. The damaged section wasn't too long, so it would be enough to let the train pass. Steel frames and track beams rapidly formed under the precision of Lin Xian's mechanical heart. Welding, assembling, everything proceeded methodically. Kiki watched him work, then smirked. "So, how was it, flying the train that day?" Lin Xian chuckled helplessly. "Exhilarating. Never thought we'd go this far. If we weren't crazy, we'd be dead." Kiki wrinkled her nose, looking smug. "You said we'd soar into the sky. Well, I helped you take the first step, didn't I?" "You did. That was a big contribution." Hee. But Lin Xian's gaze swept over the broken tracks ahead. He let out a sigh. "The night is full of dangers. We haven't even reached the planetary orbital rail, and we've already had 2 track breaks. This is just going to keep happening. We need a permanent solution." Kiki lifted a section of track with her ability, placing it onto the steel framework. "If we follow your plan, the first step is making the train independent of tracks. The simplest way is converting the wheels into caterpillar treads. But that comes with a ton of drawbacks: speed, energy consumption, noise, and maintenance issues." Lin Xian didn't argue. It's impossible to solve everything at once. The planetary orbital rail's main lines are still intact. Otherwise, the Apocalypse Union wouldn't be able to mobilize their Starfleet Iron Guard battalions at such a scale. Doomsday began only a few months ago. Even though humanity is scattered, we've been adapting, researching, and uncovering the truth about the eerie threats. We're still hiding and running, but we're learning more. Understanding soul wave values, discovering the true nature of the eerie. For now, we don't have the power to fight back. That's why we're fleeing eastward, to survive and grow stronger. So whether it's treads, maglev tech, or wheels, if it lets us get past broken tracks, then it's worth it. Kiki exhaled. "I get it now. Options are better than no options. Living another day is better than waiting for death." "Exactly." Lin Xian nodded. "Survival first." Kiki grinned and patted his shoulder. "Then we have to go to Underground City number 9. Your mechanical ability is the key to our future, train captain. Join the glorious path of mechanical evolution." "Huh." Lin Xian raised a brow. "So if I'm no longer a bad guy, I'm your train captain now?" Kiki winked. "Yep. You're now officially my personal train captain." She smirked. "Take good care of me. I'm putting my life in your hands." Lin Xian. The heaters were already on. Despite the deformed armor, the interior was undamaged, still warm and secure. Outside, the blizzard howled, battering the massive train. Inside, golden lamplight filled the carriages with warmth. At the center of it all, a pot of steaming hot pot. Chen Sichuan had gathered canned beef, braised pork, preserved vegetables, bamboo shoots, and noodles, throwing them into a giant boiling pot. The rich aroma of meat filled carriage number 1, curling through the air. She even brought out Kiki's favorite canned fruit and some red wine from Tang Hai's loot. Shasha raised her glass excitedly. "To Lin Ji's safe return and Kiki Jie's recovery. Cheers." "To survive another day," Lin Xian added. To my ability, evolution. Kiki grinned. Everyone turned to stare at her. Kiki snorted. What? Drink first, talk later. Cheers! With warm red wine in their bellies and hot pot filling the air with its rich aroma, the five of them felt as if they had been reborn after surviving the life-or-death ordeal. They clinked their glasses in celebration. Kiki Jia, did your ability really evolve? Shasha barely put her cup down before eagerly asking. Kiki nodded, looking quite pleased with herself. All thanks to a certain someone, I can clearly feel my ability has leveled up. No wonder you were so strong just now. Qin Sichuan's eyes sparkled. I haven't even thanked you for saving me yet. Why thank me? Chun Jie, do you even realize how many times you've saved everyone? Kiki waved her hand dismissively, then cast a mischievous glance at Lin Xian. Speaking of which, Lin Xian, weren't you going to tell us where you disappeared to these past 2 days? Lin Xian smirked. Don't you already know? Hearing that, Kiki's face flushed red as she quickly retorted, I mean, how did you end up there? The others listened, completely lost in their cryptic exchange. Lin Xian took a deep breath, stood up, and walked over to grab the radio from the sofa. If there's no other explanation, then I was captured by this. 1542, the dark radio. With that, Lin Xian began recounting his experience after being pulled into the eerie broadcast. However, when it came to Kiki's part, he glossed over the details, only mentioning that he had witnessed her corruption process and some of his theories. But even that much left the others pale-faced in shock. So that footstep sound was really you? Shasha shuddered as if she had just heard a horror story. Lin Ji, you mean you actually killed me over there? Lin Xian rubbed his forehead awkwardly. That was just a mind game. That thing was trying to break my mental defenses. At first, Lin Xian had assumed the radio broadcast was purely supernatural. But now, looking back, it wasn't just the darkness. Some kind of unknown force was actively preying on survivors' minds. Shasha's eyes lit up suddenly. So, Lin Ji, you do care about me. Seeing me get killed almost made you lose it, huh? She grinned mischievously. Lin Xian froze. This girl, that's what you got out of this. Qin Sichuan, on the other hand, was still unnerved. So, when I turned off that radio, that was what saved you. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, if not for that, and if you hadn't helped adjust the frequency through the lights, I definitely wouldn't have made out. Smart thinking, Lin Xian. Kiki listened intently, fascinated. Wait, you're saying that after I passed out, some invisible creature was sucking my blood? Yeah. Ugh. Kiki shuddered, hugging herself. That's so disgusting. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He turned to Daluo. Daluo, do you remember what I said when we escaped Yuchi City? Daluo nodded. Lin Xian continued, his voice grim. I was confused back then. Sounds and lights only attract zombies and ghouls. But whenever we draw in an eerie entity, they're already nearby. Everyone held their breath. Lin Xian clenched his fists. After being trapped in that dark radio, I'm now certain. Some of these things have been around us all along. Some only appear in the dark. Others require special conditions to be seen. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Shasha visibly shivered, glancing nervously around. Wait. You're saying those horrifying things might be right next to us all the time? Exactly. Lin Xian's tone was dead serious. A heavy silence fell over the group. While Lin Xian's theory wasn't confirmed, it served as a terrifying warning. More than ever, he realized, they needed a better detection method. And the key to that was the soul wave detector. This device could detect eerie entities, zombies, and other supernatural threats. For humanity's survival, the ability to actively detect danger was absolutely critical. Without it, they wouldn't even have 10,000 lives to spare. I finally understand what the 1542 dark radio really is. Kiki suddenly narrowed her eyes at Lin Xian. Something supernatural, but not related to abilities. Lin Xian, have you read the Angel Project files I gave you? Lin Xian took out the portable hard drive she had given him earlier. He frowned. Not yet. I haven't even had time to sleep, let alone read it. Kiki snapped her fingers. She grabbed the hard drive and dashed to carriage number 2. A moment later, she returned with a portable screen in her hands. I think this explains everything. She set it down in front of them. Everyone was so focused on abilities that we completely overlooked all the other weird stuff. Look at this. On the screen was an old document from the Angel Project, a global investigation on eerie and paranormal phenomena. This report was compiled by a now-defunct department of the former federal government called the Special Item Investigation Department, SID. The report contained early records of strange occurrences during the polar night. And every single one of these incidents had one thing in common. They were all caused by specific objects. These items were ordinary objects from before the doomsday. But after the apocalypse, they became catalysts for supernatural events. They were believed to be contaminated by an unknown force, turning them into extraordinary artifacts. The Angel Project classified these objects as forbidden items, items capable of causing regional or contagious eerie events. The report listed several eerie cases, but only 2 had been confirmed and contained. Forbidden item SID-01, Big Ben. Location, Lisbon City, Big Ben Tower. Description: the original Lisbon Big Ben was 13.5 tons, with a 6.7-meter clock face. Effects: July 9th. First test. 3 researchers died. Communication cut off. July 10th. Second test. 2 researchers died. Range of anomaly expanded to 300 meters. July 11th. Third test. 3 researchers died. Rapid aging effect confirmed. July 12th. Fourth test. 4 researchers died. Further expansion of anomaly. Containment method. A group of healthy test subjects must enter at night, holding hands. No running allowed. Must grab the hour hand before all subjects die. Containment location: Lisbon Branch, Angel Project. Forbidden item SID-02, Desert, 857404 Taxi. Location: Emos City, Dragon Nation. Description: a 2057 model yellow taxi with a heavily decomposed male corpse in the driver's seat. Effects: July 25th. First test. 1 researcher vanished after hailing the taxi at 2:12 a.m. July 26th. Second test. Only 1 disappearance per night, proving it has a fixed spawn location. July 27th. Third test. 9 researchers vanished. A survivor reported a horrifying cost for travel. Containment method: only used for short distance travel. Survive by paying the price. Containment location: Emos City Branch, Angel Project. Kiki took a sip of cola, then looked at Lin Xian. There aren't many reports, but after hearing your story, I'm pretty sure that dark radio is one of them. Lin Xian frowned deeply. So this radio really might have nothing to do with abilities, nor is it some kind of eerie entity or monster. Who knows? Kiki shrugged. Even if we figured it out, these things have no predictability and can't be detected in advance. Aside from researching eerie phenomena, it doesn't seem to have much use. Not necessarily useless. Lin Xian looked at the radio in his hand with a meaningful expression. If it can be contained, that means no matter how strange its power is, it can still be utilized. It's just that. Although he didn't yet know how to use the power of this forbidden item, since he had risked his life to obtain it, he naturally wouldn't discard it. Who knows? It might be of great use in the future. Besides, it was this eerie radio that allowed Lin Xian to see the monster corrupting Kiki, which led to her ability to evolve. So, in a way, it was a blessing in disguise. Lin Ji. Shasha looked at the radio in his hand, her small face full of caution. Can we still use this radio? That's easy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He raised his hand, and with a flash of light, a brand new radio appeared before him. With the amount of material he had gathered, making a simple radio was hardly a challenge. As for the 1542 dark radio, he decided to wait until late at night, when no one was around, to see if he could mechanically devour it, just to be safe. No matter how eerie something was, it was still just a radio. And considering that the strange power from the frequency hadn't affected his mechanical heart, didn't that mean? My code is above yours. With that plan in mind, Lin Xian stored away the old radio and placed the newly crafted one on the table. Following the same setup, he mounted the eerie blood crystal he had obtained from the three-faced spider monster. All set, Lin Xian placed his hand on the dial and began tuning. Everyone instantly tensed up. ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. Federal Radio YB region broadcast. A strong soul wave disturbance has been detected in the northern foothills of Mount Daluo. Confirmed as a B-class supermassive eerie entity, atmospheric jellyfish. The entity is currently moving towards Yubei City. The Federal Phoenix Rescue Organization has deployed Iron Guard Battalion 52 to intercept. Survivors along G1523 and X556 heading toward Yubei or Maple City are advised to reroute. This message is provided by the Federal Phoenix Rescue Organization. Federal Radio YB region broadcast. Due to the collapse of the Daju Mountain Tunnel, the Phoenix Division of Tianhai Province has urgently repaired the Yubei No. 1 Spaceport Ascension Passage. Refugees escaping from Abyss Zone No. 3, Luqing, Dingzhou, Jiang City, Maple City, and Luo City can use the Huanqing high-altitude corridor to bypass the Daju Mountain Plateau. Alternative routes include North 756 Plateau Highway, Clear, and Southeast Expressway GS66. ZZ. Citywide emergency alert. Yubei City is experiencing a full-scale zombie horde outbreak. Due to the effects of polar night, Spaceport No. 1 will close in 3 days. ZZ. Federal Phoenix Global Broadcast. Due to the dark tides, global temperatures are dropping. Some regions are experiencing extreme blizzards and natural disasters. Important notice: tests confirm that snow and black rain are contaminated by the polar night plague, carrying unknown bacteria and energy-based infections. This has caused widespread wildlife mutations. Boiling and high-temperature distillation can partially reduce the infection rate. ZZ. Federal Phoenix Global Broadcast. Several newly discovered non-nocturnal eerie entities have emerged in blizzard zones, posing extreme threats. Daytime precautions are advised. Countless broadcasts continue to stream from the dark radio, filling the room with a heavy silence. Everyone had mixed feelings, not sure whether to feel relieved or more anxious. Hearing official news in the apocalypse was somewhat reassuring. The information was undoubtedly crucial. But at the same time, these reports cast an even darker shadow over their hearts. Damn, surviving is seriously hard work. Kiki was the first to complain, staring up at the ceiling. Lin Xian, just turn this train into a spaceship. Let's go live on another planet. Her joke lightened the mood a little. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Looking on the bright side, with the Ascension Passage repaired, we don't have to risk breaking through ourselves. Plus, the Iron Guard Battalion is there, so we're not completely on our own. Once we get past the high-altitude corridor, there's an electromagnetic acceleration system that'll get us to Jiazhou City, 4,500 kilometers away. Even if Abyss Zone No. 3 expands, it'll take at least 10 days to reach us. We'll finally get to enjoy some sunlight. You're right. Chen Xishuan nodded, but then frowned. But we need to ration our clean water. Blizzards and water contamination could mean an ecological disaster for the entire planet. Yeah, does this mean we'll never get to eat fresh fruits and vegetables again? Xiaoxiao pouted. Of course we will. Lin Xian's face was serious. Worst case, we farm on the train. We're from Longhua. We can grow crops anywhere. Nearby, Luo Yi gave them a strange look. How did this conversation shift from a life-or-death crisis to farming? To avoid further delays, Lin Xian drove the train past the repaired railway section. Then, he removed the eerie blood crystal from the radio and placed it on the soul wave detector for a test. Click! He pressed the detector's button. The crystal emitted a faint red energy wave before quickly retracting it. The gauge needle on the detector began to move. -21. Inside the cockpit, Chen Xishuan and Kiki watched curiously. Is that number high or low? Low. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. Didn't you say regular zombies are at -1? This reading doesn't even exceed -100, so it likely means there aren't any eerie entities nearby, for now. Kiki nodded. Makes sense. The only thing we don't know is the detector's range. It should be a few hundred meters at least. That bonfire gathering covered quite an area. All right, then, Kiki yawned. In that case, I'll rest for a bit. Chunjia, wake me up later. I still need to finish setting up the water-oxygen circulation system. Okay, get some sleep. Hearing Lin Xian's analysis, Chen Xishuan finally exhaled in relief. However, as soon as Kiki left, her expression changed. Lin Xian, look. The eerie blood crystal on the detector had dimmed significantly, as if a portion of its blood energy had been consumed. Lin Xian's face darkened. Just as I thought, it's a consumable item. This thing won't last long. Damn, such a precious material, and it only works a few times. Chen Xishuan looked heartbroken. But if it helps us stay safe, it's worth it. Keeping watch in shifts wasn't a long-term solution. If eerie entities couldn't be seen, guards wouldn't be able to detect them either. The soul wave detector was now an essential survival tool. As the lights dimmed, the blizzard intensified outside. For the first time in days, the heavy train parked on the snowy plains was finally at rest. Everyone was exhausted. The steel fortress gave them a much-needed sense of security. Shasha and Kiki fell asleep almost instantly. In the cockpit, Chen Xishuan glanced at the darkened hallway. Her body relaxed, and she suddenly collapsed into Lin Xian's arms. Days of stress had drained her completely. With Lin Xian back safely, she had finally found something to hold on to amid the storm. Lin Xian, her eyes reddened, her shoulders trembling as she whispered, "Thank you for coming back." Lin Xian's heart softened. If not for her, he might not have made it back from that eerie radio frequency. Moved by the moment, he held her tightly. "I owe you one." Inside the dark train carriage, the warmth from the heating system created a stark contrast to the freezing cold beyond the thick armor. Lying on his bed, Lin Xian glanced at Chen Xishuan, who was sound asleep beside him, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes. The apocalypse had taught him a lot in a short time. Food and water were incredibly scarce, and while zombies and eerie entities were deadly threats, the isolation and fear of survival were just as suffocating. Without Chen Xishuan's support, without Kiki's ability, without Luo Yi and Shasha's help, even finding the courage to keep going would have been incredibly difficult. Outside, the blizzard raged on. Lin Xian got up, dressed, and quietly made his way to the Whale 03's cockpit, activating his mechanical heart to run a full diagnostic and repair check on the train. The massive, eerie entity in the sky weighed on his mind like a dark cloud, keeping him restless. He decided to use the time to reinforce the train's armor a little. Now that the train's armor had been upgraded, the increased weight, combined with the power consumption of the heating system, was putting a strain on the electric locomotive's energy reserves. This directly increased the fuel cost of running the train. If I don't upgrade my mechanical heart to level 3, even traveling 300 kilometers a day will be a struggle. Hopefully, the underground city has a useful energy system to take some of the pressure off. After handling the most critical armor repairs, Lin Xian returned to bed, set an alarm, and forced himself to rest. Thanks to the soul wave detector, he only assigned Luo Yi to guard the rear of the train for the night. The radar warning system in the front car gave him some peace of mind. He needed to recover his energy. Tomorrow wouldn't be easy. Beep beep, beep beep. At 8 a.m., Lin Xian's wristwatch alarm woke him up. He felt significantly recharged. Chen Xishuan was still fast asleep. As one of the only 2 non-enhanced humans on board, her stamina was far lower than the others. Even compared to Shasha, she was physically weaker. After days of constant tension, this was probably the first time she'd had a proper rest. Not wanting to disturb her, Lin Xian quietly got up, opened the door to carriage number 2, and found Kiki already sitting at the computer, hard at work. "Hello, boss." Kiki hadn't turned on the overhead lights. The soft glow of the monitor illuminated her face, making Lin Xian suddenly think of a phrase. "Internet-addicted girl. You're up early? I slept for so long, okay." Kiki stretched lazily, full of energy, and grinned. "Right now, I'm the most awake person on this train." "Not bad. Energetic little Mississippi." Lin Xian smirked. "Are you working on the water-oxygen circulation system?" Here, Kiki pointed to the screen and pursed her lips. It's not that simple. First, we need a separate storage tank for living water, separate from the train's water supply. Then there's the filtration system, which depends on what kind of purifier blueprint you plan to use. If you want to set up a heating system, you'll need to link the train's water tank and the living water tank into a loop. That way, you can integrate distillation. It purifies the water and provides heat at the same time. As for the water-oxygen system, that's even trickier. If you're setting up a plant in carriage, you'll need hydroponics, drip irrigation, and air regulation, meaning you'd have to fully seal the train to make the oxygen cycle work properly. Hearing this, Lin Xian got interested. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Right, originally, I just wanted to improve the train's water supply, but now we have to consider purification, recycling, heating, and farming. It's getting more complicated, but we can start with water purification and recycling first. Heating-wise, the current warm air system is still functional. I was thinking the underground city number 9 must have advanced systems in place. We can't copy them directly, but we can study their design. Maybe they even have a ready-made system we can take advantage of. Kiki's eyes lit up. Oh, that's right. A place that big definitely has a botanical zone and a medical system. Clap. She slapped her palms together, her gaze burning with excitement as she stared at Lin Xian. And one more critical thing. What? An AI system module. Kiki's eyes widened. If we can get a high-performance AI, we can have it design a customized solution for our train systems. Way better than us brainstorming blindly. Lin Xian nodded. That makes sense. And also, Kiki was getting more and more excited, spinning her chair around. Because she was only wearing shorts, her long legs stretched out carelessly toward Lin Xian. The underground city might even have an eternal-class rail train, used for resource transport or emergency evacuation. These super trains have miniature nuclear reactors on board. If we could get our hands on one. Seeing her over-the-top enthusiasm, Lin Xian couldn't help but smirk. Of course, he wanted all these things. He knew the underground city would have cutting-edge tech. For someone with mechanical abilities, it was paradise. But he also knew things aren't that simple. First, the underground cities were federal government assets before the world fell apart. Did the new Apocalypse Union maintain them? Were they still operational? Even if they were intact, an apocalypse-scale underground city would have insane security measures. Kiki might be able to sneak in, but that didn't mean he could. And more importantly, time was running out. Yubei City's number 1 spaceport passage would close in 3 days. Even considering travel time, he had less than 2 days to explore the underground city. But looking at Kiki's beaming face, Lin Xian didn't want to crush her enthusiasm just yet. If things go smoothly, he said, our train might undergo a huge upgrade. Once we pass the high-altitude corridor, we'll reach Jiazhou City in under a week. From there, it's only a short trip to Jinhai. The moment he said this, Kiki's smile disappeared. She stared at him sharply. Wait, what did you just say? What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned. Did he say something incorrect? Thud, thud, thud. Before he could react, Kiki suddenly jumped off her chair, barefoot, and ran up to him. Like a cat, she straddled his lap, grabbed his shirt collar, and pulled him close, her eyes burning with anger. Jinhai, what? Are you planning to kick me off the train again? Lin Xian looked into her big, beautiful eyes and instantly understood. He chuckled. How could I? You're our communications expert. I was just talking about the route. Really? Kiki stared intensely into his eyes, so close he could feel her breath on his face. A soft, tingling sensation. Really? Lin Xian nodded seriously. For a moment, the air went still. Then, out of nowhere, Kiki lunged forward and bit his nose. Chomp! Then she shoved him away. Get lost, get lost. Don't interrupt my work. Lin Xian touched his nose in shock. What the hell was that move? Lin Xian rubbed his nose as he walked out of carriage number 2, looking somewhat dazed. I got bitten. Wonder if I'll turn into a zombie. Passing through carriages 3 and 4, he glanced at the mostly empty compartments. These 2 were the ones they had seized from Tanghai, mainly used for storage, but since they didn't have many supplies, they were still somewhat vacant. In fact, aside from carriage number 5, Lin Xian had distributed supplies across all the carriages, a precaution against unexpected situations. Arriving at carriage number 5, he found Luo Yi sitting on a chair, rifle in hand, keeping watch. Seeing Lin Xian approach, he immediately stood up. "Xianji, are we setting off?" Lin Xian shook his head. "No, you rest for now. I'll take over the watch." "All right." Luo Yi didn't argue. He knew Lin Xian always had a plan, so he put his gun aside and went straight to sleep. Lin Xian opened the rear ramp of the train, preparing to devour the broken off-road vehicle and see if he could repair the armored vehicle. For Lin Xian, an armored vehicle was highly valuable. It would make ground operations much easier. The open flatbed trailer was convenient for loading and unloading vehicles, but the lack of protection was a major flaw. If another bandit convoy attacked, they could just climb aboard and steal a vehicle. However, dedicating an entire carriage to a single vehicle was impractical. Lin Xian thought about it and decided to drive the armored car into carriage number 5. The ramp made it easy to load and unload, though it would be inconvenient when handling other cargo. Unlike his motorcycle, which was far more maneuverable, this would take some planning. He walked over to the armored vehicle, placed his hand on the surface, and activated mechanical heart to run a diagnostic. Not bad, still intact. Armor does make a difference. All right, let's move it to carriage number 5 first. Glancing at the thick layer of snow covering the flatbed trailer, Lin Xian made a mental note. Once they reached underground city number 9, he would deal with this excess weight. For now, though, he needed the flatbed trailer, just in case they found large machinery that needed towing. With that in mind, Lin Xian stepped outside, devoured the wrecked off-road vehicle, organized the carriage number 5 tool rack, and drove the armored vehicle inside before sealing the ramp shut. Then, he pulled out the old radio, exhaled, and looked toward the railway tracks in the distance. There, a headless ghost woman in lingerie stood eerily. Only Lin Xian, holding the radio, could see her. "A forbidden item. Since you're attached to a machine, let's see exactly what you are." His expression turned cold as he stared at the headless ghost, his thoughts sharp and calculating. "If you give me just one mechanical source point, I swear I'll take you apart piece by piece." Buzz. A faint glow flickered. Lin Xian activated his mechanical heart. Immediately, the red-dressed ghost and the radio trembled violently, resisting his control. Devour progress, 50%. For small mechanical devices like this, Lin Xian only needed a few minutes to complete the process. Devour progress, 99%. Suddenly, a flood of terrifying visions surged into Lin Xian's mind. The red-dressed ghost flickered violently, her screams distorting reality. Just as Lin Xian thought the devouring process was about to succeed, an unexpected notification appeared on his interface. Devour failed. Non-mechanical energy detected. Upgrade mechanical heart to level 3 to attempt again. Warning. Non-mechanical energy detected. Activating mechanical heteromorph to seal energy. Boom. At that moment, mechanical heart whirred into overdrive. The radio in Lin Xian's hands transformed, its components shifting and folding like a Rubik's Cube. Within seconds, it became a disjointed rectangular object, with its silver antenna now coiled at the center. "Oh!" A piercing wail echoed as the terrifying vision shattered. An invisible force compressed, sealing itself into the strange mechanical cube in Lin Xian's hands. What the hell just happened? For the first time ever, Lin Xian's mechanical devour failed. Non-mechanical energy. Automatic activation of mechanical heteromorph to seal the energy? Lin Xian stared at the now featureless block, the horrific ghost woman and hallucinations completely gone. He immediately tried scanning it with mechanical heart. No response. It was as if the object had turned into a dead lump of metal. Seal. Lin Xian mulled over the word. This wasn't a random occurrence. His mechanical heart had acted on its own. For now, he had no choice but to trust the process. Once I upgrade mechanical heart to level 3, I'll deal with this thing properly. A strange feeling told him. This forbidden item's power might eventually become his to control. At 3 p.m., the Infinite Train crew had enjoyed a rare night of uninterrupted rest. Lin Xian wanted to depart before dawn. The southern route was still over 200 kilometers away, and since daylight was short, he had to risk traveling at night to maximize daylight efficiency. After sleeping for over 10 hours, Chen Xishuan's complexion finally regained some color. Since leaving Jiang City, this was the best sleep she'd had. Inside the train, warm yellow lights cast a cozy glow, contrasting with the raging blizzard outside. Chen Xishuan, now acting as both navigator and cook, was preparing food. Meanwhile, Luo Yi and Xia were fully geared up, checking their guns and ammunition. Kiki, who had worked through the night, wasn't working on the water oxygen system. Instead, she had been upgrading the train's radar system. With Lin Xian's guidance, she adjusted the optical sensors to monitor the vertical track conditions ahead, an elegant solution to a major hazard they had been facing. Hunk! The electric and gas-powered engines roared to life. Infinite Train rumbled forward after its night of rest. Before long, the train reached the Mount Daluo junction. Lin Xian stepped out into the darkness to check the track conditions. Sure enough, a newly constructed high-grade rail line lay before him, a promising sign. He adjusted the switch, redirecting the train onto the branch line. Clang, clang, clang. Moving cautiously, Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan kept the train speed low, watching the tracks carefully. In the distance, Mount Daluo's silhouette loomed against the night sky as the train pressed southward. Lin Xian, look! From the cockpit, Chen Xishuan pointed at the tracks. 6 parallel tracks. This must have been a massive infrastructure project. Suddenly, boom! A wrecked car lay across the tracks. Infinite Train's icebreaker shield smashed it aside, sending debris flying. Chen Xishuan flinched, while Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. As they continued, the landscape changed. The highway running parallel to the tracks was now jammed with abandoned cars, many buried in snow. Why so many vehicles? Lin Xian, it's getting worse. Beep beep. Radar alarms blared. Kiki rushed into the cockpit, face pale. The road is completely blocked. There must be at least 10,000 vehicles. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Looks like they were all trying to escape to the underground city. Then, as dawn broke, the light revealed an apocalyptic nightmare. The entire highway was buried under bodies. Clang, clang, grah. The sound of train tracks clashing and the shrieks of zombies echoed through the sky. Countless zombies surged from all directions, completely surrounding the Infinite Train. However, everyone's attention was drawn forward, their gazes piercing through the sea of undead, locking onto a breathtaking megastructure ahead. The Infinite Train, with its monstrous horsepower, plowed through abandoned vehicles and zombies alike, showing no mercy as it cleared path. Finally, it veered onto a dedicated track leading into the underground city, steadily approaching the towering outer walls. At the center of the tracks stood a massive gate. Behind it was a vast loading platform where several high-end freight carriages lay dormant. However, the station was eerily empty. The distant construction vehicles, cranes, and watchtowers were all buried under thick layers of snow, as if this unfinished megaproject had been frozen in time. Is this underground city abandoned? Kiki asked in shock. It's possible that it's already fallen, Lin Xian said grimly. No wonder we never heard of any survivor convoys mentioning this place. Turns out it's been a living hell for a long time. A desolate underground city swarming with zombies. Only someone like Lin Xian, armed with a fortress-like heavy train, would dare venture here. Regular survivor convoys wouldn't even make it past the outskirts, let alone risk entering this nightmarish wasteland. If it weren't for Lin Xian's mechanical ability, who in their right mind would come here looking for supplies? So, are we going in? Xia hesitated. Yes. Lin Xian exchanged a glance with Kiki before making his decision. I'll open that gate. Chen Laoshi, you drive the train inside. The rest of you cover me. The moment the cockpit door opened, zombies surged forward like a tidal wave. Kiki raised her hand, and an invisible force field blasted dozens of zombies away in an instant. Lin Xian wasted no time, charging out with his gun blazing. A hail of bullets rained down, carving a bloody path through the undead. Rat-a-tat-tat! Gunfire erupted. Luo Yi and Sha Sha had also disembarked, continuously firing to cover Lin Xian's advance. Seizing the opening, Lin Xian sprinted toward the massive gate, placing his hand on its freezing surface. His mechanical heart whirred to life, quickly linking with the gate's hydraulic system. Bzzzt thud. With a deep mechanical groan, the gate trembled against the blizzard before slowly splitting open. Chen Sichuan immediately pushed the throttle, guiding the infinite train into the loading platform. Meanwhile, the others fought their way back, retreating through the opening before Lin Xian sealed the gate once more. Bang! Bang! Crack! Zombies desperately clawed at the closing gate, their numbers thinning rapidly. Within moments, Luo Yi and Sha Sha finished off the remaining stragglers. Reia! Tens of thousands of zombies roared outside the walls, stretching their decayed hands through the gaps. The sheer horror of the scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Move back. Stay alert. There might still be something in here, Lin Xian warned. He didn't believe the underground city was completely abandoned. If the entire operation had shut down, it most likely meant the interior had already fallen. There was no way the former federal government would simply abandon a multi-trillion-dollar project without reason. The infinite train slowly pulled into one of the loading bays. The area was vast and eerily silent. The underground city's entrance resembled a gaping chasm in the earth, where warm updrafts clashed against the icy winds, creating swirling mist above the pit. Unbeknownst to the group, several hidden security cameras inside the loading platform had quietly turned, locking onto the infinite train. There's seriously no one here? Kiki frowned at the empty station. This place is huge. How are we supposed to search it? We should have expected this, Lin Xian replied. No survivor has ever received a broadcast signal from this underground city. It's been silent for ages. But that's a good thing. Without people, we can search freely for useful supplies. Yeah, but if there's no power, we can't exactly just jump in, Kiki muttered, biting her lip. And without electricity, the underground city's main control system is definitely offline. Even if I wanted to hack in, I can't do anything if the servers are dead. Then we take whatever we can find. Lin Xian wasn't too disappointed. If the place was truly deserted, it meant fewer obstacles. There were plenty of large machines around, perfect fuel for his mechanical heart. With any luck, absorbing them would push his ability to level 3, not a bad trade-off. Chen Laosher, Lin Xian decided. Kiki and I will check the entrance. To avoid wasting time, the rest of you stay here and gather whatever useful supplies you can find. We may need to backtrack later, and turning the train around outside would be difficult. We might have to return to Yuqi Station and take the north route instead. Got it. Luo Yi nodded. Sha Sha pointed at a flatbed trailer nearby. Lin Ji, why don't we use the forklifts on the platform to load stuff onto that? We still have gas, and we can fit a lot of things back there. Lin Xian nodded. Good idea. Prioritize machinery first. If you find any useful supplies, load those too. This place is bound to have plenty of valuable stuff. We'll need it later. Kiki, you're with me. Fine. Let's see if we can find anything good, Kiki muttered, pulling her hood over her head and rubbing her hands for warmth. She grabbed a gun and prepared to follow Lin Xian off the train. Chen Sichuan hesitated. Be careful. It's too quiet here. I don't like it. Just as Lin Xian reached for the cockpit door, a sudden beeping sound echoed inside the cabin. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Sichuan's eyes darted toward the source. To her shock, the train's communication system was blinking. Her eyes widened. Lin Xian, it's the radio. What? Kiki was stunned. How is that even possible? Without a red bead, how is there a signal? Lin Xian strode over, his expression darkening. Unless it's coming from inside the station. Reaching the console, he hesitated for a moment before decisively pressing the answer button. Beep. The air fell eerily silent. Who's there? Lin Xian broke the silence. A mature female voice crackled through the speaker. Survivors, hello. This is Underground City number 9, floor -52, Research Lab. Do you read me? The entire group froze. There were still people alive in the underground city. Lin Xian gasped, covering her mouth in shock. There are actually people down there. Let's hear them out first. Lin Xian gestured for silence before pressing the responder again. We can hear you. This is Ding Junyi, Deputy Director of the Biological Research Department in Underground City number 9. The city has been overrun by a massive outbreak of zombies and nocturnal entities. My colleagues and I are currently trapped on level -52 in the research sector. Can you assist us? If you're willing to help, we can offer a trade. Her voice carried a hint of urgency, but on the infinite train, the crew's expressions darkened. Are you saying, out of this entire underground city, only a few of you survived? Lin Xian's first instinct was to doubt her claim. He had encountered too many baited traps before. This wasn't something he would easily fall for. The exact number of survivors in other areas is unknown, Ding Junyi replied. 2 weeks ago, the excavation teams in the lower levels encountered an unidentified subterranean life form, which led to an emergency shutdown of operations. Core reactor number 1 suffered a meltdown, triggering widespread mutations and infections. As a result, at least 376,000 citizens, over 95% of the population, perished. The Underground City Federal Management Committee was forced to initiate an evacuation, deploying 8 Intercontinental-class trains, 3 Eternal-class trains, and numerous airships, helicopters, and flight units to transport key personnel. However, nearly all airborne evacuation vehicles went missing over the Daoyuo Mountains. Preliminary analysis suggests they were intercepted by airborne nocturnal entities. The mutations triggered large-scale chaos, severely damaging the city's infrastructure. Zombies swarmed the underground levels, and nocturnal entities appeared in large numbers. My 3 colleagues and I failed to escape in time and were forced to take refuge in a biological research lab. As of now, there are likely very few survivors left in Underground City number 9. We were able to locate you via surveillance feeds at GF2 station, which is why we're reaching out for help. Despite requesting aid, her voice remained unervingly calm. The moment she finished speaking, Kiki glanced out the window. Sure enough, several surveillance cameras were locked onto their cockpit. So not only are there people here, but there's still power. Lin Xian nodded, scanning his team's faces. He was certain that the nocturnal entities Ding Junyi mentioned were the same as the eerie entities they had encountered before. Pressing the responder again, he asked, "How exactly do you expect us to rescue you?" They had no idea what lay ahead. From what Ding Junyi described, an unknown creature had emerged from the underground. Zombies and nocturnal entities had taken over, and they were stuck 52 levels below. Even if Lin Xian wanted to help, he needed more information first. This could just as easily be a death trap. Ding Junyi wasted no time responding. Currently, elevators 1, 2, and 5 are completely destroyed. Elevators 7 and 8 only reach level -80 and below, which are already overrun with infected. The only functioning elevator is number 3, which is a freight elevator for transporting equipment. It leads to the underground level, 95 freight rail terminal, but due to structural damage, it can only reach level -89 at best. I can remotely unlock the security gate leading to GF2 station's underground track, but we only have a backup power source. There isn't enough energy to power the rail elevator for your train. However, your train can still take the direct tunnel down to level -65 freight terminal. From there, you can use elevator number 3 to reach us on level -52. There are plenty of zombies outside, but given your heavy firepower and the presence of a psychic ability user, the risk should be manageable. Lin Xian frowned slightly. From her explanation, her identity as a deputy director of biological research seemed highly credible. A regular underground city citizen, even high-ranking officials, wouldn't have such detailed knowledge of the city's infrastructure. Her logic was clear, her planning methodical, and she spoke in the precise tone of a researcher. Still, Lin Xian wasn't fully convinced. You make it sound easy. Why didn't you contact the federal government for help? Kiki leaned in, her sharp intuition kicking in. Yeah, why didn't you call for an official rescue? Another voice, this one younger and more anxious, cut in through the responder. Because the underground city's satellite communication systems were taken during the evacuation, standard communication devices are useless due to the dark night magnetic waves, which you should be well aware of. The only systems we have access to now are the city subsystems, which is why we're using the station's responder to contact you. Lin Xian's brows furrowed. So, when the evacuation happened, no one came to get you? A brief silence followed. Then, Ding Junyi took over the call again. Our distress calls were received, she said plainly. But given the circumstances, we were likely classified as abandoned assets. Inside Underground City Number 9, deep within a sealed-off research sector, the quarantine doors remained locked. The outer hallways were pitch black, infested with wandering zombies. Inside the lab, 4 researchers, 2 men and 2 women, huddled together, their faces filled with anxiety. They had been trapped here for over a week. Despite the high-level security measures and life support systems, food and supplies were critically low. If they didn't escape soon, they would starve to death. Ding Junyi, the deputy director, was in her early 30s, her sharp gaze framed by glasses. With her were Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming, a microbiologist. The oldest among them, Zhao Yin, was visibly weakened. They had resorted to eating experimental green plants to sustain themselves. Fortunately, the lab still had functioning lighting and air circulation, preventing them from suffocating. Since the Great Evacuation, the underground city had turned into a nightmarish wasteland. Roads were blocked, the polar night had descended, and their chances of rescue were growing dimmer by the day. Nearly all useful resources had been taken during the evacuation. This half-finished, post-apocalyptic megastructure, barely 175% completed, had become nothing more than a graveyard of despair. Director Ding, I don't think they trust us. Su Wen, the youngest and most timid, was growing frantic. The silence on the responder made her panic. What do we do? Stay calm, Han Qiming replied, scratching his messy, unkempt hair. He was already skeletal after 2 weeks of starvation. They came in on a train, which means they have a purpose here. Plus, they opened a security gate and have high-tier abilities. They might want to explore the underground city anyway. If that's the case, we can find common ground. Exactly. Zhao Yin, the eldest, turned to Ding Junyi. Director Ding, should we just ask them directly? Ding Junyi, however, remained calm as ever. Instead of replying, she silently reviewed the security footage, rewatching how Lin Xian's group had breached GF2 station. Unlike the others, she wasn't focused on whether the train crew would help them. She was studying them. Taking notes on her tablet, she analyzed the video carefully. They have 5 people visible in the footage so far, she noted. It's unclear if there are more on board. The leader is the man speaking with us. Estimated age, 25 to 30. Clear sense of purpose, logical thinking, highly educated. He opened the GF2 station gate. I checked the system logs. No authorization was granted, which means he likely has an advanced mechanical ability and forced it open. This matches the basic profile of a crisis leader. The second individual, a female aged 16 to 18, possesses a rare and extremely powerful telekinetic ability. Logically, her ability would have been the most efficient way to open the gate, which suggests that the male leader's ability is even more valuable. Likely something beyond brute force, such as magnetic manipulation or inorganic control. The third male is heavily built, estimated age 26 to 35. He wields an M556 light machine gun chambered for 7.62 by 51 millimeters rifle rounds, with a firing rate of 650 to 950 rounds per minute and a weight of 21.5 kilograms. He also carries a heavy metal sword on his back, with the hilt positioned for a right-hand draw. However, he uses the machine gun with his left hand effortlessly, which indicates extreme muscle strength. While there's no visible sign of an ability, his sheer combat prowess makes him a formidable survivor. The fourth individual, a young girl, appears highly skilled in firearms. Whether she has an ability is unclear. From a sociological standpoint, bringing a child on an escape journey usually means one of two things. She either possesses a unique ability or value, or she has a close familial tie to an important team member. The fifth person hasn't exited the train. The cameras only capture partial footage, but she is female, around 25 years old, and appears to be the driver. Likely a technical expert or a non-combatant. Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses as she enlarged the surveillance footage on her handheld device. Her face, though pale from starvation, remained razor-sharp in focus. The train itself is a heavily customized mobile refuge. It consists of a Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, a model produced 30 years ago, along with a Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, which is 14 years old. Both are freight-grade and lack nuclear propulsion, meaning they rely on liquid fuel and railway power grids. The train has 5 modified passenger carriages, each with reinforced armor from a specialized manufacturer, suggesting extensive internal upgrades. Suwen frowned. Director Ding, so what are you saying? Ding Junyi turned her gaze to the group. It's obvious that this train was meticulously designed as a mobile survival base. These people aren't just a temporary alliance. The Federation's Intercontinental Class and Eternal Class rail trains are all nuclear-powered, capable of planetary transit via the Star Rail system. That means this crew is likely here to solve an energy crisis. That makes sense. Han Qiming nodded. They wouldn't risk entering a zombie-infested underground city just for food and water. Zhao Yan, growing anxious, interjected. But we can't help them with that. All the nuclear-powered trains were taken during the Great Migration. Ding Junyi took a deep breath, her sharp eyes flickering as she stared at the silent cockpit on the monitor. That's not entirely true. She swiftly navigated the system logs, pulling up a surveillance record. Before the level -95 power grid shut down, the station logs recorded the presence of a Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive. This locomotive was meant as a backup power unit for the Intercontinental Class trains, but was left behind at the level -95 freight terminal during the evacuation. If they're looking for energy solutions, this could be what they need. Her voice remained steady as she continued. Based on this assessment, we have 3 key bargaining chips for negotiation. What are they? Zhao Yan asked urgently. First, we hold a level P3 administrative clearance and extensive knowledge of the underground city's layout. Besides the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, we can help them locate other valuable resources. Given their small team but high survival capability, this makes up about 70% of our negotiation leverage. Second, we have access to biological research data and archived pre-collapse Federation records. While these may not be immediately useful to survivors, they could be valuable for trade with the Apocalypse Union. This accounts for about 29% of our leverage. Zhao Yan frowned. And the last 1%, Ding Junyi's eyes turned cold. Ourselves. As long as we're alive, we hold intrinsic intellectual, labor, and physical value. Han Qiming's face twisted in horror. Absurd. We are high-level Federation researchers. Even as bargaining chips, our intellectual contributions should outweigh physical labor. Ding Junyi glanced at him indifferently. You're too naive. When I said physical value, I was including you. What? Han Qiming's face turned ashen. Zhao Yan and Suwen also looked disturbed. Never in their lives had they imagined being reduced to tradable assets, and that their value in that regard was a mere 1%. Zhao Yan, her face pale from hunger, muttered weakly, Director Ding, even if we have access credentials and maps, why would they risk their lives for us? Yeah, and that locomotive is still in level -95. That place is already. Suwen shuddered. Ding Junyi's expression remained cold. This is our perspective on negotiation. But for them, our offer might not even compare to a single crate of food. The situation is asymmetric, but we don't have any better options. Silence filled the room. Meanwhile, inside the Infinite Train, Lin Xian and his team exchanged glances as they processed the conversation. Chen Xishuan was the first to speak. If their description is accurate, this underground city is already overrun. We're running out of daylight, and searching for supplies in these conditions won't be easy. Lin Xian nodded. We have to operate at night, which is insanely risky. Not to mention that unknown subterranean life form and the fact that over 100,000 people have already turned into zombies or worse. So we're not rescuing them. Shasha asked. Didn't they say they could trade supplies with us? Negotiate first. Kiki crossed her arms. Let's hear what they can actually offer. If it's not worth it, we could just ignore them. We have backup power. We can find our own way inside. Going in blindly is reckless. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. This underground city is the size of a small metropolis. The internal layout is a mystery. Getting in is easy, but then what? Even with his mechanical ability, bypassing ordinary security systems wasn't difficult. But an entire underground city? The system was likely too complex to be overridden manually. If he overexerted himself, he could end up dead before even covering one level. Not to mention the dangerous state of the city. One wrong move could trigger a chain reaction that would force them into a hasty retreat with nothing to show for it. After a moment of thought, Lin Xian pressed the responder. All right, let's hear your terms. As soon as the words left her mouth, the tension in the laboratory rose instantly. All eyes turned to Ding Junyi. After some thought, they all understood. This rundown lab had no real bargaining chips. They had no choice but to rely on Ding Junyi's analysis. She stepped forward without hesitation and stated directly, We have level P3 management clearance for the underground city. Aside from a few restricted zones, we can grant you access to residential areas, commercial districts, entertainment zones, industrial sectors, storage levels, animal and plant conservation areas, cultural heritage sites, research facilities, and all major transit routes. Despite the mass exodus, an underground city built for tens of thousands of people couldn't have been completely emptied in an emergency evacuation. There are bound to be valuable resources left behind. Additionally, we know the location of a Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. This train is equipped with a DRX micronuclear power reactor, boasting a thermal output of 290 megawatts. Lastly, if you need research data from our biological laboratory, we can provide it, but we need a mutual confidentiality agreement to avoid political persecution from the federal government. She laid out all their bargaining chips in one go. Beside her, Suwon looked uneasy and muttered in a low voice. Should we mention the third thing? Despite her initial reluctance, now that she was in a real negotiation, she felt desperate to spill everything in exchange for survival. No need, Ding Junyi replied coolly, lifting her finger off the responder button. If they agree to rescue us, we'll gain the right to live, but we'll also lose every other right. Once they get us out, we'll have no say in what happens to us. Everyone here was an ordinary civilian, completely powerless. Given their circumstances, they had to see Lin Xian's group as both potential saviors and possible marauders. Han Qiming's expression darkened. Maybe it's not that bad. Look at those three women. They don't seem like the type to do anything to a guy like me, right? They don't look like ruthless killers. Zhao Yin gave him an incredulous look. Professor Han, are you out of your mind? You think Director Ding was talking about those three girls? Have you seen the 2-meter-tall giant standing with them? What? Han Qiming's face turned green. His legs trembled. In no way. Ding Junyi pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated by their misplaced concerns. Hearing Ding Junyi's words, Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes lit up. My God, a Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. Whoa, Kiki exclaimed. Lin Xian, this sounds like a jackpot. Lin Xian smirked, exchanging glances with Chen Xishuan and the others. This woman is smart. But if you think about it, she's only offering permissions and information, no actual supplies. A massive underground city, after an emergency evacuation, would undoubtedly have leftover resources. But this was too vague to be valuable. Lin Xian's group already assumed they'd find supplies inside. The problem was whether the risks were worth it. The nuclear power train, however, was a tangible prize. But the fact that Ding Junyi brought it up directly made Lin Xian feel like she had somehow guessed his objective. If that's the case, we don't need them at all. Give me some time, and I can hack into the system myself. Kiki suggested. How long would that take? I won't know until I get access. But in cases like this, the main AI must have been removed, leaving behind a subsystem. My estimate, 5 to 6 hours. Then it's not worth it, Lin Xian concluded. Rescuing them might actually be faster. If they really are researchers, they might have useful information. Plus, they're familiar with the underground city's layout. Cooperating with them is more efficient than working against them. But what if they're lying? Chen Xishuan voiced her concern. Let's find out. Kiki. Lin Xian pointed to the train's roof. Kiki immediately understood. Moments later, 2 drones lifted off from the infinite train, heading towards the underground city. The blizzard's too strong. It's messing with the image quality, Kiki grumbled as she piloted the drones. No problem, Lin Xian said. Before nightfall, we need to get a general layout. Look below. Got it, Kiki pouted, staring at the screen. The underground city lay before them, completely silent and lifeless. Looks about right. No signs of survivors. A thermal imaging system would be really useful here, someone muttered. Lin Xian nodded. That large airborne nocturnal entity they mentioned, could it be the massive atmospheric jellyfish we saw last night? But that underground creature, what the hell is it? Chen Xishuan frowned. This place is even more dangerous than we thought. Even if we go in, we can't stay for long. Then we'll prioritize securing the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. The rest will decide on the spot. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. Can you locate their level -52 floor? Kiki shook her head. Nope. The moment we go below the horizon, we lose signal. It's pitch black down there. But look, a tunnel leads straight underground. If we open the gate, we could drive the train directly inside. An underground city of this size would have freight rail, someone commented. Staying aboard the train offered a tactical advantage. It was easier to fight off zombies, and elevators inside would make resource transport more efficient. But driving the train into a collapsed underground city was a huge risk. Lin Xian hesitated briefly, then looked at Kiki. Your thoughts? There's definitely a risk, Kiki admitted, resting her chin on her palm. But everything they said aligns with our mission. The only issue is we don't know what eerie entities are inside, or that underground monster they mentioned. Lin Xian exhaled. Energy is a core issue. It's critical for our survival. I already allocated 1 to 2 days here before heading to the high-altitude corridor, specifically to upgrade the train's defenses, sensors, life support, and weapons. So, I think this risk is worth taking. Lin Xian's voice was firm. An entire abandoned underground city lay before them. If he didn't even attempt to explore it, he'd be wasting his mechanical abilities. And a nuclear-powered train? That was an apocalypse-grade artifact. They had to try. I'm in. Kiki raised her hand excitedly. Chen Xishuan and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They all knew survival depended on the infinite train. As a mechanical ability user, Lin Xian had the final say. If securing this train boosted their chances, it was a risk worth taking. Meanwhile, Ding Junyi's group waited in agonizing suspense. Finally, they encountered a potential rescue team before the polar night. A glimmer of hope. But these people had no obligation to save them. They could only pray that Ding Junyi's offer was enough to convince them. Will they really agree? Suwen muttered in despair. We have no food, no water, and we don't even know if the military district still has weapons. Would they really risk their lives for a train they don't even know still works? Despite how logical Ding Junyi's reasoning sounded, upon deeper thought, it didn't seem like a strong bargaining chip. Lin Xian's group had ability users. They could enter the underground city without help. And the Gemini 11 was just theoretical. The level -95 system had been down for days. They had no clue what was really below. Food, weapons, or even the hope that their rescuers had moral integrity all seemed like better incentives. Suwen became increasingly panicked, pacing frantically. When a responder remained silent, he snapped. I'll tell them that we have tons of food, water, and weapons. That'll convince them. But Ding Junyi coldly shut him down. Lies will only get us killed. Ding Junyi's words caused the other three to freeze, their expressions shifting instantly. The air in the room turned heavy. Almost as if in response, Lin Xian's voice came through the responder. "We'll come and get you. Open the gate to GF2 tunnel." The moment those words landed, the people in the lab shot up from their seats, eyes filled with hope and excitement. They agreed. "We're saved." Director Ding was right all along, Suwon muttered, his face pale. "Good thing she stopped you, or you would have ruined everything," Zhao Yin scolded, unable to hide her relief. Ding Junyi, however, remained expressionless. There was no time to waste on conversation. She immediately accessed the system and opened the underground passage to the tunnel. At the same time, she spoke into the communicator. "The downward tunnel is 31,650 meters long, with a 59.5% incline. The backup power supply is insufficient to support the electromagnetic braking system, so you need to maintain a speed of under 20 kilometers per hour. Keep the brake pads from overheating. Although all 127 tunnel monitoring sensors report no anomalies, I'd still advise turning on your lights and proceeding with caution." The GF2 tunnel gate slid open as the infinite train began moving forward. Lin Xian and Chun Sichuan stood in the control cabin, their expressions serious as they listened to Ding Junyi's instructions. "You're Ding Junyi, correct?" Lin Xian asked while adjusting the controls. "Yes. This is the infinite train. I'm the train captain, Lin Xian." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lin." Lin Xian got straight to the point. "Where exactly did you encounter the underground creatures?" "Level 106. Everything below level 100 is unfinished construction. Elevator number 3 used to reach level 95, but we lost contact below level 89. I suggest stopping at the level 65 freight rail terminal. From there, you can use the freight elevator to load supplies onto your train." "Understood. What's your exact location on level 52? "Sector F13. Once you exit the elevator, you'll be in Sector K2, where there are some zombies. There's a zone map posted outside the passage. When you reach the elevator, I'll send you a visual feed and guide you. Distance-wise, it's about 1.9 kilometers. "Got it." The information was clear and precise. Lin Xian motioned for Chun Sichuan to sit tight before he accelerated the train into the tunnel, descending underground. Whoosh, whoosh. The infinite train glided downward, its metal wheels screeching against the tracks. The tunnel ahead stretched endlessly into darkness, illuminated only by the train's headlights. As the train descended rapidly, everyone on board felt pressure building in their ears. "Hold on tight," Lin Xian called back. He constantly adjusted the brakes, ensuring the train wouldn't derail or spiral out of control. Yellow depth markers flashed by. Level 10-65M. Level 30-175M. Level 50-255M. Level 60-301M. The train spiraled downward through the black abyss, moving like a roller coaster. A damp, musty scent filled the air as they penetrated deeper into the underground. Finally, after a gradual incline, the train emerged onto the Level 65 freight rail terminal. Level 65-325M. Hiss! The scalding train wheels emitted steam as the infinite train ground to a halt at a pitch-black station. Beyond the cracked train windows, flickering damaged lights cast eerie sparks across the cavernous space. Chun Sichuan, Kiki, and Shasha crowded around the window, peering outside. A massive cargo station stretched before them, equipped with cranes and conveyor belts. However, something horrifying had occurred here. Dark red bloodstains splattered the walls and floors, and mutilated corpses lay scattered across the loading bay. The oppressive atmosphere of the sealed, underground space weighed on them. At 325 meters below the surface, knowing that this city was filled with tens of thousands of zombies, along with unknown underground creatures, sent shivers down their spines. Chun Sichuan turned to Lin Xian, her face uneasy. "What's the plan?" "We'll split up. Lin Xian gestured toward the tunnel behind them. This is our only escape route. If something happens, we lose the train, and we'll have to fight our way out with nothing but our bare hands. That's not an option. ceased.Zombies. You two stay behind and guard the train. If anything tries to cut off our retreat, you stop it. Meanwhile, Kiki, Luo Yi, and I will head to level 52 to rescue them. Once we're back, we'll evaluate the situation and decide which areas to search for supplies. The underground city was enormous. Searching blindly was pointless. They had limited time. Securing information first was critical. Chen Xishuan and Sha had no abilities and weren't physically on par with the others. Staying behind to defend the train was the safer option. Lin Xian, Luo Yi, and Kiki armed themselves to the teeth. Lin Xian, GK-03 electric blade, a submachine gun, and a pistol. Kiki, automatic rifle. Luo Yi, light machine gun with extra ammo. Additionally, they equipped gas masks. A sealed underground zone meant they had to prepare for potential air contamination. Watch your stamina. Don't waste energy on zombies, Lin Xian instructed as the cockpit door slid open. I know, Kiki grinned. Didn't I tell you? My ability evolved. I won't run out of power so easily anymore. Lin Xian eyed her. How many times can you use it now? No idea, but it's a lot stronger than before. All right, clack. Lin Xian stepped off the train. His boots splashed into a puddle. The ground was damp. Stay alert. He signaled for Chen Xishuan to secure the train doors. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and dry blood, causing both Sha and Chen Xishuan to gag slightly. Once the train doors sealed, it blocked out the worst of the stench. Their walkie-talkies flashed green, confirming short-range communications were still working. Lin Xian had realized something back in Yuqi City after fighting the three-headed spider monster. Their radio signals seemed to fluctuate whenever eerie entities were nearby. It wasn't a perfect detection system, but it could warn them of potential supernatural threats. With their weapons ready, they advanced into the darkness, toward whatever horrors lay in wait. Plop, plop. The three of them switched on their tactical flashlights, illuminating their path as they moved through the platform. Apart from the flickering fluorescent lights overhead, everything else was shrouded in darkness. Whoa, it's so new. Kiki swung her flashlight around, scanning the surroundings. Looks like it was just built not long ago. This underground city isn't even finished yet. I'd say not even 1/5 of it is done. Lin Xian spoke in a low voice. Built with the combined effort of the Federation, yet it can't even save 1 million people. Well, it's not the only underground city. Even though the Federation has collapsed, there must be larger ones out there. The question is, what's their situation like? Sure. Lin Xian, leading at the front, suddenly halted. Both Daoyuo and Kiki immediately tensed up. Lin Xian raised his flashlight and pointed it toward the edge of the platform, where a man in a worker's uniform stood with his back pressed against a pillar. His entire body was trembling slightly. The sudden illumination caught the man's attention. Slowly, he turned around. The moment his face became visible, all three of them felt their expressions shift. His face had completely rotted and mutated beyond recognition. From the center of his head sprouted writhing, fleshy tendrils, filled with razor-sharp teeth, all a grotesque crimson hue. The sight was utterly horrifying. What the hell is that? A zombie? Kiki gasped. Whatever it is, it's not human. Hiss, gurgle. The humanoid creature let out an eerie chittering sound, its grotesque facial tendrils quivering. The moment it locked eyes on Lin Xian and the others, it suddenly shrieked. Oh! Then, it bolted straight for them at an inhuman speed. Its movements were nothing like the sluggish zombies they had encountered before. It was as fast as an elite athlete, charging forward with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Open fire, Lin Xian shouted. Bang! Bang! Boom! Uncertain about what they were dealing with, Lin Xian didn't dare to hold back. The three of them fired simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Rounds tore into the creature's flesh, sending sprays of blood and tissue flying. The force knocked it back slightly, but instead of collapsing, it accelerated, moving even faster toward them. Rat-a-tat-a-tat! Sensing the abnormality, they immediately concentrated their fire, aiming for the writhing tendrils in its horrific mouth. The bullets shredded its twisted head apart, finally bringing it down. Even after hitting the ground, the flesh tendrils continued to twitch and writhe for several seconds before finally going still. This thing isn't right. It's nothing like a normal zombie. Stay alert. Lin Xian was unnerved. All three of them were ability users, armed with firearms. Yet this mutated zombie displayed a level of resilience far beyond anything they had encountered before. Its speed and endurance were terrifying. Ugh, that was disgusting. Why was it so hard to kill? Kiki wrinkled her nose in disgust. Could it be an eerie entity? Daluo speculated. Lin Xian directed his flashlight toward the corpse, scanning for any traces of black mist. Finding none, he frowned. Doesn't seem like it. He checked the time. It was only 1802. Even though night hadn't fallen yet, after what they experienced at Beiwang, he knew that dangers weren't necessarily restricted to the dark. Some horrors lurked in specific locations regardless of the time. Inside an underground city, where daylight never reached, who knew how bad things could get? Stay on guard. Let's move. Lin Xian kept his nerves taut as they quickened their pace, following a conveyor belt deeper into the complex. Soon, they reached a massive elevator entrance, a freight lift several meters in length. Before they could approach, the control panel beside it suddenly lit up. On the screen, the face of a woman appeared. She wore a lab coat and glasses, exuding a sharp professional air. She looked to be in her early 30s. Mr. Lin, I'm opening the elevator for you now. You're Ding Junyi, the one I was just speaking to? Lin Xian asked. That's me. Lin Xian nodded. In the background of the video feed, he could see two women and a man, all dressed like scientists. The sight eased his nerves slightly. Open the doors. Ding Junyi's expression turned serious. Be careful. Surveillance shows there's standing water inside the elevator, and there may be unidentified creatures within. Step back. What kind of unidentified creatures? Kiki asked, retreating a couple of steps in curiosity. Lin Xian gestured for them to move further back. Stand clear to the sides. A deep mechanical hum resonated as the elevator began descending. They instinctively stepped back, guns at the ready, watching the numbers on the screen. Elevator arrived. Level 65. Level 4 freight rail terminal. A mechanical female voice announced its arrival. The massive elevator doors slowly split apart, revealing the dim interior. Then, a flood of murky, yellowish water, more than a meter deep, surged outward with a violent rush. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened as he immediately caught sight of movement within the swirling filth. He shouted a warning to the others. Something's in the water. Bang, bang, boom, boom. All three opened fire, their bullets tearing into the dark, writhing masses in the water. Flesh and blackened blood splattered everywhere as the unknown creatures were blasted apart. As the water drained away, the creatures became fully visible, black, multi-legged abominations clinging to bloated, decaying corpses. Parasitic organisms. Disgusting. Kiki exclaimed. Don't let your guard down. Kill them all. Lin Xian ordered. Bang, bang, boom. Thanks to Ding Junyi's warning, they had been prepared. The second the creatures were flushed out, they unleashed a storm of bullets, reducing them to pulp. The gunfire echoed through the massive terminal, likely attracting more unwanted attention. Lin Xian grimaced. Get on the elevator now. Kiki and Daluo immediately dashed inside. Lin Xian followed, and the doors swiftly sealed shut behind them. Damn, there are way more monsters here than we thought. What about Chunjie and the others? Kiki asked, a hint of worry in her voice. They're fine. Lin Xian's tone was firm. The infinite train was an impenetrable fortress, strong enough to withstand the tentacles of that monstrous atmospheric jellyfish. Plus, Chun Sichuan and Sha Sha had plenty of weapons on board. He was confident they would be safe. The elevator began its ascent, a powerful force lifting them upward. Ding Junyi's voice came through the speaker. You'll be arriving in Sector K2. There are a lot of creatures outside the passage. The ground between K2 and D23 is partially flooded. Here's the route map. A schematic appeared on their handheld displays. The layout is complicated with multiple paths. Some areas have damaged communication systems, so I won't be able to guide you the entire way. Also, be extremely cautious when passing F5, D6. That's where the floor's main elevator and staircase are located. It's the most overrun area. Originally, it was an emergency escape route, but it's definitely completely blocked now. Both power and surveillance systems are down there. Inside the laboratory, Ding Junyi was fully focused, swiftly enlarging the floor plan of level 52 on her screen. Using auxiliary lines, she carefully explained the route for Lin Xian and his team. Beside her, Zhao Yin and Su Wen wore anxious expressions. Their lives were at stake, and the tension in the room was palpable. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, the large screen displayed Ding Junyi's detailed briefing on their path forward. Kiki and Lin Xian watched closely, quickly memorizing the key directions. This underground city really is one giant factory. Just moving across a single floor from the freight elevator to another research sector takes 2 kilometers. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That's nothing, Kiki muttered under her breath. This place was built for hundreds of thousands of people. Just one floor has to accommodate thousands, plus commercial and work zones. There are even roads and high-speed transport systems down here. Whatever you had on the surface, this place had too. Lin Xian nodded, then turned toward the elevator doors. When we move out, speed is our priority. Avoid unnecessary fights. I'll take the lead. Daluo, you cover the rear. Kiki, you stay in the middle. Got it. Understood, Lin Ji. Their goal was to reach the research sector where Ding Junyi and the others were located. That area had defenses and was temporarily safe. Lin Xian needed to assess their situation before deciding the next steps with Kiki. If things looked viable, they'd bring the scientists back to Infinite Train, then reorganize for supply transport. His plan was to leave the underground city before nightfall tomorrow, then follow the southern route back to Jiangyu Line before making their way into Yubei City. Suddenly, the elevator screen played old underground city advertisements, creating a stark contrast against the deathly silence of the facility. Jia Dental, protecting your oral health. This month, first-class citizens can enjoy a 5% discount on memberships. Visit us on level 31. Do you struggle with mobility? Are you disabled? The Longting Prosthetic Modification Center offers cutting-edge artificial limbs. Run freely, embrace fully. The latest ARX-2 industrial prosthetics have a battery life of 168 hours, allowing a full week of nonstop work. The ultimate tool for boosting income. Conda Gourmet Protein Blocks, selected from premium New World breeds, made with authentic ingredients using traditional craftsmanship. Each bite is packed with rich, original flavor. The lively advertisements, promising a prosperous and efficient underground life, clashed violently with the horrifying reality of the now lifeless, abandoned city. Ugh, gross. What part of that sounds gourmet? Kiki shuddered at the ad. Lin Xian's voice was serious. Don't be so quick to judge. With the global food shortage, when we run out of supplies, you might just learn to love it. No way. I'm not eating cockroaches. Daluo gave the advertisement a strange look, but stayed silent, clearly not thrilled at the thought of insect-based food either. Elevator arrived. Level 52, New Dumera Research Sector. Access, first-class citizens and special personnel. Clearance, F3. Lin Xian tensed as the doors slid open. Beyond the elevator, the K2 sector was in total darkness. The 3 of them stood still, weapons raised, carefully scanning their surroundings. Aside from the elevator screen, which continued to play recorded ads, the silence was absolute. Move out. Lin Xian gave the order, and they rushed forward. Their footsteps echoed eerily in the hollow corridors as they moved swiftly through the cargo unloading zones. Soon, they exited the main passage, and the layout shifted. This floor consisted entirely of research laboratories and offices, with no residential or commercial areas. The architectural quality was high, with sealed, dust-free lab spaces and wide hallways. The problem? Everything looked exactly the same. Without clear signage, it was easy to get lost in this maze-like research complex. If not for Ding Junyi's route plan, they would have wasted a ton of time just navigating. As they approached F1's sector, the corridors suddenly lit up. Their footsteps echoed through the halls as they ran. Through the lab windows, they saw blood-soaked interiors, evidence of violent deaths. Then, zombie howls began to rise. More and more voices joined in, creating a chain reaction throughout the sector. Just keep running. Don't look back. Lin Xian raised his wind cannon, blasting away a zombie at the next corner. He deliberately avoided using gunfire, tried to minimize noise, and avoid attracting more undead. But just as they rounded a bend, they all froze. Ahead of them, the corridor was packed with countless mutated zombies, each wearing white lab coats. As they turned to face the sound, their facial tendrils began to writhe, their toothy maws opening wide. Damn it, it's more of them. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He had wanted to avoid unnecessary gunfire, but seeing these things, there was no other choice. Fire. Bang. Bang. Boom. Gunfire erupted. The hallway flashed with firelight as bullets tore through the monstrous horde. These zombies lunged forward, their grotesque, maws wide open. One bite could easily rip off a person's head. Having learned from their earlier encounter, the team didn't hesitate, aiming straight for their heads. The ground quickly became littered with twitching, mutilated corpses. More zombies poured in from behind, forcing Daluo to provide cover fire, while Lin Xian unsheathed his blade, decapitating any still writhing creatures to ensure they were truly dead. Crash! A glass door shattered as another wave of zombies burst through. Lin Xian turned instinctively, blasting them apart with his wind cannon. They charged ahead, only to find themselves in a circular elevator hall, completely blocked. Before them, countless black insect-like creatures, mutant spiders, and more zombie abominations had gathered, sealing off their only escape route. Hey! Kiki's eyes glowed faintly. With a sharp motion, she raised her hand. A powerful shock wave blasted outward, sending the creatures flying. The path was clear. Without hesitation, they rushed forward, cutting through the horde as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming stared at the monitor screens, their faces pale with anxiety. The sheer number of creatures swarming around Lin Xian's team was overwhelming. If even these powerful ability users, armed with advanced weaponry, couldn't make it, then as helpless scientists, their chances of survival were zero. But compared to them, Ding Junyi remained eerily calm. She wasn't even watching the monitors. Instead, she was focused on her computer, rapidly executing a series of commands. Ding Director, what are you doing? Zhao Yin frowned. Shouldn't we be giving them instructions? I've already told them everything they need to know. Ding Junyi didn't even glance up. The best thing we can do is be ready to open the doors the moment they arrive. And not waste time. What do we even need to prepare? Ding Junyi finally looked up. Research data. Abilities, blood flora, underground city logs. We might need all of it. Oh, and Zhao Laoshi, prepare specimen number 1's containment tank. If we can't take it, we activate the destruction protocol. Zhao Yin stared tensely at Ding Junyi. Even though she normally disliked her emotionally detached colleague, she had to admit that Ding Junyi's rational mindset far surpassed her own. It was her negotiations and approach that had secured Lin Xian's team's rescue mission in the first place. Watching Ding Junyi work so efficiently, Zhao Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. She had an idea. She quickly turned to her student, Su Wen, and urged, Su, hurry. Let's copy all our research data and take it with us. Huh? What for? This is our life's work. Zhao Yin cast a glance at Ding Junyi before pulling Su Wen aside and whispering, if we make it out, this research will prove our value. If we want to seek refuge with our former organization or join the Apocalypse Union, don't you think this data will be critical? Su Wen sucked in a breath, realizing the importance of what she said. For researchers like them, Their findings could become bargaining chips, perhaps even the key to their survival. With that in mind, the two immediately rushed to their computers and began downloading everything. Seeing their actions, Han Qiming quickly understood what was happening and joined in as well. Ding Junyi ignored what the others were doing. Apart from research data, she also downloaded the holographic blueprint of the underground city, notes on each sector's layout, any available surveillance footage for backup. She glanced at the monitors. Lin Xian's group had already moved past D23. They were only a few hundred meters away from F13, where she and the others were. However, the hallway cameras ahead had been destroyed, meaning she could no longer track their movement. After finishing her tasks, she stood up and strode towards the sealed hallway, the last barrier between them and the outside. Zhao Yin, Su Wan, and Han Qiming followed behind her, but kept their distance, hesitating to approach the isolation door. "Are they coming?" Han Qiming called out. Su Wan anxiously asked, "Director Ding, are you really going to open the door? It looks like there's no one outside." None of them dared to get too close, fearful that if the door opened, a flood of monsters would rush in. But Ding Junyi simply raised a hand, signaling for silence. Then, she calmly placed her slender fingers on the unlock panel. Thud! Thud! Inside the highly sealed, soundproofed isolation chamber, almost all external noise was blocked. The silence was suffocating. Everyone could hear their own heartbeats pounding in their chests. No one knew what lay beyond the door. Would it be their rescuers, or a horde of flesh-eating abominations? At this moment, their fates hung in the balance. Ding Junyi focused intently, her face calm and unreadable. Her gaze flickered slightly, then she pressed down on the panel. Buzz! The isolation door, sealed for countless days, suddenly slid open. A cold, eerie gust of air rushed in. Rat-a-tat-a-tat! A hail of gunfire roared through the hall. Almost instantly, 3 figures wearing gas masks stormed in, their backs against a swarming tide of zombies. Kiki rushed in last, spinning around as she swung her hand. A wave of invisible force erupted, sending the pursuing zombies flying backward. The horrifying sight sent Zhao Yin, Su Wan, and Han Qiming scrambling into the corner, trembling in fear. Han Qiming even grabbed a chair, holding it up defensively. Wow, that door timing was perfect. Kiki whistled in amazement, looking at Ding Junyi. But before responding, Ding Junyi had already pressed the close button. Slam! The isolation door shut tight, sealing off the deafening howls and screams outside. Inside, the research sector was bright and pristine, a stark contrast to the blood-drenched, corpse-ridden nightmare just beyond the door. Ding Junyi turned around and calmly raised both hands. "I am Ding Junyi. The air purification system is operational, and no contamination alarms have been triggered. You may remove your gas masks without worry." Lin Xian kept his gun trained on her. She stood still, hands raised, her expression serene, her entire demeanor radiating harmlessness. Seeing her, Lin Xian felt a moment of intrigue. She was calm, logical, completely unemotional. Her features weren't stunning, but she had a sharp, intelligent beauty, gold-rimmed glasses, a white lab coat, jeans, and short-heeled boots. There was an icy, intellectual elegance about her. Lin Xian pulled off his gas mask, took a breath, and swept his gaze toward Zhao Yin, Su Wan, and Han Qiming. "You're the only 4 here." Ding Junyi, still holding her hands up, answered immediately. Zhao Yin, Ph.D. in molecular biology, level 1 federal research asset. Su Wan, Ph.D. in biochemistry, level 1 federal research asset. Han Qiming, Ph.D. in microbiology, also an expert in ecology. Her words were precise, concise, and free of nonsense, as if she were stating facts rather than pleading for her life. Her intent was clear. She wanted Lin Xian to understand that the people he saved were not ordinary civilians. If he was going to kill them, he should at least reconsider the cost. "We have no weapons and will fully cooperate with your operations. If you rescue us, you can negotiate valuable exchanges with either the former federal government or the Apocalypse Union." Why, yeah, we have value. Please don't hurt us. Suan nodded frantically, practically begging. We're just scientists. We mean no harm. Why, yes, yes. Zhao Yan and Han Qiming quickly echoed. Lin Xian's gaze darkened. Didn't you say earlier that you were already considered abandoned assets? Ding Junyi didn't deny it. She simply replied, in terms of rescue priority, we were deemed expendable. But as long as we're alive, we still hold some value to the authorities. Lin Xian snorted internally. Even after being abandoned, they're still discussing their value. Typical intellectual mindset, ruthlessly pragmatic, yet undeniably logical. And from a survival standpoint, she wasn't wrong. For scientists, their best chance at long-term survival was aligning with a government entity. Debating human rights versus being a research asset meant nothing in this situation. Daluo, check them. Lin Xian gave the order. Daluo approached, his imposing figure making Zhao Yan's group shrink back in fear. He patted them down, checking for weapons. After confirming they were clean, he nodded at Lin Xian. Whoa, what the hell is that? Kiki suddenly exclaimed. She had spotted something in the laboratory. A sealed, transparent containment unit housing a strange, flower-like plant. It resembled a chrysanthemum, but was entirely black. At its center, faint crimson veins pulsed ominously, exuding a sinister aura. Suan hesitated, then explained. That's blood scourge flora, specimen number 1. We first discovered it during the first polar night. Ding Junyi cut in coldly. It grows exclusively on corpses.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.